What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to our 2023 NBA Draft live stream presented by Bet Online. Today we have maybe the most monumental day for the Portland Trailblazers in this channel's history, and we got you covered for every pick, every trade. We got Krish on graphics. Huge shout out to him for helping me out. And we also have Chase McGraw, who's going to be the third member of our broadcast. He's going to break trades and rumors. No pick spoilers. We don't do pick spoilers, so you don't have to pay attention to Twitter. Shams is probably going to spoil picks. Woj said he wouldn't, but I don't trust Shams not to. So Chase is going to be the one who's scouring through Twitter, trying to break trades and rumors as they happen for you guys. So we're doing things a little differently in terms of the setup here. Might have a hiccup or two, hopefully not, but hopefully you guys enjoy this production today. I've been putting in a ton of time on this. It's a monumental day, so I had to put forth a monumental effort for this package. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Eric, how's it going, man? This is it's only an hour away basically from when the Blazers will be on the clock, and I've been so focused on this that I haven't had time to get nervous yet, and now that I'm live, now I'm finally nervous. You shouldn't be. Okay, here. See, this is what I was talking about. Monitor and output. All right, you should be good now.
All right. Hello, everyone. What's up?
Can you guys hear Eric? As I said, we're doing things a little differently. Okay, cool.
All right.
Let me make sure that's the right setting for Chase too. Okay, cool. We're good.
All right. Yes. What's up? Welcome, everyone. Hello, everyone in chat. Thank you for joining us today. Glad you could all be here. We're going to have a lot of fun. I definitely do not want to be negative on this stream, but
fingers crossed.
We have to have something happen for that not to be. So hopefully we get some good news today, and it cements Dame's loyalty to the Blazers and all that, and we don't, go back on a promise we made to him when he agreed to sit out a few months ago. But yeah, it's always one of the funnest or most fun days of the year, and I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm glad you can all join us.
Yeah, and it's just going to be fascinating to see how this draft plays out. This is a loaded draft at the top. A lot of people call it a three-player draft with Scoot Henderson, Amen Thompson, and Victor Wembanyama. But I think it's a four-person draft. Or no, did I say Amen Thompson? Scoot Henderson, Brandon Miller, and Victor Wembanyama. But I think it's a four-person draft. I think Amen Thompson is a legitimate prospect. I have him third on my board. Eric has him fourth. The Blazers reportedly have it as a four-person draft class at the top. Regardless, it's loaded at the top. And then about 15 through 40, this is a really quality draft class, so it's going to be fascinating to see where some of these prospects go. We're going to play off all picks off my phone. I'm going to have the stream up on my phone, and I'll just basically unmute it to play picks as I've always done, so you'll be able to listen to it. Hopefully, if you're watching the ESPN feed, you can sync up with me, but I cannot reiterate more. Do not spoil picks in chat. You will be banned. There's a pinned message. Just don't do it, okay? We'll give people a little bit of leeway, especially if we recognize the name and, they're regulars around here. But, yeah, definitely want to react live because it's fun that way. So I will play everything. We have you covered. You guys don't have to scour Twitter. That's kind of the goal with having Chase be the guy breaking stuff and then us reacting live to picks instead of seeing a tweet about it, which is just lame. I don't like that they do that. So anyway, I gotta update this big board, and I gotta update this big board because it glitched. We have big board, we have recent selections on the left, we got team information down below, and that's our setup.
For some reason, Victor Wembanyama is not the best available right now.
Yeah, like I said, I gotta fix that. So I don't know what happened.
Tori did the graphics. He doesn't have.
There you go. It's fixed now.
No, you had your top five there, and Victor was not in your top five. That's crazy.
Oh man, the goal is to make this a slideshow. By the way, on the left, so I still gotta kind of set that up a little bit. But yeah, Hopefully, you guys enjoy this, man. I had a lot of fun putting this together. Always trying outdo things, but I mean, this day is all about the Blazers. It's all about, will they draft somebody with the third pick? Will they trade the third pick? Will Dame be happy with the result today? This is the most monumental day for the Portland Trail Blazers since I can remember. This is the most important day for the Portland Trail Blazers in maybe since the 2007 draft, but everybody, in my opinion, would have taken Greg Oden in that draft. In this draft, the Blazers have a huge decision. They have a fork in the road, and they have to decide which way they want to go. And it's going to be interesting to see what Joe Cronin wants to do. I think at this point, in order to keep Dame happy, you have to trade the third overall pick, or you have to find a miracle with other assets to go out and get a star. That's going to be hard to do without trading the third overall pick. So the Blazers could select Scoot Henderson or Brandon Miller with this third overall pick and then trade it afterwards. We don't know for sure if the pick's not getting traded, probably until later on in the night. It's going to be interesting to see the reporting. Yeah, like last year, we thought Shaedon Sharpe could get moved. So that is kind of the storyline around the third pick. The other storyline is right now, it's rumored that the Hornets are leaning towards Brandon Miller. Woj confirmed this, but of course, Woj basically confirmed Jabari Smith going number 1 last year, and he didn't. So we're not 100% sure that Brandon Miller is going number 2 to Charlotte. Shams threw some doubt on it. So we'll see.
Yep. The battle between Shams and Woj right now, who's going to be right? And was Shams just paid off by betting websites to make sure they mitigate some of their losses by taking money on Scoot?
Yep. So let me take Donos here and kind of get situated, kind of calm down a little bit. We got a new super chat feature on YouTube, which makes it so that we won't lose super chats. We won't lose track of them. Awesome. So that's awesome. That's something new. Literally noticed it while booting up the stream. The fan funding tab there. Shout out Snacking K, member for 7 months, says, Yodi gang. There, so I did it for you how you wanted me to say it. Oh, man. Shout out Elias. $10 dodo says, let's go. Thank you, Elias. Appreciate you.
Shout out, Elias. Let's go.
Shout out to Jerry with the $10 dono says, hello, love this channel. I am a Spurs and a Blazers fan. Pulling for y'all to make a trade tonight to help Dame. Dame deserves a title. Portland deserves a title. Sending positive energy to y'all today. Appreciate you, Jerry. Congrats on getting Victor Wembanyama.
What would you think about Dame getting traded to the Spurs?
Yeah. If he's going to get traded, then, I don't know. I don't even want to put that energy out there yet, though, so never mind. Shout out to Jack M, $5 dono, says, hoping for the best, fellas. Praying on a Pelicans or Celtics trade. If not, taking a swing with a men at 3. Let's get the good vibes flowing. Rip City. Thank you to Jack M.
Thanks, Jack.
Shout out David C, member for 7 months, says, we're witnessing history. We absolutely are. No matter which way it goes, this is going to be a historic moment that we look back on for better or worse.
Yep. What's up, David?
Shout out to Mr. Payan, member for 13 months, says, please don't screw Dame.
Agreed, Leo. Hopefully that happens. Welcome. Thank you.
Please don't screw Dame. I agree. Shout out to Carter Dick, member for 7 months, says, watching you on TV with my family in Costa Rica. Hype for tonight. Dude, that's cool that A, you're in Costa Rica watching us. B, you have us on your television. So shout out to you and your family. Appreciate you, Carter. And then shout out Malcolm Bunyoli with a $5 dono. There was no message with it, so Malcolm, I don't know if YouTube eliminated your message, zapped it out of thin air, but if you meant to leave a message, you can post it in chat and we'll read it off.
What's up, Malcolm? It says, celebrate the first super chat from Malcolm below his message. So.
First super chat from Malcolm, but it has no message on it, unfortunately. Shout out to No Name. There's like a little squiggle on this dude's name. I don't know what it is, but it's a $2 donut. It says, what would you think about drafting Amen over Brandon Miller? At this point, I'm more worried about trading the pick. I like Amen over Brandon Miller long term, but I'm more worried about the status of Dame and this team and their direction. So that is my focus as we head into tonight. Thank you for the dono.
Yeah, for me, I think we've seen this play out for over a decade where elite wings are harder to come by. They are worth more in trade. See the Paul George trade type packages. Whereas guards, you see traded. I mean, we saw Chris Paul, Jordan Poole traded for each other today.
Yeah, wild.
We saw Kyrie traded, Bradley Beal traded. Like guards get traded all the time, right? So, and so the thing is, can a men play forward or wing? Yeah, maybe. I don't know if that's ideal, like long term, to put him that way. But if the choice to me is between a guard and a forward, and they're relatively close scouting wise, I happen to have Miller above Amen. I have no problem if you have it flipped like Torrey does, but I just feel like Amen, you're losing a little bit of his advantages if you play him at the 3 versus playing him at guard, where he'd have a size advantage and quickness advantage. So I would prefer Miller, just because that's something like an elite wing. If he becomes that, is tough. But I mean, I get both ways. I won't be upset either way if we keep the pick. Other than it sounds like Dame is not going to be happy if that's the case.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the big board. We got a big board graphic for you guys. It's not updated yet, so do I need to fix it? At least I have. Oh yeah, I need to reattach it to my files. At least I have Victor Wembanyama first on this one, but I do not have Mojave King at 6.
What?
Yeah. Let's see here. No. Okay, let's see if this updates. Nope, it's not updated yet. So I'll look at it once it's updated. I got Chris on graphics. He's been kind of putting together that big board for us, but I want to take a look at that and kind of look at the tiers of prospects at some point before this thing kicks off.
Just to let you know, Mikal Bridges posted Stephon Diggs crying after that Hail Mary he caught on the Vikings and patting his chest 19 minutes ago, and then got a ton of responses, and then put "my fault, let me chill, LOL." So I don't know if he was just trolling or what. But...
Probably. God. Any little thing like that is just gonna be. We're looking for a shred of hope, right? We're looking for a shred of hope, a shred of anything, a rumor. I don't care what it is. And we'll be on Twitter before this draft starts, so we can break stuff. I'm looking forward to bringing in Chase, though. He has a suit on, and he has his hair all done up. This dude went all out. I'm here wearing like a big old t-shirt, because it's YouTube. But yeah, so Chase is just gonna show us up with his fit. But yeah, we'll bring him on here in a little bit. There's a mock draft that I want to talk about. ESPN's latest mock draft has obviously Wemby number 1, Brandon Miller number 2, Scoot Henderson number 3, and Amen Thompson number 4. So kind of consensus there at this point. Detroit, it was rumored to be Cam Whitmore, then it was rumored to be Jarris Walker. Now it's rumored to be Asar Thompson, who me and Eric both have 5th on our big boards.
Yep.
At 6, Anthony Black to the Orlando Magic, which is interesting.
I don't want to demonetize, but they're also rumored to be taking someone else. That's a hilarious name combination at 11.
Yeah, we can say that name, I think.
Okay.
Just don't say his
Grady?
name over and over and over. Yeah, he's great.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't think I should say. I don't think I should say it in combination with the last name of the person that they might pick at 6.
Oh yeah, no, don't do that. Moving on to this.
Anthony Black and Grady Dick.
Yeah.
And they already have Jalen. Sucks.
Okay, you're going off the rails a little bit early in this one. You're funny. 6, yeah, Anthony Black at ESPN's mock draft. 7 is Jarris Walker, who I like for the Pacers as somebody to bring them physicality. 8 is Cam Whitmore. He's supposedly falling down boards, so it'll be interesting to see where he goes. At 9, Taylor Hendricks to the Jazz, and that's the consensus top 9 right there. And then at 10, Derek Lively the second. If the Mavs keep that pick, I think it makes a ton of sense for them. 11, Grady Dick. So those 11, I think, will go top 11. The only guy... I mean, you never know what can happen in the draft. It could really shake itself up, but that's kind of what I expect in the top 11. The one guy that could maybe jump into the top 10 that I haven't named is Bilal Coulibaly, who ESPN has going 12th in this mock draft to OKC, and then Kobe Bufkin 13 to Toronto is a guy I have in my top 10 on my big board.
Yeah.
All right, so the big board is now updated according to Krish. Let's take a look at that.
Aeromancer placed a very large bet on Cason Wallace going under pick 15, so praying for him to hit on that.
Yeah, this still isn't updated. I don't know why not, but... All right, you want to catch up on donos?
Sure. Let's see. Let me switch over to that feed. Tyler 59 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Tyler. Praying for a good day, fellas. Fingers crossed. Thank you for all your hard work. Don't know what we do without you all. Appreciate you, Tyler. Thank you for the dono. Boom with a $10 donation. What's up, Boom? Positive vibes, everyone. Monumental night. Appreciate everything you guys do, and can't always be here live, but never miss a video. So thank you. You guys are the goats. Let's get Dame some help. Yes, please. Let's get Dame some help and not push him out of the franchise. But good to have you here, Boom. Sam Dooley, member for 7 months message. Thank you, Sam. What's up? Do you have your wood for Wemby still?
Yeah, I got it right behind me.
Good luck or bad luck at this point, but
I mean,
he says,
we moved up because of it, so it's some good luck. You know, it wasn't all the way to Wemby, so we're going to pull off a mediocre trade that keeps Dame here, if the wood has its way.
Yep, he says, whatever happens, go Blazers. Yep, go Blazers. Jaga SCF became a starter member, so thank you, Jag, there. Rip City 208, $20 donation. Thank you so much, Rip City. Want to thank you guys for dedicating your time, effort, and emotional energy into your streams. Your content is built to represent the fans. Thanks for making it so I don't have to watch the draft alone tonight. Go Blazers. Yeah, thank you, man. We appreciate all of you, and then we're only as good as, you know, the people watching. So you guys are a big part of what we do, and so we appreciate all of you for being here with us. And hopefully we're all celebrating tonight, right?
Yeah,
and shout
out for that.
Daniel G, $5 donation. What's up, Daniel? How you doing today? Quick reaction to the CP3 Poole trade. Do you have a reaction, Tori?
I mean, can Paul and Steph play together? I don't know, but that's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how CP3 functions there. It'll be interesting to see if he's any good next year because he is getting up there in age. And then Washington, I think that was a great trade for them, being able to get back the draft capital they got with Jordan Poole and just take a chance on him maybe being able to bounce back and be potentially worth that contract. I thought that was the best move that Washington's pulled off so far because they've made multiple trades, of course, sending out Porzingis, sending out Bradley Beal. But I thought that was a huge win for them being able to do what they did.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, clearly there's two things at play here. One, if the Warriors are worried about the new CBA moving forward, I think every team should be worried about the new CBA moving forward, and that in effect is this very clearly a situation where they gave Poole a big contract last offseason, and I think over the course of this year, and then once the new CBA was put in place, to very heavily penalize teams that are in the second tax apron, which the Warriors are probably going to be as long as they keep their core together. I think they very clearly showed today that it might be a situation where pretty much every team that's heavy into the tax at some point might make a trade that doesn't make a lot of sense basketball-wise, but makes more sense financially.
Yeah, and we're going to toss it to Chase because Chase has something for us. So this is going to be his first appearance. What's up? This is Chase McGraw, who's going to be our reporter today. Look how good this dude looks. Look how good he looks. So I gotta make sure you are unmuted on. Make sure you're unmuted, Chase, on Streamlabs, and also you're frozen.
Oh man, he ruined his debut
We tried.
with that
We
crappy
tried.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So he just got new Wi-Fi. We're testing it up. This is our mannequin here. That's unfortunate. I don't know what happened. Anyway. Muted plus frozen. Rest in peace, Bozo. Dang, Aeromancer, you're a mod. You're not supposed to be hating on a member of the team, bro. But, yeah, so I don't know what happened there with Chase. Rest in peace to Chase. So, yeah, I think it's just the Shams report. Chat started going off on it anyway. But it's the... Shams says we're keeping the pick.
I hear Chase.
You hear Chase? Okay,
I heard him for a second. Oh, there he is. There he is. Let's go.
Yeah,
I think
but
he's back.
He's disappeared. His camera's gone.
You froze.
Wait, there we go. I got you. Oh, we got him back. We saved him.
Bro, my time to shine just shattered.
Yeah, it just froze again. So I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know if you got an Ethernet cable or an Ethernet port. But
bring him back. Let's just try it.
Nope, he froze. It might be Streamlabs too, and he's out of it. Dang.
That's cool.
Look at this cool graphic though. We got the rumor alert, the blue background. We also got the trade alert graphic, right? So this was kind of the idea here. Although I shouldn't be showing Wemby yet because we don't know who the Spurs are gonna take. So let me make sure and hide that.
We don't.
Yeah, we don't know who they're gonna take yet. So I mean, maybe it's Scoot Henderson. Maybe we're keeping the pick because we're getting Wemby and he's falling to 3. I don't know. All right, there we go. That's fixed. Library Wi-Fi, yeah. I don't know what's going on with that, but Tori has the script. I knew it. So there's a Shams tweet. I'll report it. Shams says, sources, Pelicans received a meeting in recent days with Scoot Henderson. New Orleans has pursued a top 2 to 3 pick in the draft, but both Charlotte and Portland are so far expressing no interest in moving the pick.
Mm-hmm.
No interest. Basically, I don't know. I don't know if you want to expand on that, Eric, but
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
So, let me just break it down for everyone. I mean, this is what I was told. You can believe this or not. I don't care. I'm not trying to be an insider, whatever. This is just what I was told. Back when Dame started sitting out games, he did not want to sit out. He wanted to make the playoffs. He wanted to go for the playoffs. He wanted the team to make trades at the deadline to go for the playoffs. As a condition of getting him to sit out, they promised him, if you sit out, we will either get Wemby or we will use that pick, that asset, to make a trade to bring you some help. And that's the only reason Dame agreed to sit out instead of playing, because Dame is not the type of guy who wants to sit out when they're only a couple games out of the playoffs, right? So they promised Dame, we will trade this pick if it's not Wemby. So Dame took them at their word, sat out, and now come down to this pick, right? So they get the third pick, right? It doesn't matter what pick they got because it wasn't Wemby, right? And they now, if they keep the pick, which I don't know if it's just they're trying to pump up the value of it as much as possible. It could just be that. But everything I'm hearing, it sounds like they are, unless they get an offer they can't turn down, they are basically going to just keep the pick, and they're going to try to make a trade, because if they can somehow pull off a trade with their other assets, if they free up future picks or something, and they get a really good player in, that's fine. But basically, it would take a miracle trade outside of trading the third pick to keep Dame here. And basically, he's going to feel like his loyalty was taken for granted, and that they backed out of a promise that they made him. Nurk has backed this up with some of his tweets, including one today. And so there is a firm line drawn in the sand. Unless the Blazers somehow pull off several crazy trades other than the third pick, they are in a situation right now, keep the third pick, or it's going to make the most loyal person in sports go back on his loyalty and basically, I mean, he's not going to publicly be mad at the franchise, but it's not a good look to do that. And so the way he feels, even if they get less value than they should for the third pick, that's what they promised, and that's what he wants them to do. So if they promised him that and then they just don't trade it, it's just not going to sit well. So I think we could be talking about the time of Damian Lillard here in Portland coming to an end. I don't know how soon that would be, if it would be immediately or if it would be, months from now or, at the trade deadline or whatever. But this is definitely a situation where if they keep the pick, Dame is not going to be happy because, he's just not going to be happy.
You cannot promise something and then go back on that promise. I saw a comment that said, this is sports. No, it's not sports. You do not promise your best player, your franchise. Like, if they didn't promise to trade the pick, right? And this is just off the information you heard, which, take it with a grain of salt. I'll say that, right? Like, take it with a grain of salt. But assuming they promised him that they would trade the pick, you can't actively go back on that because you promised. Otherwise, you should have said, we'll be aggressive in terms of shopping whatever pick we get in. By tanking, we could have a really good asset to potentially use in trades. You word it that way because you're not promising something. But wait, if you go out and promise something, you promise something. And if you don't make that happen, you lied. You can't do that to your best player who's been loyal to your franchise, even though the franchise has already failed him. So at this point, it sets up a situation where I don't know if they're purposely trying to do this, but the organization could make Dame look like the bad guy, like, oh, he wants us to not use the pick, and he wants us to trade the pick, and that's a bad decision.
He wants us to get bad value.
Like, there's a chance that they make Dame look bad because of this, but they're the ones who promised Dame, based on this information, that they would trade the pick. And you can't go back on that. And it was to convince him to sit out and tank. So, I mean, we ranted about it a couple of different times about this possibility in the past couple of weeks. Because it's been a legitimate possibility. So hopefully it doesn't happen like that. I still have my fingers crossed that this front office is big braining like, oh, it's not available, so that a team will just come in last second and be like, screw it, we'll give up a ton, and then they take the package. Like, that's my hope. But at this point, you have to worry about Damian Lillard not being in a Portland Trailblazer uniform next year. And I've been the guy who said, like, he's here to stay, just take him for his word. At this point, the thing is you could always take Dame at his word. The problem is, you can't take this front office at its word if that's what happens. So, We'll see.
I mean, it could not. We could trade the pick. We could get an awesome deal, and this is all a moot conversation. Yeah. I mean, so 2 years ago, there were several places that said Dame had requested a trade secretly or something, or he was telling all his USA teammates that he wanted out of Portland and stuff, and he came out and had that press conference, and he alluded to the fact that he wanted to see changes and stuff. But on this channel, we tried telling everyone that he was not going to request a trade that summer. We were very firm about that. We were never worried, not once, about him leaving that summer. And last summer, people said after this day last year, right? People were saying he was mad and about us taking Sharp and stuff, and we told you guys that wasn't true as well, and that he was fine with it as long as they addressed other issues elsewhere. Well, they didn't really address those issues properly, and then that came back to haunt them this year when they had depth and injury problems. And then now we're in a situation where Dame came out at the last game of the season, not this year, but the previous year, and promised the fans. They put him out there on the microphone and said, "Thank you for bearing with us. I promise you it'll be different next year. I promise you this is the last time you have to deal with this." And then got convinced to do it again, despite what he said. And that was part of it. The reason why he'd be frustrated as well is because he made that promise to the fans, and he doesn't like being looked like a liar either. So this is the case where I'm actually kind of worried now. And I once again, I don't mean to be negative, but this is the first time in Dame's tenure that I'm actually concerned that this might be the end of his tenure here. And I hope it's not, but yeah.
Yep. So I agree. It's the first time I've legitimately worried about that being a possibility. I mean, at least they'd be set up with, a good young core. But I mean, I don't want to start looking for silver linings in terms of this situation. So we'll see how it pans out. Okay. Like, not going to sit here and guarantee anything is going or not going to happen, but it's just something to be cognizant of as we head into the draft.
And for the record, Devin says, Eric, I love you, but I'm praying you're wrong, bro. I can't accept that reality.
Eric's wrong too.
I am praying I am wrong. I hope that is wrong. I would love nothing more than to draft Brandon Miller or Amen or whoever it ends up being, and that person becomes a star and Dame's happy, and we make a couple other good trades, and we're really good next year, and this is all forgotten about. I really hope that is the case. I don't want this reality where Dame is mad that we keep the pick. So I hope that's wrong too. So I'm right there with you.
Cool. Looks like this is updating now, which is good.
All right,
do you want
and then let me get back caught up.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys' donos, man. That's
thank
huge.
you, everyone. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy, Carlton, $20 donation. What's up, y'all? Let's go. Big positive vibes and trade. What's up, Carlton? Thanks for the donation. Appreciate you. Pasty Zach with a member for 13-month member message with just the Rip City logo, the pinwheel logo. Thank you, Pasty Zach. Spin the wheel. Yeah. If you watched last night, you know what that means.
Yeah. Thank you, Zach. Yep.
Elias, $10 donation. Also, according to chat, I need to enter the draft, but I haven't been in any mocks, though, so I'm waiting on a call tonight. Also, on a serious note, if we keep our pick, I will go to Summer League. Oh, nice. Summer League's a great experience. If you're into, like, prospects and being around NBA players and front office executives and stuff, there's no better experience than going to Summer League, so I highly suggest it. As far as entering the draft, dude, you didn't declare in time. So next year, remember, you have to declare by the date. You just have to send a letter to the league office announcing you are foregoing your eligibility and entering the draft. Shout out to the Energy Warning for a $2 donation. What's up, Parker? Appreciate you guys praying to the B-ball gods. Yep, we're all doing that, I think. David Yu, member for 18-month member message, says, sending all the good vibes. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate you, David. Thanks for joining us today. Coleman Schleiss with a $10 donation. Thank you, Coleman. Big day, fellas. Thanks for all your work, and looking forward to experiencing this with y'all. This channel has made my fandom so much more enjoyable. Hey, man, that's great to hear, and thank you for all the nice comments from all of you and the donations. Appreciate it. G. Willikers became an all-star level member. Thank you to G. Willikers.
Mm-hmm.
Sleepwalker 1 with the €2, I think that is, donation. Give me some Jalen, and I think he means Jalen Brown. So,
Does it mean Jalen Hood Shafino?
It's not spelled that way. So, hopefully, I mean, I think that's one of the trades. I know some people don't like that trade or are kind of down on Jalen Brown for some reason because he had a bad series at the last time we saw him. But I think that's probably the best case scenario tonight is making a trade for Jalen Brown. I hope that happens, obviously, but not sure where Boston stands after yesterday. Jackson with a member for 28 months message. Shams tweet means nothing to me. Screw that liar. Yeah, screw Shams. We hate Shams here, right?
Yeah. He burnt some bridges, right? Yeah, with the whole GP2 saga. So
no way Blazers front office is telling Shams anything, right? After that crap.
I think it's probably leaking from the New Orleans front office.
Yeah.
Like they're
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what New Orleans offered to try and get Scoot.
Yep, and also, so for people that don't know, Shams tweeted out that basically the Blazers front office was negligent or something. Never backtracked, never apologized, nothing when the Warriors dropped their thing, and Gary Payton acknowledged that he was never forced to take Toradol or whatever. So still waiting on that Shams apology tweet to Cronin and the front office, the training staff of the Blazers, which will never come. But
yeah, they're probably still waiting on it too. So
yeah. Yep, and shout out to Arrowhead with the $10 donation. Thank you, Arrowhead. Good to see you. Let's jump on that dono train. So happy we have you two, Best Blazers Insiders. I don't know if we're insiders, but appreciate the comment.
Best Blazers Insiders, Best Blazers Outsiders, Best Blazers wherever we are.
Hey, there's Jawan. Azzy Mac with the member for 15-month message. Morning, gentlemen. Anything exciting planned for today? Nah, I think we're just chilling.
We're just chilling today, yeah. We're just hanging out, man.
Nothing going on. What's up, Adzi, though? Nutur Zimzin with an ISK $1,500. I don't have my lookup sheet on here, but this looks like his first ever message, so I appreciate you. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, Nutur. But he says, hey, thank you for the show. How much theoretical fleecing would you accept on a third pick to trade to keep Dame? 75 on the dollar, 90, no fleece. Just saying Cronin shouldn't get fleeced isn't the question.
Yeah, I mean, this is so tough, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know you said not to say Cronin shouldn't get fleeced, but he shouldn't get fleeced if Scoot's on the board. Like, there's no way. Yeah. Like, we're talking about him as being this prospect that can't miss, yet other teams won't give up anything for him.
So he's scared that Scoot's going to become a great player, and he's going to look bad. Yep. Bro, you cannot be scared as a GM. Okay, if Scoot becomes great and, looks like a Hall of Famer, sure, you can look back and like, oh, Portland traded him away, that's so dumb, whatever. But guess what? You're going to look bad if that happens, but you're also going to look terrible if you lied to Dame and drove him out of Portland.
Yeah.
I think that's worse. So why is he scared? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't understand this situation, especially with if Scoot's there at 3. Like, you're drafted a point guard behind your point guard. It's like when the Packers drafted Bryce Love behind Aaron Rodgers instead of getting Aaron Rodgers receivers. Like, get Dame some help. You're getting him another point guard. Questionable if they could fit next to each other. Scoot's the number 2 player on the board for sure, but oh man, like, they got to choose a direction, and I've been against the rebuild direction, so.
Jordan Love, but yeah, I get your point.
Jordan Love, Bryce Love. Oh yeah, Jordan Love. I can't keep track of it. See, this is why I talk about basketball, not football.
But in my opinion, yeah. So I'd say it's pretty, like, I don't know. I mean, if you made a promise, you have to do the trade if it's 75 on a dollar, I think. But yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna be mad if he gets fleeced on a trade too. So, as someone said in chatter, I'm gonna be mad either way.
Yeah, let's test this big board again because somebody said, "Love how you got Leonard Miller at 10." Yay, it updated. All right, so this is our big board. I don't know why Wemby. Whoa, what happened there? I don't know.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna keep going. Embarking box.
We got it up right here. We're good.
Okay, I'm filled with alcohol and I'm incredibly nervous. What's up, Sean? Good to have you here. He said, "How drunk should I be?" I said, 10, out of 1 to 10. I said 10. So hopefully he's having a good time.
Yep. Here's our big board: Wemby, Scoot, Miller. I have Amen Thompson 3, and Miller 4. Eric has Miller 3 and Amen Thompson 4. I put Miller at 3 because consensus is he's higher than Amen. But if if there's a surprise and Scoot goes 2, I would not be shocked to see the Blazers take Amen Thompson over Brandon Miller. I would not be surprised. The rest of this board, go ahead.
The only way I would be surprised is like last year, we didn't hear anything about how much they love Sharp until after the draft, right? I mean, you heard kind of rumors, but no one was like tweeting it like the Blazers love Amen Thompson like they are this year, you know? So I'd be a little surprised if when teams like just announce who they like that clearly, that seems like a bad decision.
So we're a little bit lower on Anthony Black. I believe I have him 12th on my big board, and you have him a little lower than that. But actually, it's kind of funny because me and Eric put our big board rankings into a sheet, and then I I automatically averaged them and then sorted it, and I haven't really looked at our consensus big board, but having Nick Smith Jr. as the number 1 Arkansas Razorback, just the upside with him is intriguing. I think he could fall to the late first, though. He had injury issues, and here's the thing with all the prospects, like 14 through 30 to 35, I think there's a closer gap there than I've ever seen in any draft. There is so many quality prospects that I don't mind if you have a guy I have at 15 or 16 at 30, because I think the gap is so small that it's really hard to just kind of differentiate who's the better player or who's the better pick. So I think when you get into that range, especially, teams are going to be drafting for positional need and skill set need.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a very common theme for me, at least after the first handful of picks, is that I think there's a lot of players like 11 through 20 something on my board that I have no problem saying that I probably have them too low or too high or whatever, but they could go anywhere in that range, and I think that's safe. But Anthony Black's just someone that I like several players more, and so I have him a lot lower than consensus.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah.
Where did you have Leonard Miller?
I had Leonard Miller at 10.
Oh, you did?
And you had him at 10?
You have him that high? Oh, okay.
There was actually a lot of prospects when I was filling it out where it was like, okay, I got this guy at 33. Oh, Eric also has him at 33. I got this guy at 37. Oh, Eric also has him. Like, we had a lot of the same rankings for some players. And
I didn't
some
know
guys
you were that high on Leonard Miller.
I rewatched some stuff on him recently, man, and I just think he's super high floor, but like sneaky ceiling just with his skill set, his size. He can move well for his size. I think he has a lot of upside. He can pass a little bit. If he can knock down threes, like I think he could be a sleeper potential. He has the potential to be a top 5 player from this draft class if he lives up to his upside. And then,
all right, it's 5:00. Draft is about to start.
Yep. So I will play Adam Silver's opening monologue if you guys want, or if you guys don't care, we don't have to.
That's fine. I'm gonna get caught up then while we wait for that. Murray with Australian $2 donation. What is up, Murray? He says, say it with me. Let's go, Cronin. Let's go, Cronin. Gotta cook tonight, Cronin. Gotta cook, man. Please. I want to be here at the end of the night saying, I respect you, Cronin. You have turned my opinion of you. Let's go. Hopefully that's the case.
Yeah.
Hyper Prime with the member message for 19 months with a bunch of emojis, the praying emojis, the hands, the basketball, Rip City, Dame. So yeah. Pineapples with a $5 donation. Just got out of work. Who's ready to get an uprise from the draft? Yeah, hope we're all ready for that. Yeah. Rip City highlights with the $7.77 message. That's perfect number, probably for the 1977 championship. Thanks for the stream as always, guys. Good luck, everyone. And that was his first ever chat. So thank you, Rip City highlights. It's cool that they show us that now.
Yeah, that is dope.
Sleepwalker won with another €2 donation. It's 2 a.m. Going to be a long night. Make it worth it, Cronin.
Yeah, shout out to those of you who are overseas and this is the middle of the night and you guys are up for this. Yeah, Yeah, dedication. Because you guys will be watching games at like 3 a.m. I always hear about people who will stay up and watch games, and I appreciate that type of fan that's dedicated like that. And then shout out Smog, member for 29 months, says, remember to like the stream, bozos. Yes, like the stream. And Adam Silver's at the podium if you want to listen to him.
Yep.
It was a season filled with historic performances and unpredictable competition. We crowned a new all-time scoring leader. We watched a number 8 seed reach the finals for just the second time. And we saw a franchise win its very first NBA title. Congratulations again to the Nuggets and the city of Denver on a remarkable championship season. And whether it's the number 7 pick in Jamal Murray from Kitchener, Ontario, Canada, or a second-round selection in Nikola Jokic from Sombor, Serbia, the Nuggets showed that stars can come from anywhere in the draft, at any pick, and from any country. This league is where the very best come to compete, in front of a global audience that spans more than 200 countries. And tonight, we usher in the next wave of NBA players, young men who come from different paths and different backgrounds, who are brought together by their
There he is.
pick in the 2023 NBA draft belongs to the San Antonio Spurs, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
It'd be funny if he just like took a couple steps back and then said, just kidding, they're ready now.
That would be funny, and just straight up announces it.
Yeah. How many of the 5 minutes are they going to waste here?
Yeah, let's see here. ESPN got new draft graphics for the NBA. Interesting.
Kind of look like yours a little bit.
Yeah, would you look at that? I mean, I did, kind of take some inspiration from them. I need to learn what sort of software they use for that. But although I don't think my computer would explode. So yeah, we already know who's
bigger server for that.
Yeah. We pretty much already know who's going number 1. We don't. Do you want to talk about Wemby at all?
Sure. But first, let me thank Andy Marchant's Australian $2 donation. What's up, Andy? Good to have you here. Come on, Joe. It's time to man up and take a swing.
I agree. Yeah. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, I mean, Wemby, he's freaking amazing. There's a reason why we were all so pumped to possibly get him, and one freaking number away. Dang, man. This could be such a different feel right now, right?
Their team needs.
We'd be so relaxed.
Their first team need is Victor Wembanyama on the graphic. That's funny. Yeah, the text on the San Antonio Spurs graphic didn't show up too great, but other graphics it shows up better. Shout Coleman Slice, $2 donut says, great job with the graphics, big dog. Sheesh. Thank you, Coleman. Appreciate it, bro.
I think he has a chance to make them relevant again very quickly. I don't know if that'll be year 1 or not, but make some good moves, put the right pieces around him, and they could have another prolonged dynasty like they had when they won 5 titles with Tim Duncan and those guys.
Yep. All right.
Pick is in, it says. Thank you to Rick G for the $2 donation. Also a first-time donator. Thank you, Rick. Dame for Jaylen Brown and Peyton Pritchard and a first. Who says no?
Portland, because Jaylen Brown leaves in a year.
Yeah,
and you got nothing back for Dame.
Yeah, they're not trading for someone that's like a good player that has 1 year left on their contract, and also they're not trading Dame tonight. So that's not an issue. But yeah. I think they're going to be trading him for young assets, and it's not going to be very good. That's probably better trade than they're going to get too.
Yeah.
It's going to be like Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson and 2 firsts or something.
Yeah.
Because we're going to try to get him to go where he wants to go. That's not Malika Andrews. I'm glad Victor's not a diva.
Yeah, I like him, man. I wish he went to the East instead. Would be a little bit easier to root for him, but yeah, I like him.
It seems like he would have been happy going anywhere.
Yeah. Why are they milking this so much? The draft doesn't start until the next pick. They got JJ Redick up there, which is cool though. That's a good decision, better than Perkins.
They are building up the suspense because they know that number 2 pick is the moment of this draft. So,
God, dude, I am so nervous. Anyway, I don't even know what to say. They're just milking this. How long are we gonna take here, bro? Adam Silver is finally learning how to pronunciate his name backstage. Pronunciate? I can't even pronunciate correctly, so.
Uh-oh. Now I'm really worried.
Why?
My mom says I need a drink in chat.
Oh, wow.
You know it's bad if she's needing a drink. She's not like a big drinker or anything. So.
Yeah.
Aeromancer, can you go? I'm assuming Aeromancer has some alcohol he could pass out to people.
Yeah, Aeromancer's our resident drinker here.
What's funny is every time he drinks, he says, "Oh, I don't drink ever, but I'm just drunk this one time." But it's like...
How long are they obligated to take this long? Is that something with ESPN, or are we finally gonna get it?
I don't know.
Here we go.
All right.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama.
What?
There it is. So, I mean, just generational prospect, 7'5", long arms, could shoot the ball, might have an 8-foot wingspan. I wish he measured at the draft combine just so we would have been able to get a measurement of that. That would have been intriguing.
I'm so grateful for that rule in the new CBA next year that they have to measure and stuff. So that'll be great.
Yep. So I wanted to do that graphic for every player. I only got Wemby done. Next year, I'm planning on reusing these graphics. But, I mean, Wemby's just game changer on both sides of the floor. Mismatch problem. Can shoot off the dribble. Shoots one-legged running threes. Like, he's just a freak of nature. I'm super excited to watch him play. And it's going to be interesting to see how competitive San Antonio tries to be next year, given the fact that they got a dude this good, a dude that's generational, a dude that is probably going to come in and just, in my opinion, be an all-star caliber player right away. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can be an all-star next year, how good he is off the bat. But he would have saved the Blazers. We wouldn't have had the stress going into tonight at all. We would just be singing Kumbaya and would have been happy. But shout out to the Spurs, I guess. They get the international guys, and when they tank, they get the first pick. It's what they do. So there it is.
Yep. Shout out to Anthony Momatif with the $5 donation. Blazers better not trade this pick, bruv. Can we just blow it up already and trade Dame? I mean, you're free to think that, but both Tori and I are big Dame guys, and we want to win with him, not kick him out of the door. So I hope it's the opposite of that. No offense or anything. And then shout out to Jackson Burgess with Australian $15 donation. This is so you guys can get a drink.
I got my drink. I got my energy drink.
Thanks, Jackson.
But I appreciate it because I might need to drink some hard liquor later. Hopefully not.
And just a reminder, we'll have all the picks. Tori will play them live, so we don't need to spoil. So please do not do that. Don't announce picks or trades ahead of time. We'll have breaking news if it happens live too. So no need to spoil unless Chase fell asleep on us or
no. So I got an update from Chase. He said, it's not letting me do anything, man. We basically have a monsoon over our apartment complex, and it's super windy. Supposed to stop raining in about an hour, but my power is literally going in and out. So Chase lives in Florida, so the Florida weather is getting him right now at the worst time possible.
To step up and be the new Chase.
Yeah, Mother Nature said no. So...
all right, so stage is set. 3 minutes right now on the clock. Or 3:15 for the Hornets. This is the moment of the draft. Are they going to take Scoot, or are they going to do something that not many other teams would do in their position and take Brandon Miller? This is, I don't know. I'm pretty confident in saying that there are much better trade packages. They will get much more desperate offers with Scoot on the board than Amen or Brandon Miller at 3 for the Blazers. So, yeah. We'll see. Sham says it's going to be Miller or Scoot. Woj says it's still going to be Miller. Please do not. You can say, I think it will be, or I think that.
Yeah, be careful how you word saying certain players' names, because it might look like a spoiler. We do not put up with spoilers here.
Don't say Shams bomb. We do not want to be spoiled on what... Dude, what, David, you, come on.
Is he spoiling?
We know Shams is spoiling picks. Please do not spoil it. We want to interact with chat. Please stop. Yeah.
I don't know. Guys. But yeah, we like reacting to it live, but also it makes it tough interacting with chat. That's why we got the pinned message. That's why we got the message in the graphics. That's why we got mods. Mods, you need to spam occasionally as well.
Well, I had just gotten done saying that.
I know, yeah.
But, okay, so let me just say this. Shams is going to spoil picks ahead of time. No one that is associated with the stream wants to be spoiled. So please do not tell us anything Shams says outside of, you could say, now that we don't have Chase, maybe Shams has a tweet about a trade or something, and we'll check it. But do not spoil.
You can message picks. It to us or whatever. Maybe we should have Chase do that at least.
Yeah, we need somebody to do that.
Yeah, and Chase was our workaround around that, and he's dealing with a hurricane or something, so yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, if you get spoiled, just don't say anything, okay? Just don't say anything. We'll
yeah, you can message me on Discord, Chase. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Because
sorry, Mother
if
Nature,
you say I got spoiled or whatever, that could give it away too. So just don't say anything.
Yep. I'm relying on you to let me know when he's coming up to the stage.
It says the pick is in.
Yeah. We'll see who they took. They're showing the Spurs draft party right now. This dude has a Wembanyama shaved into his head.
Nice.
A Wembanyama shaved into his head. Dude, I'm sick to my stomach right now, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, man. And don't even joke about sham bombs either. Like, just none of that.
And Kyle, I'm talking directly to you. I know you know not to spoil, so you are getting banned if you do it again permanently on both of our channels. I am not going to play with you today.
Here we go.
Select Brandon Miller from the University of Alabama.
There it is, Brandon Miller, number
All
2.
right.
Brandon Miller.
So they take Brandon Miller. Wow.
Brandon Miller goes number 2. So Scoot Henderson is here on the board for the Blazers at number 3. Here we go. If you want the pick to be traded, it's good. If you want Dame to be traded, it's good. Like, you know, so they really went Brandon Miller, Eric. They really went Brandon Miller, number 2 overall. The draft selection graphic didn't update. Crap. Oh, I gotta update it. I gotta tie it together. What are your thoughts on them going Brandon Miller at 2?
I mean, I understand that several teams have him and Scoot fairly close. I don't think it's that big of a difference in my opinion, but I think you have to take Scoot there. I just think you have to and figure it out later. The Hornets are not good enough, or not trying to be good enough to worry about that yet, fit and all that kind of stuff. So you take the best player on the board, and Woj wins the Shams battle. So congrats to Woj. The reports of him being washed a year ago were misinformed. I just think when you're not a good team or not trying to be a good team, you take the best player available or you trade it. Like, why not trade back? You might have gotten Brandon Miller at 4 in this draft if the Blazers or someone else takes a man, right? So I don't know. I don't really like them taking it, but I like it if it helps us facilitate a trade easier.
So now Portland is here at 3. Scoot Henderson is on the board. I can't believe this is where we're at. Imagine the start of the season. Like, okay, at this time of the year, the Blazers are going to have the option to select Scoot Henderson in the draft.
Yeah.
Just absolutely crazy. And Brandon Miller is going to get interviewed right now. I mean, if you draft with the pick, it has to be Scoot. And if you're trading the pick, people are only going to trade for Scoot. They could draft Scoot and then trade it afterwards. So just because they announced the selection without a trade being reported does not mean he won't get traded somewhere.
Much like last year.
But at
the
this
exact
point
scenario last year.
in time, I hope Joe Cronin's phone is blown up. His assistant GM's phones are blown up. They don't have to strike a deal before Portland selects him. But at this point, he's there on the board at 3. So whatever teams were willing to give up for Scoot Henderson, Portland has the option of taking. The question is, does Joe Cronin have the gumption, Eric, to take the risk that would be trading Scoot Henderson for a player that could win? A player that could help Dame. Gotta choose a direction. Direction. And I want that direction to be winning around Dame. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. So his pick is in. I don't know. Jackson Burgess with Australian $3 donation. Let's effing go. And Murray with an Australian $2 donation. Let's bunch of asterisks go.
Well, that's F go. Can you send her your camera, by the way? On my stream. There. Cool. I was going to do it, but then I figured it was easier to just have you do it. So, Bobby Marks' team needs, I think, what did that say? Defensive identity? Yeah. Can Dame play the 2 if they select Scoot? I mean, Dame and Scoot is just an even more undersized backcourt than Dame and Ant or Dame and CJ. And Scoot in the G League was not particularly good defensively. So, despite his...
not as good off ball as either of them either.
Yeah, but he's a great athlete, skilled guy. If he could develop his three-point shot, should be a legitimate star. It's just, is he ever going to be as good as Dame? I have a hard time betting on that.
Oh, they're sending it over to Bobby Marks.
Should I play this?
Sure. There's a Dame hater right here.
Yep.
Which would be to draft Scoot Henderson and pair him with Damian Lillard in that backcourt. The second option is to move off that pick and look for an all-star player that fits the timeline of Damian Lillard. And of course, the third option is the most drastic option, and this is something that we'll keep an eye on during free agency, is to entertain trade suitors for Damian Lillard.
Bobby, thank you. We're about 40 seconds away.
Oh, really?
And the thing is, from what it was reported that Portland shut down any questions about trading Dame, right? So, or any calls about trading Dame. So, if that was the case, that they're planning on trading or keeping Scoot and possibly dealing with the repercussions of that, they basically are going at it without a firm plan, and I don't like that either.
With the third pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Scoot Henderson from Marietta, Georgia, in the NBA
All right.
G League's Team Ignite.
Scoot Henderson.
Absolutely
Okay, that's
surreal that we drafted Scoot Henderson.
Are we putting on that Blazer hat?
Yeah. Just absolutely surreal. Look at his suit, man. I respect the suit choice.
I saw some explanation of it. It's got like certain meaning, like his family's got his back. Like there's certain things they designed on the back of it and stuff.
So, I mean, give us a breakdown of Scoot Henderson's game, Eric.
Super explosive, super athletic, super strong. Great feel for the game. Can attack the rim. Can get to his spots. I think there's promise for his shooting. Like he's got a pretty decent jump shot. It's not like a men's where you probably have to break it all down and start over maybe. But I think I could see a definite scenario where he becomes a good shooter. Not great right now, but yeah, in terms of ball handling and athleticism, first step, getting to the rim, he's got pretty much unmatched ability there. And it'll be interesting to see how he uses that athleticism in the NBA.
Yep. So I'll play his interview as well. We'll take a listen to that.
And we can trade him at any point. Once we sign him to a contract, it would then he's untradeable for 30 days. So there is a possibility that they do that to use his salary in a trade. But I think like last year, they'll come out and announce pretty quickly whether we're keeping the pick or if we're planning on moving it. So, yeah. But yeah, this just seems really weird right now. I don't know.
Yeah. Chris's computer froze at the worst time. So I gotta update everything.
Why draft him only to trade him doesn't make sense, says Preston. That's how the NBA draft works. You draft the rights to them. That's why people every year are wearing the hats of a team that draft them and then get traded to another team. It's just how the NBA does it. I don't like that they do it that way, but that's how they do it.
Yep, so we'll see if they keep him. I mean, I would expect to hear something in the coming minutes about truly if they're keeping it. I assume that they're not trading the pick. At this point, am kind of assuming that Dame there's a legitimate chance he's not going to be here next year. Just surreal. Here we go with Scoot's interview.
I gotta thank the ones that got me here in the first place. That's what I have to do. Mom, Crystal, Dad,
hard, and we ain't done yet. We're at ground zero now.
With that in mind, though, Crystal, I know your model is play hard or don't play. And this is just the beginning, right? So what are the Portland Trailblazers getting in adding Scoot Henderson to their organization?
They getting a dog. They getting a dog that's gonna come in and that's gonna be hungry. No, I'm young, but I got a mature mindset and that's to work and that's to come in and make a real impact and not just the basketball side, but in the community. You know, so they getting a special player, a special person.
You guys have done a great job of keeping him grounded, although you've been tremendously focused on your own, but you have helped Chris. Now that he steps into the pros, what kind of basketball dad are you going to be?
I'm just going to be the dad on the side, you know, cheering. At the same time, I mean, I'm a perfectionist, so watch what he's doing, what he's not doing, and try to perfect his skill set. We're still gonna be working, and nothing changed. Nothing changes.
Scoot, Crystal, Chris, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Monica, thank you. This is the third time in the modern draft era.
All right, so that was his interview. You got anything?
Nope. I mean, Scoot's a hell of a player. Gray Hughes says it's sad that we can't be happy to get such a great player like Scoot Henderson.
I mean, it's nothing against Scoot Henderson. I explained this last night. I was hoping that you were watching.
He was.
Then just ridiculous. Because I literally explained this last night. It's not anything against Scoot Henderson. He's the number 2 player on my board. Dude has a good attitude, like, right attitude. I like him a lot. Him a lot. Dame's future. You know I want to keep Dame on this team, Gray. Eric, you want to keep Dame as well. Mm-hmm. And this just makes it... I don't know how unlikely it is at this point, but... I'm very worried about Dame's future in Portland now, and that is something I never thought I'd say, and that is something that upsets me. If you aren't upset by that, fine. But if you don't understand people being upset by that fact, then I don't understand how you can't understand that.
And here's my thinking. Okay, let's just say that's wrong and Dame's not going to request out. He's going to give it a try. Where does he play? Like, he's in a... Dame and him can't really play together that much, so you're playing him like 15 minutes a game. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just very questionable.
And like, if we're trying to win with Dame still by taking Scoot, it just, I mean, we know guards. But I mean, even if you trade Simons, you still have minute problem. Because Dame is going to play 36 minutes a game or whatever. So, yeah. And then also, here's the other thing. Let's say we do trade Dame and we're building around Scoot. I mean, this organization has not proven that they can put the right pieces in the front court around a 6'2" guard. So we're basically...
2023 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Amen Thompson from Oakland, California, and overtime elite.
My guy, Amen Thompson, goes to the Rockets, 3rd best player on the board, in my opinion. Super high upside. Really excited to see how his career pans out. Go ahead, Eric.
Great pick for them. I think that's... we might be looking back outside of Victor and saying that they got the best player in this draft in a few years. Especially if he can fix his jump shot. I mean, this guy has superstar ability. All the athleticism stuff we talked about with Scoot, Amen has it too. And he's bigger and can play and guard multiple positions and is a much better defender day one than Scoot is. So, but yeah, in terms of scoring, it's just going to come down to whether he can legitimately be consistent with that jump shot.
Yeah. can pass the ball. I think he might be the best passer in the draft and the best athlete in the draft. And he's creative, shifty, good change of pace, can handle a ball, super skilled, 6'6" size, 7-foot wingspan. I mean, that's your prototypical super high upside type of player. If he can just figure out that jump shot, which it's a big problem for him, but if he can figure out that jump shot, there's a legitimate chance he could become a top 5 to 10 player in this league. That's where I think his ceiling is because of how special he is as an athlete, how well he processes things. He has defensive upside, so love the pick here for Houston. I'm in going there.
And one thing, I mean, we haven't really mentioned this, but Amen, Scoot, Asartu when he gets picked, and also Victor, all tremendous character guys, like really seem like really good heads on their shoulders and stuff.
Yeah, and I like this draft because of it.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got Detroit on the clock at 5. We'll see if they go with his twin brother, Asar.
Lucas says, let's go Pistons.
Yeah, we'll see what the Pistons do here. This is going to be interesting. The top 4 is off the board.
Connor says, not Miller, though. I mean, you could say wrong place, wrong time with his incident, but I can't talk about his character like I can those other 3 currently. So,
yeah.
Carter Dick with a $2 donation. Chauncey gets his dogs.
Yeah, I guess.
Scoot said he was a dog, right?
Yeah. So that's why they're keeping the pick is because Scoot said he's a dog. Has there been anything on Twitter regarding this pick, by the way? Because I'm curious.
The only thing people are saying is that the Blazers have not posted anything about the pick yet. So, but anyways, we can trade Scoot at any point, the rights to him at any point, forever until we sign him, and then once we sign him, we can wait 30 days and then trade him after that. So, they posted, says Trevin. They just did. I mean, that doesn't mean anything either, but Rockets posted before us.
Yeah. The social media intern was like, you sure you're not trading it? And Joe Cronin laughed. Said, what a stupid question. Post it.
Sean Hyken says Scoot Henderson's Zoom call with Portland media happening momentarily.
So they're keeping him, huh?
I mean, they're either trying to play it up that they're keeping him still, or I don't know.
Man, it's cool that he's a Blazer, man. It's nothing against him. It's just such a weird feeling. It's such a weird feel. Like, everything is surreal right now. I don't know how you guys feel as Blazer fans, but, like, this is just such a surreal thing to be happening. I don't even know how to really process it. Because, like, at this point, if I had to bet if Dame is in a Blazer uniform next year or not, I would probably go no. Which is just so strange to me. And so abnormal to me. And, like, upsetting, too. I don't know.
You ready for the Tyler Hero era with Scoot?
Oh, God. Did you want to make me throw up? I mean, our defense, like, what? We're going to have the same terrible defensive backcourt as we've always had?
No, Hero's going to be our 3.
Hero's going to be our 3? Yeah, he'll be better than Norm at that, right? Jeez. Be interesting to see how they build the
John B says end of an era, beginning of a new one. Okay, that's fine if you want to think that, but what I was going to say before the pick came in for a men is that the Blazers couldn't build a winning a championship team around Damian Lillard at the point guard position. What makes you think these guys can build a winning team around someone else at the same position who isn't even guaranteed to be as good as Dame? So
here we go with this pick.
In the 2023 NBA draft,
Good pick for them.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Fifth on your board, what's like the comparison between, or what are the differences? Because we talked a bit about Amen. What are the differences between he and Amen?
Not quite as good with the ball. More of an off-ball player. I don't know if that's just a byproduct of playing together so much, and it's just natural for Amen to be on the ball and a Sir not to be. But yeah, definitely more of a wing type player than his brother, who's more of a point guardish type player. But you can make the argument that some of his shooting skills and other stuff could make him a little better prospect overall. But yeah, Reese, I wasn't saying he can't handle the ball. I'm saying he didn't as much because he plays with Amen so much. But yeah, just
a little more off-ball guy.
Not quite as lightning of a first step, in my opinion. Which I still think it's good. It's really good. So yeah, I think he's going to be a good fit in that. If he can consistently hit threes better than his brother, I think he probably fits that lineup with like Cade Cunningham, who could handle the ball a little bit. Yeah, I think I like that fit there.
It'll be fascinating to see how Ivy, Cunningham, and Asar Thompson fit.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be fun to watch.
Well, so Ivy can handle the main point guard duties, and then you got two really good secondary ball handlers. So I like that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how well or if they can play off each other. Anyway, okay. So we got Orlando on the clock now at 6. They got picks 6 and 11 and 36. Curious to see who they go with at 6. I feel like we know their pick at 11 better than we know their pick at 6 because at 11, everybody's assuming it's Grady Dick.
Yeah, I mean, the rumors were, this isn't spoilers, but the rumors are that they were interested in Anthony Black here. I don't know if Jarris and Taylor Hendricks don't make a ton of sense. I think Cam Whitmore could play some with Franz and Banchero. I don't think that's a bad lineup. But yeah. So I think, in my opinion, it's probably either Cam or Anthony Black here.
Yeah, and if it's Anthony Black, I'll let you kind of go on about him because you're a little lower on him, but I think it's more so due to you like prospects. You like a lot of prospects. It's not necessarily as much of a knock, but...
I mean, Eric Olson's in here. He's going to make fun of me for this. I've never been high on players that I don't like their jump shot or don't seem to be able to score easily. And that's what worries me about Anthony Black. I'm not a big fan of his jump shot. Definitely has some skills. Bigger players that can handle the ball. I understand that's intriguing to a lot of people. So yeah, the way he can handle the ball and play make at that size, and then also he's a really good defender. So yeah, I definitely see the upside there. I just prefer, if they're similar prospects, I prefer players that can score and shoot a little better than he can.
Yep. Pasty Zach, $2 donut, says, time to fleece New Orleans. I mean, I wish, but... I wish. Olshey cursed us. Man, we gotta move on from Olshey, guys. Like, it's... Come on.
Okay. I just have to say this. Okay, what we all got mad at Olshey for keeping his draft picks, falling in love with his draft picks, not trading guys that he drafted, right? And now we're like, oh, Cronin's so much different. He makes moves. He does things. He gets things done. And now he's basically choosing to keep his draft picks over
he drafted
building
two
a winning
guards.
team. It's easy to...
There it is, Anthony Black is the selection for Orlando.
They have to make some trades this year with Fultz and Suggs and now Black, and they still have Cole Anthony and stuff. Gary Harris. They gotta consolidate and try to improve their overall roster. I think their time of just having multiple guys at one position should be over. So yeah, we'll see if that's how they do it.
Yep.
Reese likes to point this out a lot, that he could have gone D1 in 4 different sports.
What are the 4 sports? Because I've heard that. What are the 4 sports he could have gone D1 in?
Football, they just showed. I'm not sure what else. I'm assuming then
baseball
or track or something.
Track, high jump maybe.
Yep.
He seems like a high jumper.
Just to get caught up in a couple messages. Truly Spencer PDX member for 7 months. I honestly don't know how I feel right now. Shaking my head. And Chris S. member for 28 months. How viable is a Dame Sharp Scoot guard rotation if we do a follow-up trade with Ant for a small forward? Doesn't seem like enough defense unless Sharp pops.
I mean,
what are your thoughts on that?
Dame and Scoot just don't really fit next to each other. You can hope, but it's not a reasonable hope. Scoot, if he was, 4 inches bigger, sure, but I mean, I'm. It's gonna get to the point where we're thinking about how does Scoot fit next to Ant and Sharp, not Dame.
Yeah.
Don't know how fast we're gonna get there, but Indiana on the clock at 7.
For those in chat, has Nurk posted anything?
Yeah, that'd be interesting. He's always outspoken.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I don't know why stuff ain't updating.
Shams. Better not get spoiled on the pick, Reese. All right. I'm not going to spoil who they're picking, even though I just spoiled it. But the 7th pick is being traded to Washington.
For
it just says the 7th pick is being traded to Washington, and yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
It says who Washington is taking, but I won't spoil it. No, we can talk about trades.
Yeah, of course. It's just spoiling picks ahead of time.
I mean, I'm assuming it's not too much to move up one spot. It's probably something like Kuz cannot be signed and traded. It's not free agency time, Sven. But yeah, it's probably nothing major to move up one spot because Indiana probably had someone on the board that they weren't picking, so and they still probably get 8, unless it's possible Washington's just going all in and trading for the 7th pick outright. But I'm assuming it's just a 7 and 8 swap with Indiana getting a small asset.
Yeah, here we go. Koulibaly. I had a feeling he would go higher than we expect. I had a feeling this might be the range for him, but Washington. So I'm curious to see what they traded to get Koulibaly. I'm wondering if they traded up from 8 to 7. But in that scenario, was Indiana going to trade down to somebody else who wanted Koulibaly? That could be potentially the option, but I like Koulibaly for Washington,
Just
I
go
like
for
his
upside right
upside.
now.
You know, they got a lot of power forwards. Getting a wing makes some sense, especially with Bradley Beal gone. Super long arms, good measurables. Upside is a two-way forward that can handle the ball a little bit, make the right pass, attack off the dribble. Solid athlete and solid defender. So I like Koulibaly a lot, and it's intriguing that he goes here to Washington. I think they're just going to swing on upside guys for the majority of this draft as they start their rebuild.
Chase, if you could let me know if you figure out what the terms of the trade is.
Yeah. We're relying on you, Chase.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of is either some team was trying to trade up and Indiana smartly called Washington and said, we're about to do a trade for someone to jump you. Do you have something better you want to offer?
Yeah. So I'm wondering who's here at 8 then.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Indiana. Well, Indiana's perfect, so they need forward help, right? Mm-hmm. And you got Jarvis Walker and
Taylor Hendricks still on
the board.
Taylor
Hendricks both on the board. I think both are really good fits for Indiana. But if I'm them, I'm taking Jarvis Walker right now, and I'm stoked. You got an asset probably for moving down one, and you get Jarvis Walker. I think that's a home run for Indiana. That's a perfect fit for him basketball wise. Next to Miles Turner there.
Shout to what dono do we need to start on?
Well, you read out the Pasty Sack $2 time to fleece New Orleans, right?
Yeah.
And then Kyle Wilson's next $2 donation. Have to think Ant gets traded. Sharp starts at small forward. So we're going to start Scoot, Dame, Sharp. I think like Tori said, I think we're probably going elsewhere with who we're trading. I mean, Dame and Ant could get traded both, I guess. But Caleb Pendergraph member message for 19 months. So we drafted Scoot. Not sure how to feel about this. Yeah. Not sure how to feel yet either until we hear the Blazers speak on what their goals or what they're trying to accomplish with the pick is. So agreed. Robert Boone, $2 donation. Our future is everything. DL, thank you for everything. Okay, guess saying goodbye, Robert. Rip City Retro, thank you, Rich, for the $5 donation. Hiya, the notion the team has to do what's best for the franchise is making the assumption that this management/owner are committed to doing so. Hashtag nah. Yeah, that's the other thing. If they weren't willing to commit to Dame after publicly saying they were for years, what makes you think they'll ever, when these guys' contracts, Sharp and Scoot, come up, what makes you think they're gonna want to pay all them and want to go all in for that timeline either? And then what like Rip City Highlights says, do we just let Jeremy walk now or what?
Yeah, I don't know. You lose Jeremy. Basically, all you got back for CJ then is the 23rd pick.
I think we might try to sign him still and make it work, but I don't know. I don't know if I like paying him $30 million on top of
rebuilding. Like, yeah. All right, let's hear Woj. Oh, he's talking about the Porzingis trade.
Anyone have the deals of what Indiana gave up?
Chase sent it to me. Thanks, Chase. Says Indiana will receive future second-round picks and the number 8 selection for Washington for number 7 per source. Jake Fisher's the source. So I'll just leave Indiana up here on the graphic. Krish, we're having like difficulties with updating things, so we're trying our best.
So it probably picked up a couple seconds to still get the guy they were going to take at 7 anyway. Most likely is what's happening.
Yeah. So there's probably a couple teams. There's a rumored promise for Koulibaly, so there's probably a couple teams trying to trade up and get him. OKC, Toronto, potentially. Mm-hmm. So if Indiana wasn't going to take him, I mean, smart move to move down one, take the guy you're going to take, and get a couple solid assets. Could you imagine doing a trade like that? Because I couldn't, because that'd be a good trade, and it'd be a trade.
And when teams are relatively on the cheap side. I'd put the Pacers in the same category too. You also get to pay your player a little less. So.
23 NBA draft. The Washington Wizards select Jarris Walker.
I love that for them.
Good pick.
Love that for them. I think they needed a 4, but if you see one of their team needs on the slideshow was physicality, and he brings it. He's built like a freaking linebacker. He's built like a football player, but also moves really well given his size. Really good defensive piece, but has some offensive upside. Can make the right read. Might be able to become a bit of a passer. Probably not going to be like a secondary ball handler or anything like that, but a 4 can handle the ball okay. And then shooting wise, shot like 33% last year at Houston. So that's something that he'll need to develop. But just a really, really solid role player. I love his fit next to Tyrese Halliburton, and I actually like how he fits next to Miles Turner. Can maybe help with the rebounding a little bit, and he just fits like a glove on that team.
Completely agree. Yes. I think he's got upside as a playmaker, as big as he is. I think he can put the ball on the floor and get buckets a little bit more than he showed in that Houston offense that had a lot of talented scorers where he didn't have to do that much. So I think he's going to pop in the NBA and be just the perfect fit for the Pacers.
Yep. Now you have the Jazz here at 9, Eric, and it's interesting because Cam Whitmore's still on the board. He was a guy that was thought to go like 4, 5, 6 range, and now he's here at 9, which he slid down boards, as I said, and we've seen that play out so far. Do you think he should be the pick here for Utah, or do you think they should go somewhere else?
You say Cam Whitmore?
Cam Whitmore, yes.
Yeah, I don't think I love Taylor Hendricks. I have him rated one spot higher than Whitmore, but I think he makes a lot more sense for a team like Dallas coming up next. So if I'm the Jazz, I'd probably go for Whitmore, but I could definitely see them going for like Buffkin or someone like that as well. I think Ainge is just going to go for whoever he thinks has the highest ceiling.
Yep. Oh, what in the world did I just do? That's not what was supposed to happen. Yeah, and with 3 first-round picks especially, they should go upside hunting.
And Utah still has 16 too, so they could probably get one of the guards like a Hutchifino or Buffkin or Kason Wallace or whoever falls out of that trio to 16. And then, yeah, so I think they just take the best player available right now. Although if there's one of those guys they really like more than that group and don't think they'll be there at 16, I think you might have to take them here. So
yeah, we'll see. I'm trying to get caught up on the graphics here. Chris is having trouble, so I'm gonna do my best. So you're kind of here to carry the stream, Eric, and here to entertain chat.
All right. Let me get caught up on if there's any more donos. Eric Olson with the $5 donation. Strange how I simultaneously elated and deflated. I guess he's meant to. How I feel simultaneously elated and yeah. It's kind of a mix of both. I think the Jazz are picking.
Yep, here we go.
Jazz are on the clock in a night that started with Victor Wembanyama being taken number 1 overall by the San Antonio Spurs. He will be joining us live on set in just a little bit.
Nope, they're not picking.
They're going to commercial. Okay.
Yep. They always suck you in so that they can play those commercials, you know?
Yeah. See, my thing is Portland needed size, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that all season. We didn't have much depth up front. We didn't have all but one player above 6'9". We heard Chauncey several times talking about how they needed length and size up front. Then they make trades. They got a couple of wings that had some size, but they weren't bigger than 6'9", and they were all, questionable players. So, so then once again, we're going into an off season now trying to make another guard that's just as small as the ones we have work. I don't see how this scenario, especially if you are a long time hater of Dame, hater of the Dame CJ backcourt, hater of the Dame Ant backcourt, how you think drafting a point guard and going the small route will again lead to a different scenario. So, and that's nothing against Scoot. I think he's going to be amazing. He's the second best player in this draft, so it's cool that we got him at 3. I just don't know how we win in this scenario. So, I don't know. Scoot will be fun in Summer League, that's for sure. Pasty Zach.
Yeah, that's going to be our championship. That's going to be where we contend. Is Summer League, baby. Again. Maybe we can be back-to-back Summer League champs, because that's what we get to root for. All right, we're kind of caught up on some stuff here. So yeah, Utah at 9. They got the 16th and 28th picks. Lauri Markkanen broke out, became an all-star last year. But every other position is up in the air except for maybe the center spot because Walker Kessler was a legitimate rookie last year.
I kind of want them to take Taylor Hendricks here because I think Dallas, that's a perfect fit for him. I think Taylor Hendricks could be like a Jeremy Grant almost right away for them, spacing the floor and playing defense. So I cringe to think of Dallas getting better by Hendricks still being on the board.
Yeah. Yep.
Gray asked, what do I think about having Scoot and Dame just relentlessly attack the rim? Well, I think offense isn't our problem, and our guards have never been the problem. It's the defense that's the problem, and this does not fix any of the defense size, any of that. So I don't. Yeah, it'd be fun and entertaining, but it's not going to be, I don't know.
And here's the thing, if you got a GM that's scared to make an all-in move with like a high draft pick because he's scared about what happens if he looks bad because that player becomes good, then he doesn't have the guts to do what it takes to get a roster to contention. He doesn't. Like, if he's scared to trade this pick because... Right when I get into a rant, bro. I've been holding it back. Bad timing on my end.
With the 9th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Taylor Hendricks from
Ooh.
UCF.
There you go. You got him. Thank you. Thank you, Jazz.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad they took him and Dallas didn't get him. What do you think? Like, can you play the 5 or do they play Lauri at the 3? Because Lauri's played some 3 in his career. And Taylor Hendricks could make sense.
Some 3.
Yeah, those two could make sense as starting forwards. Hendricks can really move. He can shoot the ball, so he could be that'd be a big forward combo.
I like that combo a ton, dude. Hendricks, Markkanen, and Walker Kessler. That's, dude, if I'm a Utah Jazz fan, I'm excited about that trio. Plus, you're going to get a guard at the 16th pick, so if you get like a Hood Schifino or some sort of because you don't necessarily need the best shooter at guard if you have the shooting of Markkanen and Hendricks now on the wings. So, man, that's going to be a fun team if they get one of those guards to fall to them. Can you imagine if like Buffkin fell to them at 16? I know he's not going to, but okay. Jackson says there's a trade. OKC is moving up to 10.
Interesting. Thank you, Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. Is there someone? Do you think Dallas?
Are they trading up for Whitmore? You think?
I don't know. Could be Whitmore. Could be Lively. Could be Buffkin. I don't know.
All right, so you got the Thunder on the clock. The pick's going to be wrong.
Well,
but...
what I wonder what Dallas got. Did they just move back to 12? Or did they trade the pick outright and are getting something from OKC, like a Lou Dort or something in a trade?
Yeah, that could be interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, there goes Elizabeth Allen says Dallas got pick 12 and off Berton's contract.
Oh, wow.
Didn't get a player back, but OKC used their cap space to take on Bertans and move up 2 spots.
And I assume it's for Whitmore.
That does create a trade exception then for Dallas that they could use, but it makes it harder for them to match salary. But yeah.
All right, so you'll have...
I like Taylor Hendricks, man. I hope he plays well.
Yeah, I'm fond of his game as well. All right.
And Dallas still with Hendricks going at 9. I think they feel good being with whoever's going to be there at 12 still. So
yeah, who do you think would be like let's just assume Grady Dick goes
11. Yeah.
Who do you think would be the best option for Dallas at 12? Although we don't know who, assuming Whitmore goes here at 10 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if Whitmore's still on the board, you get him at 12 when you could have taken him at 10. Most likely that would be fine. But I think getting Lively or even Leonard Miller, but mostly Lively, I think, would be perfect for them at 12.
Todd Payton says, I want to ban people. Why do you want to ban people, Todd? Throwing Scoot Ant 23 for Claxton and Bridges. I mean, I think the ship has sailed on trading Scoot. I would expect Scoot to stay. Thanks, Blue Wolf. Appreciate it.
We can trade him, though.
Yeah, we can. But yeah, appreciate it, Blue Wolf. Trying to get things updated because Chris was having trouble, but
yeah, unfortunately, the guy helping us had computer issues. So.
Yeah, both guys that were going to be a part of this were having issues. So
it was Chris's and Chase's day to shine, and they.
I know. Yeah, dang.
Garben asked when do they sign contracts. There's no set time. That it's usually sometime between the draft and summer league, so they're good to go. But I mean, now with the new second round pick contracts and the first round pick is all slotted into certain salaries, so it's already predetermined what they're all making. It can happen within a day or two, or it could be. They could wait until summer league, or maybe they sign someone immediately because they're planning on trading them in 30 days. But yeah, all indications are the Blazers are keeping Scoot. So all right, pick.
All right.
The 7th pick, and the Wizards are trading to the Pacers the draft rights to Jarris Walker, the 8th pick. And with the 10th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Casey
What? OKC trades up 2 spots to get Cason Wallace. There was rumors about a promise for Cason Wallace late in the lottery. I guess it was OKC, but then they trade up to get him. Kind of strange. Kind of unexpected.
Congrats to Aeromancer.
Why is that?
He had a $100 bet on Cason going to the top 15 and just cashed out. I think it was 2-1, so he got $200. Plus
Nice, good job, Aeromancer.
Yeah.
Alright, I need to get this down.
Yes. I still think at some point OKC, much like the Blazers, need to start addressing their front court a little more. They have plenty of guards and shooting guards, small forwards, point guard, obviously, and SGA. So Cason and SGA seems like a little bit of a weird fit unless one of those two starts hitting threes. Yeah. But if that's your guy.
I love him defensively for that team, though. And Kentucky guards have been able to come into the league and play better offensively and figure things out offensively. So if he does that, he could be a legitimate two-way, maybe star. I don't really know exactly where his ceiling is going to end up being, but he's a good player for sure. I like it for defensive purposes for them. But that leaves Cam Whitmore still on the board at 11 for Orlando, potentially.
Yeah, I'm sure they weren't expecting that.
No.
We talked about them possibly taking him at 6. So.
Yeah.
Sean asks, is it possible for Scoot to ask out if they don't trade Dame? I highly doubt he would do that.
Scoot ain't gonna do that. Yeah, no way. No shot. All right.
Yeah, of course, Gray. If he comes to town and.
So now we got Orlando back on the clock. 11. There we go. Cool. Things are actually updating. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, we got another $5 donation from Rip City Retro. Thanks again, Rich. Incoming, soft-spoken, head-nodding, worked it real hard, came up empty, really excited about Scoot Presser, which will be parodied hard by me, promise, LOL.
Yeah, I can't wait for this press conference from Joe Cronin, who supposedly promised Dame that they would trade the pick if it wasn't the first overall pick, and then instead they draft a point guard. It's not good. Not looking good. Scoot's good. The situation itself is not good. Cronin should not have promised, assuming he promised Dame that he would trade the pick. He should have never done that. He should have never done that. It's just stupid. Stupid.
Umar says, we thought Scoot was a generational prospect. Yep, that's exactly what they're going to say.
Still surreal. But I'm at the point, if we trade Dame, like, anybody that says, see, that's why we should trade Dame, or, like, gives crap about it, I just don't even want to associate with that person, bro. Like, you don't gotta rub it in if it happens, okay? It's just lame. Like,
Carbon says, I don't get it. We needed Scoot for the trades. Now we mad about it. So confused. We're mad because it doesn't sound like we're trading Scoot. I mean, and it looks like we backed out on a promise. Cyclone says, someone educate me. Can Scoot still be traded till when? We should have an over-under on how many times someone comes in and asks that question, because it's been probably like 50 sometimes. So it rights to trade players can be traded anytime. If we sign him to a contract, it's 30 days. If we don't sign him, it could be at any point. Rights to him doesn't count as salary in a trade until we sign him and wait the 30 days. Garben, we don't know for sure. He's had a media availability with media already. There's no indication that Portland's trading the pick.
We missed this pick, and it was Jet Howard.
Nice. That's my 11th rated player on the board.
What in the world? It was Jet Howard, and we missed it.
So they got a non-shooter and a shooter.
Yeah, I mean, they got their shooter, but it's Jet Howard. What? Okay, you like Jet Howard. You're higher on him than I am. I had him in like the 20s, and you had him, 11th on your big board?
Yeah, I had him 11th.
And he got drafted right here at 11th. So why do you like Jet Howard so much?
I like his size at either the shooting guard position. I think he can play small forward too. I like his shooting, obviously. Just beautiful shot. I like his, obviously, basketball IQ with having Juwan as a dad. I feel like he's a really smart player. Does get a little too ISO heavy at times, but I think that could be cleaned up and coached pretty well because I believe he'll be coachable. And then, I just think he's a really good player.
So now you got Dallas here at 12. Cam Whitmore is still on the board.
Thanks for the nice compliment, Colby. Goodbye.
Oh. I assume it wasn't nice.
Oh, we're acting like spoiled children.
What? That doesn't even make any sense.
I mean, it's fine.
We appreciate what we got. We're not spoiled. We appreciate what we got. More so than other people, potentially. We want to do right by what we got. So, I don't know how we're spoiled. Cam falls to 23. Imagine. I mean, that's the thing. We still got 23 to look forward to, so.
Or do we?
Or do we? No, we're going to trade it for our first back just to not trade our first. Sounds like a good idea, huh? It feels like this draft is going by fast. Is that just me?
It's going by pretty normal.
Last year was like 6 minutes in between picks. It feels like it has not been 6 minutes in between picks.
Who's going to be the best point guard on the board that we can take at 23?
Nick Smith Jr. Let's go. So yeah, it says OKC's on the clock, but it's actually Dallas. The pick is 12. So I threw the Dallas slideshow in there. Jet Howard goes at 11. Cam Whitmore still on the board.
Yeah, I mean,
Derek
we might as well.
still on the board.
We might as well go all in on the small lineups now, right?
Play Dame at center. He's always wanted to play center, so he'll stay. Right? All right.
Ryan Mason says, any truth in the rumors Blazers trade for Cat? Everything I've heard is that they have no interest in Cat, so I'd be super surprised if they traded for another player that doesn't play defense.
I mean, that'd be their MO, though, so we'll see, but... Who is the pick now? It's the Wizards, huh?
No. The 19th pick was not in that trade.
Somebody said they got the 19th pick.
No, it was initially reported and then backtracked.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was backtracked. All right. Well,
I
that's
tried
why
telling you
asked.
that in your comment in the GC, but
I'm doing a million
you must
things.
not
So
see- yeah, I know.
see it. I'm doing a million things. Just trying to get ahead on some things so I can actually like interact with chat and enjoy my community and enjoy all the people, lovely people here in chat today.
Parker asks, "What do you guys think of Scoot playing the 2 as compared to Anthony?" I think he's much worse at the 2 than at the 1, and I think Anthony's much better than him at the 2. So, he's a way better shooter off ball. So, had way better spacing and gravity for Dame to. I mean, maybe it would work with Dame at the 2, but I don't think it'll work with Scoot at the 2.
Yeah, interested to see. This pick seems to be going long, so I'm wondering if Dallas is fielding calls on this pick. Maybe a team wanted to trade up for Cam Whitmore. Here's the thing, Eric. If we're operating like we're rebuilding and Dame's gone, I wouldn't mind, trying to sneak into a range to get Cam Whitmore. I guess we'll now analyze things from that point of view.
I mean, if we're keeping Ant, Scoot, and Sharp moving forward, I think you gotta to maximize that. I think you got to bring in some big front court players for that.
Yeah, but I mean, or sneak up for Lively. I mean, like Lively would be interesting with that.
Yeah,
combo,
for sure.
But,
well, I mean, we're gonna have the same problem we've had for years. Like, who do we get at our forward front court positions that can defend? And
everything's changed, but no, everything is the same. It's insane.
We still need to trade something to get those players. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Ethan asks, why not have a really talented backup point guard in Scoot and work towards trading Simons, Nurk, Little, filler picks for a good wing and center upgrade? Because they've been trying to trade those guys for a good center and wing upgrade for years, and it hasn't panned out. It came to the point where they needed to make. They're choosing Scoot over Dame. That's if they keep Scoot.
Yep. Choosing the guy you don't know what he's going to become over a dude who's a top 75 player of all time, coming off his greatest season of all time, who's loyal to the franchise, just freaking ridiculous.
And if you do happen to get, let's just say they pull off a trade to get a good player with those assets, sure, but you still have 2 point guards, and you're not going to play Dame 24 minutes a game. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yep. Let's take a look at the best available prospects. I think this should hopefully be updating. No, it's not. Let me see if I can get it to update the. No, I can't. Will this be updated? That's not updated either. Okay. We could just go based off this anyway. So Derek Lively's still on the board. Kobe Buffkin's still on the board. He could be an intriguing guard option. Since we love our guards. Cam Whitmore's still on the board. And Jet Howard just got taken. Here we go with OKC.
Up it.
This is to Dallas. Dallas gets Lively.
Man. They get off of Bertans and get Lively. That's great.
Yeah. Look at another Western Conference team taking a dub. Good job by Dallas. So they just get off. I think they would have taken Lively at 10 anyway.
Yeah.
Like, Lively makes perfect sense. He's been walked to 10 constantly, so it's like they still got Lively. They just magically made Davis Bertans' contract disappear. And that's like $16 million. Good job, Dallas.
And that's a team that we should have passed with how bad they were making decisions last offseason. So, they let Brunson walk. They trade for Kyrie and stuff. Didn't make any sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lively's gonna thrive there.
As Nagy points out too, with the new CBA, this might be the difference between the Mavs having the full MLE or not too. But I don't know if that's going to be the case if they re-sign Kyrie. It'd be close. I'm not sure what the answer to that is, Eric. Yes, do you see Grant not resigning because they're going young? I could definitely see that being the case. But yeah, I don't know. Elizabeth Allen saying the Raptors were talking to Dallas about trading up, and we're probably going to take Case on Wallace. So OKC felt they had to move up to get him. Easy Peasy says Joe took the easy way. Completely agree. It's easy to tear it down. It's easy to tank. It's easy to just not make a move and just play GM scared and not be afraid to do it. That's fine. But it's much harder to like build a winner. So anyone can do what Joe's doing. I don't think he deserves any credit for tanking and if he lied to Dame on the process.
They were so bad that they could make obvious picks of Sharp and then Scoot. And that's all he's accomplished. Basically, so if Dame asks out, Jeremy Grant, I think there's a good chance he's gone. So all you have to show for CJ, Norm, Rocco, Larry Nance Jr. is the 23rd pick in this year's draft, and that's it. How is that a good freaking return on value of assets? It's not. It's terrible. He has not done anything good. You could say the Sharp pick was good. I thought the Sharp pick was kind of obvious. You could say the Grant trade was good. Well, the Grant trade's meaningless now. And the Grant trade was Dame's doing. Was Dame's recruiting. So, what the hell has he accomplished? He's just made the team suck and potentially lied straight to the face of our best player in franchise history, in my opinion, and drove him out of town. But people will defend it because his name isn't Neil. And it freaking drives me crazy, bro. Freaking drives me crazy. I understand if you want Scoot, but you cannot sit here and say Joe Cronin has done a good job as the GM of this team. He's done about as bad of a job as I think he could have done. The thing is that he was so bad that they were good enough to maybe be okay because they got the 7th and the 3rd picks.
Lively's going to be so good on Dallas. Yes.
Oh, Lively's going to thrive.
PZRX says, we got the biggest dub in the draft, you goons. You guys are going to be so happy in a few years once you realize what this is. Y'all are blind right now, for real, for real. Okay. I mean, we're not blind. We both love Scoot.
It's not about Scoot. Like, anybody that tries to make this about Scoot, Eric, just hide them. They're not listening. Just hide them.
Well, it could be they just came in, but...
I mean, but people come in and just say stuff without knowing what's going on, without listening, because that's what people do. That's what YouTube commenters do.
Okay, here we go. More excuses for Cronin. We still have no clue what offers were discussed for number 3, says the BB. They could have been bad enough for Cronin to not make a move. Let's wait and see once the dust settles.
At some point, you have to stop saying, oh, well, he didn't get good enough offers. He didn't get good enough offers. He didn't get good enough offers. This is the best he could do.
Every freaking time.
Blah, 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 blah. At some point, you have to wonder, oh, can this dude properly negotiate a freaking trade where we don't get screwed? The only one he's been able to do was Jeremy Grant, and that was Dame's doing as much as his. Maybe more Dame's doing.
And here's the deal. The same people are arguing how good Scoot is. But Scoot. I mean, you couldn't get a good trade for Scoot, but he's gonna make us look stupid in a few years. Like,
Yeah, what are we talking about?
yeah, we just got a generational talent, says Tyler Jacob. Thanks. Y'all just complain to complain. We are not complaining to complain. We are backing up why we are complaining. We have said it for years on our show that we back Damian Lillard and want to win with Damian Lillard, and we just told Damian Lillard, F you, get the hell out of here. And that's not going to sit right with me, dude. So I'm not complaining to complain. The Blazers just screwed Damian Lillard over. That's not complaining to complain. And if you think it is, why are you watching this?
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Grady Dick.
What? I guess he was wearing Toronto red.
Yeah, it fits. He's sparkling. He's sparkling up there. So they get their shooting forward, I guess. Like so they got OG Siakam, Barnes, and Grady Dick now. I mean, I guess Grady Dick comes off the bench probably, but you know, it's just kind of interesting. Cam Whitmore's still on the board at 14.
Cam's still there.
He must have had some really bad workouts or something. I don't know what happened.
Buffkin's still there. They passed on Buffkin.
I mean, we could get a pretty good player at 23, bro. Leonard Miller's still there.
Yeah. I think the Pelicans are going to take...
I'm just ready for like, oh, well, we're driving Dame out of town, but at 23, we're going to select Chris Murray. You know how mad I would be at that pick if we're going the rebuild route? Like, we're going to go a guy who's like a role player to a win-now role player, if anything, and that's it. But they didn't work out anyone for the 23rd pick, so I don't know what they plan on doing with that pick.
Yeah.
We're 10 picks away from it.
All right, Gray, who's investigates, $10 donation. Thank you, Gray. Hey, if we are awesome and winning every game, what would there be to talk about? Yes, Cronin shouldn't have promised that to Dame. I want Dame and Scoot, and I want Dame to be okay with it. Trade Ant in 23. We're not getting. They've tried to trade Ant in 23 for the last 2 months. Like they're not getting good enough offers to keep Dame without the packages they could get for that. And they thought they could maybe get Siakam, but then he chose to say that he's not wanting to leave Toronto and he's not going to agree to sign long term with anyone. So why would we give up anything for 1 year of Siakam possibly? Original Dizzy D says Miller at 23. I would love if we got Leonard Miller at 23. I think you could be a good one of those big forwards that we need, right?
Could help us now and could be a upside guy. So I mean,
yeah. Adzi Mac with a $5 Australian dono. Cronin has basically just sat Dame so we can get players to replace him. Yep.
Yeah, and lied to him about it. And people don't understand why we're upset and think we're complaining just to complain. Like, how ludicrous is that?
Dame, we do not want you to make the playoffs. We'll make it better for you. We're committed to winning with you. Wait, never mind. We're gonna move on from you. Sorry. You can stay if you want, but we drafted your replacement. See ya. Bye. Sorry, Rich. I stole your thing.
Shout out to Boom, $5 donor says, don't feed the trolls. The real ones know and back Dame. That being said, I'm trying hard not to overreact until the dust settles. It's hard though. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying hard not to overreact either. This is the best I can do. Thank you, Boom, for the $5 dono. Yeah, I know most of you guys agree with me. I did channel polls. I was going to do a Blazers polls episode, just didn't have the time because I always underestimate how much time it takes to put together streams like this. But yeah, and only 13% of people wanted to trade Dame and start a full-scale rebuild out of like 600 votes. So the majority of our community, I feel like, is aligned with our way of thinking. And here's the thing. You can want to trade Dame and want Scoot, but also have a problem with the way they handled Dame in this situation. Because the way they handled him is just shady and just crappy. And it could be, you know, the roster moves could be what you want, but the way they handled this is not good. And that's part of the problem. That's part of the frustration.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Timothy Ross with the $5 donation. Enjoy Scoot. Enjoy the draft. Enjoy the rebuild. Weren't able to make it happen with Dame. Got to move on. It's time. Love you too. Go Blazers. Don't have to move on. Yeah, we should be talking about how we possibly have a championship contending roster right now, not how we're going to have to trade Dame. That's just my opinion. And no, I'm not going to move on. I still haven't moved on from Cronin's first trade deadline, his offseason last year, and his last trade deadline. So I'm certainly not going to stop now.
Cody, from what Eric's heard, from what we've heard, they promised Dame that they would trade the pick if it wasn't number 1. And then in the exit interviews, they said, we need to put together a team that's better next season. We need to win now. They lied to Dame. Dame was expecting them to trade the 3rd pick because they told him that the 3rd pick was going to get traded. So they sat down. They used that to convince Dame to sit so they could tank the rest of the year just so they could draft his replacement. All in the whole time they're lying to his face. The best player in franchise history who stayed loyal to this organization even though they haven't done right by them. You know how much of a freaking joke that makes us look like? You know how absolutely ridiculous that is? I had a comment on the trade deadline stream where I said, we might have the worst, one of, if not the worst organization in the league in terms of how we handle things. Because there's always weirdness in terms of how we handle things. This would confirm it. Like, we're going into a stretch then where we're going to be losing the next 2-3 years. Hopefully we can get out of it, but a lot of teams get stuck rebuilding, and we're looked at it as a joke and screwed over our best player in franchise history. What is okay about that? I mean, Cosmo, if they keep Scoot, which I think they are, like by all accounts, the way they're handling it, the way they're acting about it, they're keeping Scoot. Gray Hughes Investigates says $5 dono. Dame watched Scoot workout. That was after Cronin's comment. Why would Dame watch that? Maybe he's okay with it at this point. Because he talks to... Great, thank you for the dono, but he talks to Scoot. No. He's talked to Scoot for years, and he's...
Listen.
Go ahead. You explain it.
Dame, when he's in town, is at the practice facility in the morning. When there's a workout here, he stays after and watches, especially when it's a big guys, a big prospect. So he literally was there and watches it. He's part of the process. He likes some of those guys, like including Scoot. He has a relationship with. Scoot reached out to him a couple years ago. Yeah.
Sorry, I muted my mic.
The 14th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Jordan Hawkins from the University of Connecticut.
National champion Jordan Hawkins. An
It's
emotional moment.
interesting pick with some of the ball handlers still on the board if they didn't like what CJ did last year, but
yeah.
I can't say it's a bad pick, though. I like Hawkins.
So Arrow cashed out early on Cam Whitmore falling, you said?
No, Cason Wallace. He made $200 on Cason Wallace.
Oh, I thought you said he bet on Cam Whitmore falling. Cam Whitmore's still on the board. I still can't believe that. That's wild.
Yeah.
Jordan Hawkins, shooter, gives them some shooting. They have, multiple wing type players, so I don't really know how they shake that out with like Dyson Daniels, Herb Jones, Brandon Ingram, CJ McCollum. I guess is the point, but
I just want to say something to people like Truth-Tella 2011, who says it's time to rebuild, accept the reality. Dame is going to look great on the Heat. Do not tell us how to feel or tell us what we are supposed to accept or not accept. You can choose to agree or disagree with us, but you're basically doing the same thing that you accuse us of telling us how to feel and then blocking you or whatever. But I'm telling you right now, I'm just going to start banning people that tell me how to feel. I can feel however I want. We are fans. We are fans of the Blazers. We are fans of Damian Lillard. Do not like the way he is treated. If it was time to rebuild, we should have then done these last few months completely differently. And to sit there and say we are committed to winning with Dame, we're committing to build around Dame, it was not time for a rebuild, according to Joe Cronin a couple months ago. So that's completely wrong. If that would have been their mindset the whole time, we'd be talking about this completely different right now.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just not going to respond to these people anymore, Eric, because there's going to be people in here that want to get a reaction, and that's just going to be how it is, unfortunately.
No, Alvaro, it doesn't mean anything at all. It's just nothing to read into. Eric, also the $5 donation. This is up there with Ainge, with the way Ainge did Isaiah Thomas 30.
But Isaiah Thomas was there for a couple years, and then he lied to him. Dame's been here through thick and thin. But yeah, I mean, it's bad. Don't lie.
I mean, we're
especially don't lie, especially if you're going to preach transparency.
Right. That's the other part. Well, here's the thing. Okay, let's just say Dame, for some reason, decides he wants to stay, right? And we'll be fine with it, and we'll give it a chance with Scoot. Just the fact that they're making him make that decision is bad. Like, so I don't even care if he stays or not now, because it's just the fact that they put him in that position to have his loyalty taken for granted and taken advantage of, frankly, is just disgusting, and it's not okay. And I mean, this is just as bad as anything Olshey ever did. So,
yep. And I told you guys last night, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to like they didn't get anything good enough offered. We've heard that too many times. At some point, it becomes a situation where,
and that's what Dame said,
you're not executing. And Dame said they gotta execute. So they're not executing. That's on them. That's on the front office. If they can't execute a trade for a guy who's supposedly a generational prospect like Scoot Henderson. Or they can't execute maximizing Anthony Simons' trade value in 23, in future first, or whatever. So, Windhorst just said Dame and the Blazers are still all in together. I mean, here's the thing, okay? If this intel is like somehow not fully 100% right, which is possible, maybe Dame's okay. And then I'm okay. And we'll figure it out, I guess.
We still have a point guard.
But we still have legitimate problems to figure out to try and win next year. If Dame wanted Scoot and told Cronin, you know what? Don't take the trades you've been offered for that. Let's draft Scoot. Then fine. Okay? Like, I just don't want it to be a situation where we ran Dame out of town because we lied to him. That bothers me monumentally. Okay? That's what we have a problem with. And that's what it seems like is happening. I don't know for sure. And if that's not what's happening for sure, people are going to say, oh, you morons were complaining and blah, blah, blah about something that wasn't real. But it's all based on that expectation. We don't know for sure, though. Yeah, pick. Here we go.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Kobe Buffkin from the University of
I mean, I guess they need a third guard, and especially one that can play next to Trey. That's just interesting.
Yeah.
Kobe Buffkin goes 15 to Atlanta. I love Kobe Buffkin. I had him 7th on my big board. Great finisher. Size to play the 2-guard spot. Can play the point or the 2. I think he can become a good NBA defender. Can shoot the ball, 3-level scorer. Finishes great at the rim. His finishing ability is just top-notch for a guard in this draft. And it's not like, oh, he's just dunking on everybody and rising above everybody. Really crafty finisher. Inside hand layups, all sorts of stuff. So, I like Buffkin a lot. It's kind of weird with DeJounte Murray and Trae Young in front of him, but they needed a third guard, and I think Buffkin can play next to both, and gives them a little bit something off their bench.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of the pick, Eric?
I mean, maybe they trade DeJounte this summer. There's some talks that they're going to make some wholesale changes, but they've also been talking about trading some of those guys like Collins forever. So I'm not going to believe that until I see it. But yeah, I think he fits with either one of those, Trey or DeJounte. But for right now, I guess you could handle the bench duties. But I really like Buffkin out of the pick and roll. I like his ability to spin and create some space and shoot the mid range, and I like his defensive upside.
Yep. All right, so now up next you got Utah again. I mean, what do you do if you're Utah here, Eric? They took Taylor Hendricks at 9.
I mean, I'm taking Jalen Hood-Schifino, or what other guards are still on the board?
Cam Whitmore.
Yeah.
Cam Whitmore. So apparently medicals are questionable with him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking Jalen Hood-Schifino. You get your lead guard. You have, I think it's perfect with the spacing you have on with your forwards, and then you've got a rim running big in Walker Kessler. I think that'd be a home run for an A draft for Utah if they get him right now.
Sorry, I do not know what's happening to Chris's computer. He's sending me screenshots and
Clearly a bot member for 20 months. How far will Cam Whitmore fall? Go Uprise? Not sure. I'm assuming some team, like maybe, I don't think he falls past the Nets 2 picks unless they trade one of them. But if they keep both those picks, I would think one of them they'd take a flyer on, upside of him being cleared medically. Timothy Ross with a $2 donation. If we keep Dame, Scoot would be nasty off the bench. Yeah, I'll really enjoy those 15 minutes a game. With him
he's going to play
bench.
30, and 15 of those are going to be next to Dame, though.
Yeah, I know.
And we're going to get scored on.
But he won't be nasty for those 15 minutes when he's in. Yeah.
He and Dame together would be nasty offensively, but the defense, man. I mean, how are we going to fix the defense? Like, even if we keep Dame.
Antonio with the $2 donation. Slow draft day as far as trades go. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching, Antonio. Thanks for the donation, everyone. PDX Papermaker. What's up, Carson? Member for 13 months. Love y'all. I love Dame. I want us to win. I also want us to win. David Lester, $5 donation. Been saying fire Cronin since the Roca Norm fleecing. Nothing done since then has made me shift my view on Cronin. Fire Cronin now. And then $10 donation from Ethan Colburn. Thank you, everyone. Praying Cronin and Dame had conversations about keeping 3 and Dame with a focus on improving the roster and free agency 23 pick tonight trade. I mean, that's the only way Cronin can save this is if he pulls off some miracle trades to fix every other problem on the team. So where it's not a problem, but based off last offseason, both trade deadlines, I don't have any confidence in him doing that. If they couldn't get a good trade with the 3rd pick, I don't see how they're going to get the type of player that they need at multiple positions now to make that happen with the 23rd pick or whatever.
We have, okay, here's this for some food for thought. We have never seen Joe Cronin initiate a trade where he's gotten the best player in the trade. The only trade that they've made under Joe Cronin where they've gotten the best player in the trade, at least a player, worth saying, because sure, they didn't trade anything from Matisse Thybulle, but the only trade where they've gotten like the best player in the trade was Jeremy Grant. That was initialized by Dame. That was Dame. That wasn't Cronin. He has never once had a trade where he's acquired the best player in a trade. We have never seen him do it. He's been here 2 years. Right? Or is it, what, year and a half?
Yeah, a little
I don't
over a year
trust
and a
him.
half.
This is his litmus test. This offseason is his litmus test. Maybe he can make it happen, but I have a hard time being hopeful. Fingers crossed he can pull a rabbit out of his hat, but man, we haven't seen it before, so I don't know.
And, I mean, take this for what it's worth, but I heard that they did not make calls initiating trades for the third pick. It was all just them waiting for people to call about the third pick. So.
That's what bothers me.
And that's in line with all their other moves, too.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sure other GMs love dealing with Cronin because he
hooks it up.
Yeah. I mean, once again, if Cronin gets something done to fill out a roster and somehow manages to keep Scoot and Dame happy and we have a contending level roster, that'll be fine. But I just
Are we caught up on donos?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Sorry, just
you can
doing my best.
There's a couple new ones. Liam Best, Australian $2 donation. So Scoot is going to be what Hart should have been. Yeah, I guess running the bench unit, but he doesn't have the size or defense that Hart had. So hopefully he can rebound to the NBA like Hart did. But Hart was one of the best rebounders for his position last year, so it's tough shoes to fill, I guess. Andrew Olingby, thank you for the donation. Good to see you, Andrew. Do you think Amoni Bates will be around at pick 43? I definitely think he'll be there at 43, but what? So we're going to get another guard that needs the ball in his hand that doesn't play off ball and doesn't play well with others? Like, I don't understand how that would be a good thing.
In the 2023 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Keontae George from Baylor University.
I kind of like it as an upside pick. It's definitely interesting as an upside pick.
I do think Keontae George has another gear that, I mean, he was at an offense with a lot of guards and stuff at Baylor, ball dominant guards. So maybe he can handle the ball a little bit more, but I still think Utah needs like more of a lead guard than a shooting guard.
Yeah, but they could be looking at 28 maybe as their chance to get that. We'll see. I agree with that. They need somebody that can make plays for guys like Walker Kessler, Taylor Hendricks, Lauri Markkanen. But, I mean, value-wise, this pick is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine at 16. And now we got the dreaded Los Angeles Lakers on the clock with some solid options still left here, Eric. At this point, I'm hoping Leonard Miller keeps falling because I like him a lot for Portland, and I think there's a legitimate chance he keeps falling.
Yeah.
Especially if Jaime Jaquez is supposed to go at 18, like has been rumored, and Brandon Podziemski is supposed to go in the next like 5 or 6 picks, is a rumor. So if teams are like dead set on those guys, then we could end up with something extremely, extremely interesting.
Yeah. We're going to get excited about Leonard Miller at 23, and then we're going to trade him.
I know. Like, this just, I'm so used to just getting disappointed. Like, I want another Nasir Little. The thing is, Nasir Little disappointed, but that's the guy we wanted and we're hoping would fall. Whoops, I put the wrong player there. Okay, 16. let's see if this... Okay, this page has been updating. So these are selections so far. Victor Wembanyama, number 1 to San Antonio. You got Brandon Miller, number 2. That was the big decision for Charlotte. Scoot Henderson, number 3. He's a Portland Trailblazer. I still can't believe that. Just kind of surreal that he is a Portland Trailblazer as of now. Amen Thompson and Asar Thompson go 4 and 5 back-to-back, top 5. Those were the consensus top 5 prospects for both me and Eric. Anthony Black, number 6. Going to be interesting to see how he fits there in Orlando, but definitely helps them out defensively. Koulibaly to the Wizards. They traded up 1 spot to get him. He's, goes a little higher than people expected, but he was the one guy who I expected to go higher than people expected. He just seemed like the guy that would rise up to this point in the draft. So nothing too shocking. Jarius Walker, Taylor Hendricks, 8 and 9. Not a big surprise. Casey Wallace, 10. Not much of a surprise either. I think the biggest surprise so far was Jet Howard going 11. Although Eric had him 11 on the board. Just higher than I've seen him mocked. Derek Lively, 12. That is to Dallas, by the way. Casey Wallace is going to OKC. Derek Lively is going to Dallas. You got Jordan Hawkins, 14. Kobe Buffkin, Keontae George. The big surprise is Cam Whitmore is still on the board, so we'll see where he lands. And the Lakers are now on the board.
Lakers are up. Got to change that Wizards back to Warriors.
Which Wizards?
The 19 you had it as Wizards.
Oh, on the bottom ticker?
No, on that graphic you just showed.
Oh, that graphic I just showed. Yeah, which graphic, Eric? Which one of the many graphics? I wish I could be showing the best available, but hopefully Chris will get that updated at some point, because that would have been sick to be able to show. I appreciate you helping me out with the graphics. All right. 19 Golden State. Yeah, so that was I thought it was initially reported that it got traded in the there, it's updated. Cool. It was initially reported that it got traded in the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade. It's so weird that Chris Paul's a Warrior now, but maybe he finally gets his ring. Obviously not going to root for that. Not going to root for the Warriors to win another one, but at least he wouldn't retire without a ring. The Lakers need 3-point shooting and more 3-point shooting.
Gray Hughes says it's wild every team noticed the same thing about Whitmore. The thing is, it might have just been something that his staff or his crew got out there and just was honest with teams about it.
Yep.
Sapu Navarro with a $1 donation for his first ever super chat. Thank you, Sapu.
Good job, YouTube, introducing upgrades and new features. Mm-hmm. It's like once a year they'll introduce something.
Guys, the best available is not working because Krish's computer died. So sorry, it's just not updating. Just ignore that part.
Yeah. We tried. It would be too much for me to update.
So the Lakers just go for highest upside with Cam, or do they? I think that's a good spot for Nick Smith Jr.
Yeah, Nick Smith Jr. still on the board. Leonard Miller still on the board. Cam Whitmore at 6 is the highest prospect left. Leonard Miller at 9, and you still got Nick Smith too as well.
Can you go to the next page, or how's it?
Yep. Bryce Sensabaugh, Derek Whitehead, Jalen Hood-Schifino. And I think that's kind of the end of a tier there, and then you get into the next tier with guys like a Andre Jackson Jr., Prosper, Clowney, Gigi Jackson, etc. Chris Murray. So these rankings are mine and Eric's rankings average. I butchered that. The average rank. So if I have a guy at 45 and Eric has a guy at 25, they're most likely to be 35. So that's how we decided to do it. James Najee, I believe, is on the next page. Oh, the next page isn't updated. Whatever. That's fine. We got 30. Yeah. Need to get Chris an upgraded computer. Is what I have discovered today.
Trip and truth, that's how many centers are even in this draft. Not many.
Not many. Here we go with the Lakers.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Jalen Hood Schifino from Indiana University.
Dang, man.
And what a week for Jalen Hood.
So this is a guy you like. This is a guy I'm not as high on. I had him like 26th on my big board. You had him. Where'd you have him?
I have Hood Schifino, I think, 13.
I had him 25th. You had him 13th. I had him 25th. Why do you like him?
Gets to his spots, can score the ball. I think his shot is decent enough to eventually expand it out, but that's going to be the real test here for him on the Lakers. Is they obviously needed shooting, so he's got to be able to shoot that 3 ball to be his best version in the NBA. But this guy can get his shot off. He's got 6'10" wingspan as a guard, with great handles, great vision, good playmaking, and he's really good on defense. Gets through screens. One of the best in the draft at getting through screens, and keeping guys in front of him. So kind of an underrated defender as well. Just really like everything about his game. And I also like guys who can have shown in the past that they can just take over a game and carry a team on their back. And he did that several times this season at Indiana.
Yeah. My worries of him are him potentially not being a good shooter. He shot 33% in college. Good mid-range shooter, but from 3, kind of questionable. Wasn't the best finisher at the rim and wasn't super explosive, isn't the best athlete. So I have questions as to if he'll be able to effectively score at the next level and really put pressure on a defense in order to utilize some of his playmaking. He's an intriguing guy because he's kind of a unique player. He's not a terrible athlete by any means, but it's kind of one of those big guards that plays at their own pace. And I always feel like those guys are hard to project. So we'll see if he ends up panning out for the Lakers. I just think the Lakers, the shooters are off the board. Grady Dick and Jet Howard and
Jet
Jordan
Howard
Hawkins
perfect,
are all
I think.
off the board. Yeah, so
that all would have been good.
I think they needed some shooting, but that obviously wasn't here, so I don't think it's a bad pick necessarily.
I do think
to fill that need for shooting.
Well, I do believe, because as LeBron gets older, it's tougher for him to be the main facilitator and creator for like a full game. And Austin Reeves can draw fouls and stuff, so that kind of negates a little bit of Hood Schifino's lack of drawing fouls. And so I think giving a guy like Hood Schifino the ball and just telling him to create and not necessarily worry about scoring right away, I think that's going to be a good fit, even though there's questionable shooting. But I still think Hood Schifino could eventually get be a decent enough shooter from that regard. His form isn't bad.
Yep.
Travis says, I thought Hood Schifino was a confirmed lottery pick. Yeah, I said a few months ago that I forgot what it was, but something about Hood Schifino being a late teens, early 20s pick, and his like cousin or uncle or something got on me about and promised me that he would be a lottery pick.
Close.
Miami is just going to take Cam Whitmore.
We'll see. Supposedly Jaime Hawkes has been tied to them, and Jaime Hawkes seems like a Heat-type player. Cam Whitmore doesn't necessarily feel like a Heat-type player, though.
No, but they could just be like, it's too much upside to pass up here. But if they gave a promise, that's
why I don't like draft promises.
Mm-hmm.
If I was a GM, I would not give a draft promise.
We don't really have anything to trade up. 43 is not enough to trade up right now. We don't really have a lot of stuff that the teams picking right now would want. Like Keon's not going to let us move up. None of our assets are really valuable, so. Shout out to Connor for the $10 donation. What's the biggest ranking difference y'all had on prospects this year?
That's a good question. You had Sasser at 23. I had him at 42, and it's not because I don't like him. I just love this draft through that range. That's a 19 difference. I had Chris Murray 41. You had him 24, so that's a big difference as well. James Najee had at 40, you had at 26. Castleton, I actually like a little bit more than James Najee. I had Castleton at 38, Eric had him at 61. So that might be the biggest. Andre Jackson Jr., I have him at 17, Eric has him at 32. So...
How'd y'all feel about Whitmore at 23? I mean, might as well go for upside at this point. I'd be surprised if he fell past the 2 picks that Brooklyn has.
Yeah.
But...
I mean, if I'm Portland, I'm trying to trade up a few spots and get him right now.
And there's also teams like Houston who, at one point was rumored to maybe be taking him at 4. There's other teams too that could have been in the lottery that would find it easier to trade back in at this point, especially with a team that has 2 picks like Brooklyn.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Miami Heat select Jaime Jaquez Jr.
Yep.
There we
It
go.
was rumored and it was true. Jaime Jaquez.
That's because the Blazers want him and we're getting Jaquez for Dame.
Jaquez for Dame. I mean, yeah, interesting. So, I'm a little lower on him, but that's just because I don't like his measurements a whole lot. 8'3.5" standing reach. I care about that more than height. Just seems a little undersized to be a small forward or a power forward, but I mean, he does seem like a Heat type player, and apparently he's been killing it in workouts. So, we obviously, as amateur analysts, or draft scouts, we can't see the workouts and that sort of thing. But, I mean, he's a smart player, multi-year college player, became one of the household names, if you want to say, of college basketball at UCLA the past couple of years, was big in their Final Four run back in 2021. So it's kind of crazy seeing him go 18.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the Heat have done a great job just finding guys like this and making the most out of them, so I can't even say it's a bad pick or anything. Like, I trust them in whatever due diligence they did.
Yep. Yeah, one of the things, I think it's got, like, a really good shot, good form. It doesn't go in as much as I would like, but if you can start making that work a little better, I think he's an underrated defender as well. Just competes the whole game. Just seems like a guy that, even if it's a little bit of a reach, will fit in really well with what Miami's trying to do. And Strus is a free agent, so they might lose him. He could kind of replace that role if they do, or if they don't want to pay him.
Yeah, I will say he needs to be a little bit more consistent of a shooter. I think that's going to be key for him in the league.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So, yeah. So now you got Golden State at 19, Eric. Who are you expecting them to go with, and who do you think they should go with?
All right, so, well, my highest rated player on the board right now is Nick Smith Jr.
Cam.
Yeah, Cam Whitmore. So, yeah, they could definitely be a team that just says, hey, we'll just take a risk that he's healthy. But yeah, so Nick Smith Jr. is probably a little are definitely a less of a need, considering the trade they made today. So Dariq Whitehead would be an interesting. I think that would be a perfect fit for him. You can back up Wiggins there at small forward, and then they could trade some of their other young guys. But I could also see them going with more of a win now player. Got Chris Murray on the board. You got guys like Noah Clowney, who would probably be a good fit in their up and down system. Or they could just go for one of the international guys like Najee or Rupert or someone like that. There's all kinds of ways they could go right now. Sensabaugh makes some sense.
Sensabaugh makes sense. Who are you hoping for the Blazers out of everybody on the board? Like, who's your number 1, 2, 3 right now?
I mean, Leonard Miller has been my number one hope. I never thought he would last till then, so obviously that's my number one.
Over Cam right now?
Yeah, I guess you take Cam, but I mean, if his medicals, it's hard to say that without knowing. So, like, obviously he's falling because there's something really bad there, right? If it wasn't bad, or if you felt comfortable with it, sure, go for upside. So yeah, that'd be my number 2, I guess. And then, I know it's weird because, if we're moving on from Dame, then I'm fine with players like a Gigi Jackson or a Rupert or something, just swing for home runs. But if we're not, or if we're trying to make it work, I still think Leonard Miller, Chris Murray, Noah Clowney type players. We need front court players. We need someone with some size that can play the forward positions. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Chris's computer absolutely hates him. It's tragic. I'm gonna try to update the big board so that it shows the top 5. It's just not gonna be easy. Let's just say that.
Abhishek Anand just asked, who would you guys want at 23? I gotta make fun of you, dude. I know you're loyal watchers. I appreciate you. I'm just teasing you. Yeah,
Brandon Podziemski goes 19 to the Warriors. Yeah, I was relying because I'm trying to do a million things.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. So Podziemski goes 19 to Golden State. What are your thoughts about that? Fit. That's an in-state product out of college.
Well, I mean, I guess you've got 2 older guards now with Paul and Curry, so you needed some youth there. I think he's a good fit long term. Don't really know about winning right now, although his shooting will definitely fit in perfectly on that team. But it'll be interesting to see if they end up moving on from Kuminga and Moody like they did with Wiseman last year. But yeah, that's another one that was supposed to have had a promise in the late teens, early 20s. So, yeah. What do you think of Pods?
I mean, shooter.
Yeah.
He kind of makes sense in Golden State, shooter. crafty. In a motion offense, I think he's going to be better. I just, like, as a point guard, questionable separation, or, like, questionable ability to separate. Like, he's smart, though.
Kind of a smaller DiVincenzo from last year, so maybe they lose him.
Yeah, you know, and it's just like, does he fit in the rotation next year if they're keeping Chris Paul, too?
Probably not.
Yeah, so that's kind of my question.
Although shooters can always find a way.
Yeah, and they don't necessarily have to play him. It's a rookie. So...
But that was Gigi Miller who was, or Gigi Jackson who was caught vaping.
Is that for sure true?
I don't know. He was just asking.
Oh yeah, because that's the rumor, is it was him. Don't know how true it is, but okay. If I just take out the slideshow and just leave it like this. Okay, there you go. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to update it. Chris's computer is just it absolutely hates him, man. What's up?
So the Rockets took him in. Did they just take Cam here?
I mean, that's a lot of perimeter players, man.
Yeah,
that's a lot of perimeter guys, but I mean, maybe it makes sense. Who do you think they'll take? What's your prediction?
There's no way to take the best available thing off. I'm just thinking of people saying, this person's not on the board, this person's not.
No, I fixed it. I just fixed it.
Oh, you did?
That's what I've been doing. Yeah, I literally just fixed it.
Nice.
I'm trying my best.
Thanks.
Chris's computer hates him. I haven't looked at chat and
thanks. Well, you're ahead of the game. Yeah,
I'm doing my best.
I think they take Cam Whitmore. I think they... Now that we're with like a team that had a high pick and now is back picking again, they would have obviously had him in for a workout and stuff. So I think
there was rumors that they were going to take him at 4.
Yeah, so I think now you gotta just say, hey, we came up with a guy that we were going to pick at 4 on our board. I think that's a good thing GM's like.
If Cam Whitmore doesn't go here, there's something seriously wrong. What does anybody know what's wrong? Nobody knows, huh?
I don't know.
Yeah, me and Chris are gonna have to sit down and figure out what happened with everything. All right, so the best available now works, guys. Okay, we happy? We good now? Portland's up soon. I'm like trying not to think about what Dame or anything. Has there been anything other than Windhorse saying Dame's cool with it or whatever?
I haven't seen anything.
I
mean, we know Dame's not going to be like publicly upset, so he's in Paris right now anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, he's publicly upset if he asks out, obviously, so I don't really understand that. I don't know. Whoops, what did I do? Just kidding, we're fine.
A lot of NBA players are there right now for some fashion thing.
Scoot will be there next year. That dude
Go
is
find him, Ash.
Yeah, him, Jeremy, and Dame, fashion-wise, elite.
Jaylen Brown was there with them.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually, that he was there.
Uzi says trade Ant and Scoot for CJ McCollum. Yeah, great trade.
That's funny. Okay. Here we go.
Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Cam Whitmore.
There it is.
Villanova University.
Another Wildcat heads to the NBA.
Cam Whitmore off the board finally. About time.
It's a good draft for Houston. To get a man and
Men
Cam
and
Whitmore.
Cam? Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
I mean, I think at this point, even if his medicals are screwed, like you, and he didn't have good interviews and good workouts, it's still worth the risk.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
So we got back-to-back. Brooklyn is the only team that can mess with us now.
Yeah, so what do you think their thinking's going to be?
Well, obviously the reports are that they had no interest in trading McHale for the third and Anthony Simons, which just seems ludicrous that he has that much trade value.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of Nets fans and media are upset that they value him that high when they could have set themselves up nicely for the future. I don't know. They might look to move Dinwiddie this year, but he's their only real point guard, if you can call him that. So I think maybe a Nick Smith Jr. kind of in that CJ role might make sense. You could just keep hoarding forwards and take Whitehead and Sensabaugh or something.
Yeah.
I think Clowney makes a lot of sense for them because he's someone who can either maybe play next to Claxton, best case scenario, or be that kind of give them some size. Maybe they take a Najee with one of the picks and leave him overseas or something. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways they can go, but I think if one of their two picks isn't a point guard, I'm going to be kind of surprised. Like a Colby Jones makes sense as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they need a guard. I agree with that. Got a lot of forwards. Man, Portland's 2 picks away, guys. There have not been a lot of trades. There have been no trades today involving an actual player, huh?
Bertans got traded, and
Other than Bertans.
That Poole got
Well, I
traded.
mean, like
right
during the
before
draft. We've seen it trend that way in recent drafts. I thought this draft was going to be different. I was told it was going to be different by Shams and Woj, but nope. Teams, I guess, like to get deals done before the draft.
Trevor Williams thinks the Nets, one of them will be Omax Prosper because of his green room invite. Certainly possible.
That's possible. Here's the best remaining players. And it's updated.
Adam Smith says, why didn't we swap picks with the Rockets so they could have Scoot? They wanted, we could have had a man plus a player. Or the 20th pick, we could have had Cam Whitmore and a man Thompson like they did. Yeah, I don't think that's there. Oh my Discord. What are you talking about, Aeromancer? Are you drunk? Bro, I can't just scroll through. Come on, Aeromancer.
What is he doing?
He just said, "Oh, OMG Discord." Like, Aeromancer says you got banned from Discord.
Well,
What?
we can worry about that later.
What were you doing? Aeromancer and drafts, always doing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Tradition.
Yeah. God. Come on, man.
Please do not spoil picks.
Yep, do not spoil picks. Chat, I'll say hi in a second. It's been a minute. Miss y'all.
Hyper Prime just renewed his starter membership. Thank you, Hyper Prime.
Thank you, Hyper Prime. Appreciate you, bro. Who's the 26th pick? That's Indiana, right?
Kyle, Scoot or Sharp is 6'4.5", not 6'7".
Yeah, who's saying Sharp 6'7"? What?
Kyle's saying we have a starting backcourt of 6'2" and 6'7".
Yeah, no. The Chase tweet got him. It's the one thing Chase has been able to contribute to the stream.
He's not 6'7", he's 6'8".
Man, poor Chase. He was so ready to go, too. He got his Twitter tagged up there, though, so... Got something. Oh, I forgot we were on that page. My bad. Whoops. Sorry, chat.
Jonathan Evers, what's up, man? He says, if I'm Brooklyn, I take Clowney and Repair. That'd be an interesting combo for them. They have the defensive wings. I mean, they could trade a bunch of them. But
Here we go.
21st pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Noah Clowney from the University
Cool.
of Alabama.
We'll go with that.
Noah Clowney from the University of
are these two picks for us?
For us?
Because we're
God,
trading
don't
Dame to Brooklyn.
Don't stop. You're gonna make me cry. I'm waiting to cry, okay?
Jeff Kane says Watford tweeted Sharp is now 6'7". That's hilarious, Jeff Kane. It was actually there was someone named Chase, who's a moron, who decided to put out a tweet saying that Trendon Watford said this, and even Trendon himself responded to it and said that he never said that. He's still the same.
That's so funny.
But like, so many people got him, and then stupid Blazers Palace on Twitter, he tweeted out that CJ said in a podcast that Zion was like in the best shape of his life or something like that, and so many people just buy what people tweet out without ever trying to
fact check or anything. Yeah,
and then they get mad. But yeah, that's clown behavior. Don't participate in that if you're doing that.
Okay, here is...
I like Clowney's fit on Brooklyn. They're getting those athletic bigs with the wings they have. They just need to solve their point guard. And since they took Clowney here, that probably means they wouldn't take Leonard Miller next, right?
I hope so. That is the guy I want.
So
we need rebounding help? Yeah, I want Leonard Miller so bad. If Leonard Miller's there at 23 and we don't draft him, I'm going to be upset. Okay? Unless we traded the pick for something good. Obviously.
Yeah. James Najee. We take him.
Bro, if we took... I feel like there's a decent chance that I'm going to be mad at 23 and people are like, oh, you're always so mad. Draft Leonard Miller. I think he's clearly going to be the best player on the board and clearly fits what this team needs and has upside and could be ready to play right away. Like, he is the perfect fit at 23. There's a couple other guys I'd be like, oh, okay, with, but I want. That's who I want. That's who you want, too. That's who we both want. And if me and Eric agree, you can put confidence in it.
I mean, we're starting a G League team by getting 2 G League guys. So it's...
True. Yeah, Scoot Henderson has played with him. That's just another reason, I guess. I mean, it's just very obvious that should be the way it goes.
I might turn my computer off if we draft Nick Smith Jr. Like, I don't even care if we're trading it. If we don't, I don't care if we're trading it or not. If we take a guard, it's just like,
I will have a mental breakdown where I'm laughing out of misery and lack of hope. You know. I want Sensabaugh. Sensabaugh's a really bad defender.
I mean, it's not terrible.
Reese, make sure it doesn't look like a spoiler, bro. No spoilers in chat, by the way, chat. No spoilers. I'm not even gonna... Okay, I'm gonna read you guys now, but I'm gonna look away in like 30 seconds. So if you want to say something to me, say it right now. Shout out to all of you. Hit a like. Hit the like button. Like the stream. Vape goat. I know it's not a spoiler, but yeah, just be careful, you know? You know?
Yeah, we want to have a live reaction to our pick. We don't want to read it in chat.
Yeah, you guys shouldn't even be on Twitter, to be honest. The bottom ticker is not going to be updated, but everything else I'm doing a decent job updating.
Yeah, good job. All right, Brooklyn's time's about to run out. Kyle, I'm curious, who do you want for pick 23? And put, I want this player, don't just put a name. So I don't think it's a spoiler.
Yes.
Oh, Kyle wants Leonard Miller too. Wow, we actually agree on something.
Wow.
Miller can play some small ball 5. Yeah, he measured really well. Yeah. Good size. Awesome rebounder. Outside of Sheboy, probably the best rebounder in this draft. Well, maybe Wemby by default, but I never count him in any of these.
I'm not looking at chat until... Oh, wait, no, chat's right there anyway. I can ignore chat. I know how to ignore chat. Sorry, chat. Here we go.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Derek Whitehead from Duke University.
I like that upside pick for them. I mean, it's just another wing, but...
Whitehead and Clowney, that's a good draft for them.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Trade us.
Now your Portland Trailblazers are on the clock at 23, and Leonard Miller is on the board. Leonard Miller is right there.
We're not getting him at 43. Don't be...
Yeah, no way.
So if we're gonna make this work, we cannot draft point guard, shooting guard, small forward that's not small forward size. So like all the smaller wings are out.
Yep. All right, that was Derek.
All right, I'm sorry, chat, but I am.
They're going to commercial too.
I am turning you guys off until after we make our picks so we can have a natural reaction. Yeah, I mean, we both have Leonard Miller 10th on our board. He's there at 23. Obvious choice to me, but we know it's probably Schmidt's pick right here if we're keeping it. If not, we're probably... could be trading it still.
Yeah, if we keep it, trade it would just be fascinating.
If we go young, I want no business of getting our picks back. Who cares? Because we're not making the playoffs next year, so what's the point? It's just wasting an asset, in my opinion. If we have a big trade lined up that we need future picks for, you better not say it was close and didn't happen, because you can't trade this pick for our picks back and then fail to do anything with those picks. So either just take Leonard Miller here and plug him in with your young guys and hope that's good enough, or yeah.
You're spitting. You are spitting. So Portland here on the clock. And these are the best players available.
There were some rumors about potentially the Cavs being interested in 23 and Nas. If we end up with Scoot plus like Isaac Okoro or Jetty Osman right now, I'm gonna barf live on TV on the show.
My prediction would be right. Yeah, yes, I would barf. I try to throw something positive in, like Ant. Well, that's not even positive because, like, watch, it's gonna be Ant for DeRozan to keep Dame happy, and we're gonna have DeRozan, Okoro, Scoot, just no shooting, and our defense isn't gonna be any better. Oh man! If it's not Leonard Miller, who do you think it could be? Maybe Bryce Sensabaugh. Maybe. I mean,
if we didn't need a point guard, if we didn't draft Scoot, I think Colby Jones would make sense.
Yeah.
I still think like someone like Schmitz, who's been following prospects since before college, Nick Smith Jr. would make sense, but it just makes no sense for us.
I feel like Prosper could be the one guy.
Yeah.
But Miller just makes so much sense. It's just such an obvious pick.
I have a feeling it's going to be Najee, though. Or maybe Repair. One of those two guys, they'll just try to say it was defense. Defensive upside.
Leonard Miller is much oh god.
I'm just saying.
I know. I'm just gonna be upset. I'm ready to be upset if it's not Leonard Miller, bro. I'm ready. Oh God.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
Oh God. Please be Leonard Miller, bro.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Chris Murray from the University of Iowa.
Chris Murray from the University of Iowa, of course, the twin brother of Kings forward and 2022 number 4 pick.
We're trying to win. Yep. We're trying to win. I don't get it, dude. I like Chris Murray a lot. I like him a lot. I don't understand not going for upside if that's what we're doing. Like,
Chris Murray? Bro!
okay. All right, Dame. I know we drafted Scoot, but we got you. We got you. We're gonna be this year's Kings.
Why, bro? Oh God.
Cronin cannot pick a lane. He's incapable. He's not competent as a GM. I mean,
after all this freaking time, we still end up with a Murray. We just had to end up with a Murray. If it wasn't last year, it was going to be this year. We just had to. I mean, he's not as good as Keegan. He's not as good as Keegan. He doesn't have as much defensive upside as a Prosper or Murray. He doesn't have as much offensive upside as a
23 too. I think he does have as much upside as his brother. I just don't think Iowa's as good this year, so it was tougher to put up numbers.
We're not trading. If we end up trading Dame after all this, I am going to not only rage about that, but rage about the fact that we took Chris Murray, because it makes no sense unless you're keeping Dame. So I mean, Chris Murray makes no sense if you're keeping Dame, in my opinion.
So for the record,
keeping Dame, in my opinion,
Chris Murray is about to turn 23 in a month and a half too.
Exactly. So if you're not keeping Dame, he doesn't make sense. Miller at 43. Miller's not lasting to 43. I thought you wanted to keep Dame. Bro, Dame, I don't think drafting Chris Murray is going to change Dame's mind.
Efren says, Debbie Downer stream. We never have anything good to talk about. Like, I don't know what you want us to be.
If we drafted Leonard Miller, we'd be really happy right now.
We can't pick a direction. I go back and watch me in the selection of Jabari Walker last year.
I was happy with Sharp too. Like, y'all just...
JJ Ben says he's not a 19-year-old. That's funny.
I mean, I told you guys who I wanted. I told you guys who made the most sense.
Jackson says the Kings are trading Rashawn Holmes and pick 24 to Dallas.
So Dallas trades Bertans in 10 for 12, 24, and Rashawn Holmes, and is going to get Derek Lively and probably Leonard Miller. God dang.
Or they're going for they could get Nick Smith or Sensabaugh or Andre Jackson, Colby Jones. There's
I mean, hopefully Chris Murray is Keegan. Okay, then it's fine, right? But
that's interesting. They used probably their trade exception then, and the Kings give up a first to get off a Holmes contract. That's interesting too.
Yeah, in a good part of the draft. This is such a win for Dallas. Oh my God. Did Dallas trade anything out?
I'm assuming they're just going to either make it part of that other trade or they're just going to use the TPE that was generated from that trade to take on Holmes.
I mean, to anybody who questions, you guys are so negative. We're negative because we just don't make sense and we don't make the right moves. Like, we will tell you guys what the right moves are. I mean, Chris Murray could come in and play a backup 4 spot, but is Dame going to stay? Because that's the question for me. Here we go with Sacramento. This is to Dallas. The Adam Silver was so quick with it. I mean, I like that for Dallas too. I had it in the mock. I have them trading down to 16 and taking him, but 24, he could be the next Finney Smith for them.
Dang.
That's who I would have wanted if we didn't take Miller. Was
Prosper and Lively, and Rashawn Holmes.
Front court defense with Prosper and Lively. I mean, their front court defense just got a lot better. I think both those guys could play a role for them next year. I like Prosper. Ability to guard 1 through 4, in my opinion. 3-point shot developed at Marquette. 3-and-D guy with the size to guard 4s and the athleticism to guard guards.
Finney Smith is a good comparison. I just don't like his off-ball defense, but yeah, if he can be that on-ball stopper that they traded away last year, that's a good pick for them.
Yeah, Dallas is having a good draft. I like what Dallas is doing.
Yeah. So
I called it. I said, "Watch at 23, we're gonna take Chris Murray." Didn't I call it? I called Kevin Knox.
Okay, so Chris Murray. Going back to him, if we had traded the 3rd pick for a good player and we're trying to win now, I think that would have been a good move. I think he can come in and give some minutes on a good team. I think having him not be the focal point will really open up his game. I think it'll improve his rebounding. I think his shot will look better off ball more than trying to create. And I do like, I think he's solid defensively. So I don't think it's a terrible pick there if it's for us. But yeah, I don't understand if we're rebuilding or ushering in this new era, then taking one of the older players in the draft. I just feel like we're still not sure, not having a plan. And that was always what we blamed Olshey for, right? He doesn't have a plan. He never does anything. And now it just seems like we're back to not having a plan. But I mean, if he's 90% as good as his brother, and his brother went 4th last year, getting him at 23rd is a pretty good pick. It just doesn't, like I said, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh, I'm muted. The thing for me is he had generally the same role as his brother did 2 years ago at Iowa, but he shot noticeably worse. I don't know how much you can trust him to come in. I can have hope. You can have hope, but he shot 33% in college. And that was tough shots, but Keegan, on similarly tough shots, shot 39%.
But Keegan did have Chris there with him the year before, and Chris had no one, really.
Yeah, I mean, we can sit here and try and, come up with reasons why Chris Murray could be a good shooter. And
I actually
might be legitimate, but I'm not sure.
I've said this before. I think Chris's mechanics might even be a little better. I think I trust his shot more than I trusted Keegan's last year, and I trusted Keegan's a lot. I don't understand you sometimes.
What?
You some players who have absolutely terrible shots, you say that's the easiest thing to fix or that's coachable, and then other people you're just they shot 33%.
With those players, it's more I could see them being good role players even if they don't develop their shot. So then it's if they can develop their shot, then they could be really, really good. You know what I mean? With Chris Murray, it's if he's only a mediocre 3-point shooter, I don't see him being anything other than a fringe rotation player, and I don't really see the upside. So that's the thing, is I think his game is reliant upon him knocking down threes at the next level.
I mean, he's a solid defender, solid rebounder.
In every other area for me.
Yeah. I mean, he's solid. I had Chris Murray at 24, so not really that big of a stretch. But like I said, he's a good passer. I had Leonard Miller at 10, so did Torrey. So yeah,
because Leonard Miller made sense for both trying to win and rebuilding. High floor, high upside prospect, in my opinion. Going to be a steal to whoever gets him. It's probably going to be Boston.
The Celtics are trading up to pick 25 from 31.
The Celtics? No, they got this pick in the Porzingis trade.
The Celtics are trading the pick to the Pistons, sorry.
Oh.
The Celtics are trading this pick to the Pistons for pick 31. So the Celtics are just going for cheap second round player, not wanting to. I'm assuming they got something else in that trade, but maybe they just wanted to go for a minimum contract versus a guaranteed 4-year contract. So the Pistons are out here. Are they going to take Leonard Miller? They took Osir.
Oh man, I mean, I like Leonard Miller for them. They have a lot of depth at a lot of positions now, so I don't know.
Leonard Miller didn't have bad medicals. It's just for some reason he gets docked for not coming out last year because he was rising up draft boards into like the mid-teens, and then decides to go to the G League and played pretty well this year, but people like knock him because he's a year older, even though he's still pretty young.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shooting's questionable, but I mean, pretty much everything else is. There's huge upside with Miller. I don't know.
Yep. God, I'm bummed we didn't take Miller. All right, I'm gonna put Detroit here, even though
now that we have Keegan or Keegan's equivalent, now the spin the wheel thing makes even more sense, right? So,
oh yeah, exactly.
We're trying to be the king, so just copy that too.
I mean, I hope Chris is a good role player. I don't know. I'm not sure he's going to be a good role player, and I think there's other guys you can be more sure of are going to be good role players, and there's other guys with more upside. So I just don't really get it.
If you're going rebuild, you should have gone young. No name.
Marcus Sasser to Detroit. That's a guy you like, and I like him quite a bit. I have him lower on the board, but what do you like about him?
I like everything except for maybe I'd like him to be a little taller than 6'1", but this guy can handle the ball. He can create. He can pass. He's athletic. He can shoot from deep. He plays good defense. He competes on both ends. I just think he's at worst like a 6-man type guard, and at best probably not a high level starting point guard, but a decently like a decent point guard on a good team.
Yep. All
right, No Name had a $2 donation. Has Cronin fulfilled any of his promises he's made? I don't know. He said we needed to get a Josh Hart at every position, and we trade Josh Hart. He says we need to get bigger and taller at positions, and we get smaller.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it 26 Indiana?
He says we're committed to Dame, and then drafts his replacement.
Yep.
Original Dizzy D with the $2 donation. Thank you, Dizzy D. Maybe with 43 we get a player you guys like. Yeah, maybe.
Andre Jackson Jr. Hopefully he falls to there.
And Arrowhead says $5 donation. Thank you, Arrowhead. This is why I like to channel you guys disagree, challenge each other, and talk it out, and admit when you're wrong or have a different opinion. Appreciate it, man.
Yep. It's easy when we don't disagree on a lot. We agree on a lot of things. So.
I just asked you that shooting question, I think, which is what spawned it. But yeah, I mean, it's not like a vindictive or vengeful thing, like where I'm just asking you.
Yeah, and I can try and explain things, and we can still disagree, and it's fine. Like, yeah, exactly. All right.
Ish says I'm right about Murray's shot. It looks nice.
I feel like every shooter.
We're gonna get all
nice. Yeah.
Ryan Tadaro with a $5 donation. Why do I get my hopes up anymore? Every time this dude has a chance to improve the roster, he just pushes it to the next time. What a fraud. Yeah, certainly some stuff to that.
Our previous GM and our current GM. Yep. What were you going to say?
Yeah. Woj has to be drunk. Why? We're obviously not paying attention to Woj. Jackson said, Woj has to be drunk.
I mean,
I may need to start drinking here in a minute.
so Boston got 31?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. After this pick,
go
for a few minutes or a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, say what you will about Porzingis. I mean, that might not be the guy, but Boston gets him and 2 first-round picks for basically smart and at one point Washington was going to get back Marcus Morris in the 30th pick and some crap like that, some filler, Danilo Gallinari, and they ended up getting Tyus Jones instead, who's a nice guard, backup guard, but they basically just got salary filler and the 35th pick today for Porzingis.
Yeah.
So teams make moves.
Yep, and I figured out where Leonard Miller is gonna get drafted. 29 to Denver, and then they're gonna draft Andre Jackson 32nd, and then I start Nuggets Uprise.
Front runner, jeez. Wait till they win a championship.
No, I'll. No. Just because they got my two guys. Those are my 2 guys out of this draft. My 2 sleepers. At this point.
Ricky J says, "How likely will Dame be on the team opening night if you had to put a percentage on it?"
Oh boy,
that's tough.
I'll trust whatever percentage you put on it, Eric.
I'm gonna say 50-50 because I think Dame, despite being mad, will at least understand that it might not be the best time to trade him this summer or something. I don't know, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either way. It's tough though. Michael Cook, member for 29-month message. Being a Blazer fan is anticlimactic. Favorite beer?
Ben Shepherd.
I'm not a huge beer drinker, but I don't really have a problem with any of them. I like more lighter beers than heavier beers, but I don't really drink beers.
Do you like Ben Shepherd?
I do like Ben Shepherd. I have to say I hate this pick for Indiana. Absolutely hate it.
Okay. Why is that?
Because they got Halliburton, right? Starting point guard. And they have Nembhard last year. He's not better than Nembhard. So
yeah, but he has the size to play the 2, right? I mean, ESPN had him listed as a forward, so
they have they drafted Mathurin last year too.
Yeah,
they still have Buddy Hield. I guess they could trade him, but they didn't really need a guard-ish player. But I mean, he plays more like a point guard.
Yeah, it's fine if they loosen up the minutes somehow.
I feel like he was like a slightly less version of Nembhard, and they basically just drafted. They still have TJ McConnell too, right?
Yeah, I think he's a little bigger than Nembhard though. I think they need to get rid of McConnell and Hield, and then it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if they make a lot of moves, obviously they could free up some room. But I mean, he's a good player. I'm not saying he's not good or whatever. I just don't like they have Duarte. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know.
Who's the 36th pick? Do you remember?
Well, I'm just gonna guess Charlotte because they have a ton of picks.
A good guess. It was Orlando, actually. But
close.
It was a good guess. And Boston was 31. Okay. All right.
Jackson says, "Wait, so Chris was not a guy that worked out for the Blazers, but we picked him anyways." Yeah, we didn't really work out hardly any of the guys that we were considering in that range. So
yeah.
That might mean that it's not going to be for us, but
I mean, what team? Well, you know what? Drafting a win now player, if we're trading it to a team trying to win for rebuilding assets.
The Bucks traded for number 36.
When did that happen?
I don't know. It must have just happened. The 2030, they're trading a 2030 second round pick and cash considerations.
That's it?
How does that work? How do they trade? I mean,
there was
obviously
something like that today.
so
It
that-
just goes through once free agency starts.
Yeah, but using a 2030
Yeah.
one for a pick in this draft.
Yeah, it just goes through once free agency starts. I think they can negotiate with them. They just can't legally
would
trade
work.
them.
It would work right after the draft.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
It
right
wouldn't
after?
have to wait. Yeah.
There we go. Nick Smith Jr., 27 to Charlotte.
Nice.
Damn,
good
he
pick.
is very emotional. Matisse Thybulle. I respect it.
Yeah, Nick Smith and Brandon Miller. That's pretty good.
Well, they got their Scoot Henderson, Nick Smith Jr. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm not being negative. I'm kidding.
Yeah. The Lakers traded up from 47 to 40 in cash or something.
Why isn't this? Oh, that's fine.
All right, let me see if there's any more donations.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes once I get this updated.
Caleb Prendergraph with the $5 donation. I may disagree with you two sometimes or often this off season, but just wanted to say I appreciate all the effort you two put in the streams. Thanks, Caleb.
Thanks.
What do you mean you disagree with us sometimes? You're supposed to agree with us all the time. Jeez, Caleb, come on.
Yeah, how dare you?
And Eric Olson, $2 donation. Are we trying to be the Kings 2.0 now? Yeah, maybe. Scoot is our De'Aaron Fox. And yeah.
Leonard Miller is really
Jeremy
still
Grant is our Harrison Barnes.
Bryce Sensabaugh is still there. I had a feeling Bryce Sensabaugh would fall.
That was pretty obvious. Nick Smith and Sensabaugh would be guys that.
Yeah.
Bouquets asked, bro, why didn't we take Omax Prosper?
Would have been nice, but, would have been a guy I wouldn't have minded, so.
What's up, Crushables? How you doing, man?
What's up, Crushables?
Yes.
How you feeling, bro?
Can't wrap my head around what this team is doing. How did your
it
stream go?
doesn't
Dude, Crushable started a little bit before us, so I was watching his stream for a little bit. And he had some weird people come in and say that Jamal Crawford died and stuff, and why would you make that up? It's so stupid.
That's ridiculous.
Felt bad for him because he was dealing with all these people and he was by himself on the stream.
Next time, just stream with us. And I will barely say anything because I'll be doing graphics because Chris's computer will explode again. Rest in peace to Chris's computer.
Arrowhead says, any word on that Zoom meeting, Eric? I fell asleep on accident. What?
Zoom meeting.
I don't know what you're talking about. No trade Dame Kyle says, how long would we theoretically have to trade any of the picks we picked tonight? Again, we can trade any of the picks we picked tonight, the rights to them, until we sign them. Once we sign them, you have to wait 30 days until they sign.
All right, I'll be back. You might have to announce the next pick, but
Crushable says, down bad. I ended the stream after pick 11 because I couldn't keep going because of how upset I was. Man, that sucks. I hope not everyone was calling you a Debbie Downer like people are calling us. Oh, there was apparently a media call. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not media, so I don't get access to those, but I haven't heard anything on it, and I can't really go on Twitter much because we're trying to stream. Kevin H says, you guys got Scoot Henderson. Yeah. if anyone has any information, if anyone's tweeted stuff about how that meeting went, that'd be cool. And yeah, I'm assuming since they're putting them out there with the media that they're not. Jack Wildling, thank you, says Hyken posted a few quotes on the Zoom. AJ says, do you think Dame had anything to do with the Chris Murray pick, his B-ball camp? I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously they could be looking at it as a role player, but I don't think Dame is concerned at all about who the 23rd pick was after what else they did. So, yeah. Deadly Content says, what if we would have gotten Cam at 23? That would have been cool, but obviously didn't happen. Mind Over Matter says, with the Kings clearing Rashawn Holmes' contract, they created $30 million in cap. Draymond sweepstakes. I don't think they're going to do that. So we got the Denver Nuggets coming up. Did I miss a pick? You guys can spoil for a second. Can you let me know? Did I miss a pick? Who got picked? Sensabaugh to Utah. Okay, thanks. All right, so Utah got Sensabaugh. They got thank you, chat. They got Keontae George, right? And then they got Taylor Hendricks. Yeah, I like that draft for them. It's pretty good. Denver's up now at pick 29. Do not spoil it, Jake. No, Jake, no, you know not to spoil. There's literally a header up there, not to spoil. So, no, I don't want to know. Our second round pick is number 43, Gray Hughes. So, yeah, Denver's going to take their next rotation player that helps them win another title next year. They got several to choose from. Torrey is going to be devastated when they get Andre Jackson with one of these next few picks. They could also go for Colby Jones. I think Leonard Miller would make sense as well.
You talking about the current pick?
Yeah. We're to Denver.
Yep, here we go. Leonard Miller to Denver.
Leonard Miller, Colby Jones, Andre Jackson.
They're gonna get somebody that we're gonna say how
whichever one of the two that they don't get there, they're gonna get him at their next pick. So it doesn't.
Oh man, God, dude. How do things just consistently happen this way? It's wild.
Because Denver goes out and makes moves. They know they need cheap rotation players, and they go out and maneuver around the draft to get multiple picks in a range that they know there's going to be multiple players to get, and they go out and get it done. And we just sit there and be like, nothing happened. There was nothing available.
You know, I said the draft was going by fast. Now it feels like it's going by really slow. Like we're still not even halfway.
Maestras, did Cronin speak yet? No, not that I'm aware of.
I mean, he still has a pick to make.
Yeah, you can't. He's not going to talk in the middle. Mm-hmm. Bryce Sensabaugh went to the Jazz. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I saw that. Interesting. So they got Sensabaugh, Keontae George, and Taylor Hendricks. Yeah, that's interesting.
Mason Warner says, if we're seemingly going young, does it really make sense to trade Ant? It would be weird for Dame to be the only old header and a bunch of young kids instead of letting Ant stay. I mean, yeah, if we're going young, I'd rather just trade Dame at this point if you're not gonna fulfill the promise to him. So, yeah, I'd rather just keep Ant then, I guess. But then the Chris Murray pick makes no sense. So I don't know.
Yeah, like then I'm mad. Then I'm more mad we took Chris Murray.
Minnesota's traded to get pick 33 from San Antonio. The Timberwolves are sending the Spurs 2 future seconds. Thank you, Jackson.
Can we use some of those future seconds we got for GP2
They
and
pick-
get Leonard Miller?
They picked Julian Strother,
Dude,
Denver.
oh, I'm behind. No, Strother! Oh, I like that for them too. That happened in our mock off season around the
And
same
Barking
pick.
Box, where are you at? Are you still sober? Are you still living?
I mean, they just get a sniper. Floor spacing, small forward. Just
Winning
fits.
type player game, yeah. And they're still going to get one of the 3 players we talked about before.
He fits Michael Porter Jr.'s role really well, actually.
Yeah.
It's just like a
Not quite
movement
as big,
shooter. Yeah, not quite as big, but like you can put him in a lot of the same actions that you'd hypothetically run for Porter, and he can handle them. He can shoot on the move like that.
And Barking Box says he feels validated.
I mean, I validated you when you made the pick. You said you were scared to. For some reason. Yeah, my feed was behind. I didn't even know. Alright, getting things updated here. Julian Strother.
Yeah, I mean, you got kind of paranoid about your pick, but it wasn't. I think most people agreed it was fine.
Alright, so at 30, let me update the slideshow. Who we got?
Kyle, please stop attacking people.
Is that the same Kyle that we should have probably banned a while ago?
I think he's on a different account. But I'm not 100% sure, obviously. But people are going at him too, so.
Okay, so this is the Clippers pick. Ignore that.
We're going to trade it.
Yeah, so it's gonna say no pick.
And then
But I still have
Malcolm
a slideshow
Brogdon.
for them. Hopefully you guys are you guys actually enjoying just the team information and stuff down there? Or do you guys care? Like next year, should I just not worry about that? Because it took me quite a bit. If you guys enjoy that next year, I'll do it again, but want to know, you know?
Yeah, of course you do, Gray. Drew, I wouldn't say nobody. There's plenty of people who are happy with keeping Scoot.
Yeah.
AJ, on the next edition of Pacers Uprise, what are you going to think about their pick there of taking Ben Shepherd? AJ and I might start Pacers Uprise, by the way.
Why is that?
I don't know. We're just talking about it if we pissed off Dame.
Pacers, Uprise, yeah. I like the Pacers, so I'll help you.
But yeah, I really like them getting Jarris, so that's good.
They got Nemhard, they got Jarris, they got Halliburton, they got Mathurin. They're fun. They're fun. I've always kind of liked the Pacers. Don't know why. They just felt like the Portland of the East, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So the Clippers maybe go point guard here because they didn't get Brogdon? Is there a point guard on the board that would make sense for them?
Colby Jones, a good fit, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
More of a combo guard. But, I mean, Andre Jackson could play some point guard.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I'm really hoping Andre Jackson falls. If Andre Jackson is there at 43, you will see me beg for Andre Jackson and be mad if we don't pick him up. Okay? Just letting you know before you say you're going to be negative no matter what we pick. Nope, I won't be negative if we get Andre Jackson Jr. But I think Denver will take him at 32 if he's there. Or 30. I just don't see Denver passing on him 3 times. How do I update the bottom ticker? Because I forgot. Okay, there we go. How far is the ticker going, by the way? To 3? And that's it?
I see it at 27 right now.
No, I mean, like, in terms of listing the players.
Oh.
Here we go with the Clippers pick.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Kobe Brown from the University.
I kind of like that pick, too. Kobe Brown's a guy I like. Was a 25% or lower shooter his first 3 years in college, and last year shot 45.5%. Strong, decent athlete, can finish due to that. Slightly undersized 4, but I think he makes up for it with his strength. But also a surprisingly good passer and can attack off the dribble a little bit. Ran off the 3-point line. Just seems like a really well-rounded player who will make the right make the right reads, make the right plays, take the right shots. And if his 3-point shooting progression was legitimate, then could be a 3-and-D guy with a little bit of playmaking. I think this could end up being a steal. I think he could end up being like a top 10 to 15 player in this draft if he pans out like I think he can.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's the same type of player as Draymond. Obviously, Draymond is not a 45% three-point shooter. But I do feel like he fell to this range because of those size worries. And, he's a little bigger player, much like Draymond, just the perceived lack of athleticism. So if he shows some of those same all-around skills, kind of like a utility type player that can shoot, that's a huge bonus to any team, really.
So now we're into the second round, Eric. And this is Boston that's on the clock. Ignore the pick below. All right. What am I looking for here? Team slideshow. No.
The Pistons traded this Besson.
Yeah, they traded it to Boston.
Drew Timmy at 43. Cosmo says Brown's 3-point shooting is not legit aberration year. I mean, it could be true. But he did
a lot of
improve
other
his
things.
mechanical.
He's one of those guys that does enough like other things offensively and defensively where like he could be a solid role player even if his shot is below average. So that's why you're willing to take a guy like that, If he was more limited in other areas, then sure, because then he'd have to be a good shooter.
And Barking Boss with the $2 donation. Strawther in Denver is going to be a problem. Celtics are trading down yet again, moving from 31 to 34 and 39.
Okay, so Charlotte's trading for this pick. So this is going to be Charlotte.
So they're going to end up with Miller.
Yeah.
Did they take Sasser? No.
Nick Smith
No,
Jr.
Detroit. Nick Smith Jr., yeah. Detroit took Sasser. So they're going to end up with
You think they're gonna take Miller, huh?
Miller, and Nick Smith Jr. I was trying to figure out why they would have traded up. GG.
I mean, because they have a million second round picks.
No, I'm just like not why. I'm sorry. What player they're targeting by moving up? This should say, yeah.
I could see them randomly going like Trace Jackson Davis.
All right, Braden Pierce. Final warning for spoiling. Please do not spoil picks in chat. We understand people tweet them out like shams, but please do not put them in chat. We do not want to be spoiled. We're trying to listen to the picks as they happen live, not know about every pick before they happen. Lily M with $2 donation. Blazers will make playoffs with current roster. I don't have faith in that. Not currently. They need to.
They got to make other moves.
Make a lot of moves. Yeah. They have no size still.
Yeah. So I mean, I hope that's the direction they're going in, but remains to be seen. We'll see. Thank you for the dono. Appreciate it though. So this is Charlotte on the board.
Don't ask me who they're picking because I already know.
Am I going to be bummed? Yes or no?
What, Charlotte's pick?
Yeah.
I think you'll say it's fine. I don't know.
Okay.
It's someone that it would make sense to you with all the picks they had.
So I'm guessing it's repair, which makes a ton of sense for them because they need defense on the wing. That's my guess then.
Dame is upcoming topic on Shams.
What'd Shams tweet?
Shams tweeted about Dame and the Blazers. Okay, hold on. I'll just go read it. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me read it for everyone.
Here we go. After the pick, read it. Oh, has Mark Tatum done his whole thing yet?
Nope.
How long is the thing to read?
It's actually a video.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to play it.
I don't think I'll get copyrighted, right?
I don't know.
I'll play it.
Oh wait, is it? It's live. I don't.
Yeah, I'll just have you repeat it to me.
I
have a trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Sacramento Kings are trading to the Dallas Mavericks the draft rights to Olivier Maxence Prosper, the 24th pick. With the 31st pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons select James Najee.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Najee to the Hornets. All right, what's the Dame thing?
All right, so I just caught the tail end of it. It was actually a live thing, but the Dame wants a veteran-laden roster. Their priority tonight was Scoot. He said it was a happy night in Portland, but that if Portland is unable to make a meaningful move, Dame does not want to be back to a rebuilding situation, and that it will come to a head in the next couple weeks.
Yay!
So Dame's going to see if they can pull a rabbit out of their hat in free agency with no money. And
Dame's gone. Dame's gone. Dame's gone. We've seen Dame play his last game as a Blazer, I think, but hopefully I'm wrong.
Yeah. I mean, we told you guys. That's why we've been disappointed this whole stream.
Yep.
Nola was making offers for Scoot, but Blazers would not budge. I don't know if Sham said this or not, but someone said Nola wanted Sharp in the Zion deal.
Oh, yeah, that's a no.
Yeah.
It's an easy no.
Shams says that Dame wants them to decide by free agency what they're doing, basically. I mean, they've clearly made up their mind. Shams also said that Portland had no interest in trading Scoot and didn't really even consider it.
Pathetic. Pathetic. It is just pathetic. It's just freaking pathetic, dude. Like, I'm yeah.
Pick.
Says Indiana, but he's actually on his way. Andrea.
Jalen Pickett got drafted at 32?
Denver Nuggets.
Wow, that's a reach, but can't question Denver, right?
Yeah, I guess, but why? Okay, I mean, maybe Leonard Miller's there at 43. Why is Leonard Miller not... Why is he in the second round?
I don't know.
Can we trade... But, okay, so if they knew the same thing was coming, why the hell are they drafting Chris Murray at 23?
I don't know, dude.
Like, what the
Maybe. The only thing I think of is maybe with that pick, it was for someone else that they had a trade locked up for.
I mean, maybe, hopefully. I just... God, I'm sick. I'm sick. This is disgusting. Oh, boy. I might need to take like a 5-minute break from trying to update these graphics. Maybe Krish is better now. Okay, Krish updating the bottom ticker, and he's putting the picks in. Okay, cool. Yeah, keep putting the picks in, Krish. That's clutch. Now keep updating the sidebar. Gigi Jackson's still there. The vape god himself.
Jackson Burgess had a $8 Australian donation earlier. Thank you, Jackson. I'm using Internet Explorer, so I'm still waiting on the Spurs to come first pick to come through. It's funny. Jack M, $5 donation. Calling it now. Leonard Miller will be this year's Josh Minot. High upside wing that gets snagged right before us. Disappointing freaking night. I mean, yeah. That would be awesome if he gets picked 42. But, I mean, even if he's there at 43, I don't know if we'd even take him, so... And then Ethan Colburn with a $10 donation. Thank you, Ethan. If Dame really is gone, what's his best haul? Yeah. We're going to get Ben Simmons and like 3 or 4 firsts.
Yep.
Or we're going to get Tyler Hero and a couple future firsts. Wait, the Mavericks got him?
The Spurs?
Oh, the Timberwolves got him?
The Timberwolves got him? Oh,
yeah.
Because
they traded up, yeah.
I am angry. I hate everything that's happened tonight.
Well, I mean, the Timberwolves got him for 2 future seconds, so we had all those stockpiles of second-round picks. Could have moved up and got him, right?
Nah, we ain't gonna use them. Nah. Nope.
We're gonna use them to get Jetty Osman.
Hopefully the Bulls want Chris Murray so that we can get our future first back, I guess.
Why?
So that we can save Dame, I guess, and play him next to Scoot, I guess, and then we can have Ant at the 3, Ant probably gets traded, so then we can have Sharp at the 3, I guess, and then we can make the play-in next year, I guess. I hate it all. I don't even know if did I make a card for Jalen Pickett? I think I did.
Mana Screech says, what could be done? I hope that's sarcastic.
Nothing. We can never do anything. Every team wants to screw us, so we can't ever do anything, so we just have to screw ourselves instead, you know? Like, what else? There is nothing else to do.
Cosmo, the Spurs did not get Leonard Miller. They got They traded that pick to Minnesota.
Yeah. God, I'm gonna have to keep up with the traded picks. Did Denver keep 32?
Denver, what?
Did Denver keep 32?
Yeah, they got Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, I didn't know if they kept her.
Yeah.
That's why.
Cody Palmer says, I legitimately feel like with the trades we've seen that GMs were trying to fleece a lot of other teams, and probably why Joe hasn't made any moves so far. I'm just sick of that excuse, man. It's not an excuse. Other teams, the Celtics just got Porzingis and 2 first-round picks. They were going to get that for Malcolm Brogdon. They were going to get Porzingis for Malcolm Brogdon and not having to give up any picks at all. Like,
I am tired of other teams try and get a good trade when they negotiate with Cronin, so Cronin can't do anything.
He's not cut out. He's not built for this. It's simple. He's not built for it.
Yeah. Colby Jones goes 34 to Charlotte, which is Boston. I like that for them. He seems like a Boston player. Go ahead.
Rip City Fear says, I was watching this podcast today called The High Jump a Pod that mentioned you guys. Great channel, guys.
That's awesome.
What did they say about us?
That's awesome. And it wasn't bad.
I'm assuming.
Dude, I can't keep up with these freaking graphics. I need Krish.
Another trade. Kings are getting 34 for 38 and a future second to Boston. So the Kings got Colby Jones.
I like that for the Kings, too.
Yep.
So at 35... Taylor Hendricks gets drafted again. Yay. I'm delirious.
That'd be funny if Adam Silver forgot where he was and just spazzed out back 2 hours and just came out and announced a pick that was already taken.
That'd be funny. Okay, so 33 was Minnesota. Jeez. 33 was Minnesota. 34 was who?
Colby Jones. It's going to the Kings.
The Kings. And then 35 is the Wizards?
35 is supposed to be the Wizards, yes.
Okay. So this was Jalen Pickett. And then you have Leonard Miller. God, what a win for the Timberwolves. And then not New Orleans. The Kings took Colby Jones. Okay, and then the Wizards just took... oh no, it hasn't been announced yet. Okay. Alright, please update. How's chat feeling, Eric?
I think we're just all waiting for the 43rd pick to come up at this point.
Yeah.
But wondering what we can do in free agency that's going to be good enough to keep Dame around.
Yep.
We're going to do something dumb like trade Anthony for Royce O'Neal and or something, you know.
Even I don't think we're that dumb.
Ethan Colburn says Woj reporting that a move centered around Damian Lillard. What are you talking about? Don't post fake Woj stuff, Ethan. Come on.
Is that regular or no?
Huh?
If you post fake stuff purposefully, we will ban you. You'll be gone. You'll be gone for good.
I think he was saying I
don't know if it's fake, so I don't know if I'm necessarily talking about him. I'm just saying in general.
I think he was saying he's dreading the tweet where Woj says.
Oh, okay.
But it made it sound like, yeah.
Yep, I'm joining it too. Ethan, I agree with you there.
What's up, Nah? How you doing? He says Middleton's a free agent, but we don't have money to sign him. So. Yeah. We're going to do something dumb like sign and trade for Middleton for Anthony or something. But Middleton just opted out of $40 million. He's not going to take much less than that.
Yeah, he's not.
So in a sign and trade. But and then we get hard capped, and we have a tough time matching salary for anything higher than Anthony sign. Somebody's not agreeing to a sign and trade. Julian Phillips goes to the Wizards along with they got Koulibaly as well.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't like having both of those guys, but
yeah, and I'm not high on Phillips, so I'm okay that he got taken.
Oh, the Bulls are acquiring the 35th pick from the Wizards. Aeromancer, you put that before we even had that on the feed. What were you doing?
What do you mean?
In chat, he says the Bulls are acquiring the 35 pick from the Wizards and selecting Julian Phillips.
He spoiled the pick. Our own moderators. Oh my goodness. Well,
why were you typing it out? Why would you type the name before we... Like, don't type any names with trades. It's that simple, unless it's a player.
Yeah, you can say it. Just take the name out. Yeah. No, I appreciate you try to break stuff since we don't got Chase here.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, like, just afterwards.
I mean, so the Duke of Fall says it's just so hard to feel good about anything when Phoenix and Golden State are making moves for bets. So, yeah, in the last 2 days, we saw the Warriors get Chris Paul, the Suns get Beal, the Celtics get Porzingis. And I don't care if you don't want any of those guys, that's fine. That's not the point. The point is Dame is sitting there saying, please get me some help. And this team was just like, nah, we'll try later. And he's sitting there watching them say they can't get him help while he's watching these other teams get them help. And that's the problem. It's not that we're not making moves or didn't have a nice move or whatever. He's just pissed off that they told him they were dedicating to winning and then all of a sudden weren't. And that's bullcrap. This organization is a freaking joke.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been telling you Cronin's been a fraud since he got the job. He's an absolute fraud.
Yeah, I've been telling you guys I don't trust him. I mean, but then...
Jody needs to they need to freaking sell the trust or do something, man.
Yeah, that's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
Cosmo Phillips isn't even going to the Celtics. He's on the Bulls.
Dude, like every pick in this range has been
traded. I know. Remember that one year, the first year we did this, and every pick was traded? It was
just, yeah, but I wasn't doing graphics, so it was fine.
No, it wasn't because we didn't. They weren't announcing like who that was for. They were just saying this pick has been traded, and we had no idea what team had
they were handling it really bad. Yeah, that was funny. All right, here we go at 36.
2023 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Andre Jackson Jr. from the University of Kentucky.
Bucks got him.
The Bucks got him?
Yep, Milwaukee Bucks.
That's Milwaukee?
Yep. Great pick for them. That's kind of in the mold of what Denver's doing, you know?
Bro, like... I just hate it all. I hate everything. Well, yeah, I love Andre Jackson Jr. Good defensive player, really good athlete, really good passer, good rebounder. Basically good at everything except shooting, but I don't think his form is terrible. He was like 28% last year. I think maybe he can become an okay shooter, but is basically kind of a Josh Hart type player. Plays really hard. Would be a perfect role player on a good team, in my opinion. And I think he'll play next season for Milwaukee, and I think he'll be good. I think his game translates well to the league. think he can play the same role he did in college. And of course, he won in college because he played for UConn and they won a championship with him playing that role, and he was a big part of it. So, great pick for the Bucks. Teams with like no picks are, like Minnesota had 53 and the Bucks had the last pick in the draft, but they trade up and get Leonard Miller and Andre Jackson Jr. So phenomenal by them. Well done.
I think they traded like a 2030 pick or something.
2030 second or something, yeah. Could have been us.
I forgot who's this is going to. It says Denver, but I think Denver might have traded it to. I don't know.
All right, at 37. Who's 37th?
Chris says he's putting up banners, so they should be populating.
Okay. Like the pick? Okay. 37 is Denver.
Steven Powers says, what if the Blazers trade Scoot after Summer League? Because if he balls out, his value will increase. I mean, I guess that option is possible, but Shams just went on and said that Dame is out if they don't do something before then. So, yeah.
Hunter Tyson, I accidentally shut off the stream. Hunter Tyson for Denver.
Doesn't someone tell me if that was actually Denver? Or did they trade it?
Probably. There, let me crop this selection graphic there.
Woj said Andre Jackson had medical issues.
And he still went 36th. So he probably would have went higher then if he didn't. Well, so he's okay.
Coleman Schleiss with a $5 donation. Anybody in particular that y'all are going for at 43?
He just got taken. It was Andre Jackson Jr. So
38, 39, 44, 6 picks. So we're guaranteed one of your top 6 on the board. Who's your top 6? Name 6 players you'd be good with.
I'll look at it in a second. Who's 38? The Kings still, I hope.
We saw Repair hasn't been taken yet? Oh no. Did he get taken?
No.
So we got James Najee.
James Najee got taken.
Not Najee. Repair, Gigi Jackson, City Sissoko, Jordan Walsh. Maxwell Lewis is still on the board. Keontae Johnson, Jalen Wilson, Mohamed Gay.
I don't want Jalen Wilson.
I could see them thinking he's a veteran type player.
Bro, if we took Jalen Wilson after we took Chris Murray just to rebuild. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah. I am like all the way out on Jalen Wilson. I'm not keen on Jalen Wilson whatsoever.
I actually think he's going to be a really good role player in the NBA.
I think he's a guy that will struggle to find a role where he does anything well in the NBA, and he's undersized. Oh, we don't have a Hunter Tyson one.
He's like a shooting forward from Clemson, Reese.
Yeah.
So no chance we trade for L. Miller, right? Leonard Miller? Will Nix? No, there's no chance we're trading for Leonard Miller. I mean, I don't know if we're trading the pick, Ethan. Like, why trade it if we're rebuilding? We might as well just take home run swings. Like, if Gigi Jackson's there, you might as well swing for the fences right now, right?
Yep. Did somebody just get taken at 30? No, that's on the clock. Okay. Alright, let me update this bit board because he's gone. City Sissoko's still there.
Yeah, I just said him.
Yeah, I didn't know. Keontae Johnson. I wouldn't
I
mind.
just said him.
No, I know. I'm busy. I'm.
Okay. I know.
Yeah, I did not hear. I'm just saying, like off the top of my head. Like, yeah, that's why I said I needed a second. Keontae Johnson,
Jackie,
I like a lot.
We got Jackie Treehorn in chat. Marcus Camby, shotgun and beers in honor of Dame's time in Portland. So yeah, I put Jalen Wilson and Keontae Johnson. I think they're similar type players. I think they're both.
I think Keontae's
just really solid.
Yeah. Better athlete, better shooter. So I trust that part of his game. Flair, his deal goes for 4 years, and then he's a restricted free agent, so he's not just gonna leave unless he requests a trade, which maybe he would, but.
Jordan Walsh goes 39. I think
I
the
like
Hornets traded this pick though.
Oh yeah, with 34 to Boston.
Did Boston just get Jordan Walsh?
Who went 38?
I don't know.
Why is the Heat 38 too? It's not the Heat. Who went 38? Jeez, I can't keep up. Jordan Walsh went 38.
Yeah, 38. Sorry.
You're good. I mean, Sacramento needs some defense, so 39 is Boston, I believe. Look at a Washington State guy getting drafted. Never would have thought. So that's Boston. I think I'm just going to put Boston because I think it's Boston. All right, well, Blazers are on the clock soon.
Lock Hunter asked, do you guys think there'll be any protests around how they treated Dame? I mean, it's Portland, so maybe, but I think it's more just people won't renew their season tickets. I know my mom will contemplate canceling.
All right, I'm kind of caught up on various things.
Kevin says Eric the Porzingis trade fell apart. What are you talking about?
The first one did. The second one.
The first one did, but then they traded him. They made it work.
Yeah. All right.
Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul began calling teams in the second round and requested them not to take his client Chris Livingston. It's believed Livingston has a set draft spot in the second round. That's lame.
I don't want him. Watch it be us, though.
I mean, well, if it's a better player, I would just say, screw you. I'm taking him because I want to. If it's like a player like Chris Livingston, you can't do that. And AJ's right, Tori. Stop saying crap that you don't want to happen because it always ends up happening. It's annoying.
Yeah, Kevin Knox, Chris Murray, like who do I not want at 43? Chris Livingston. Okay. I'm just saying this so like people be like won't freak out at me being mad. Maxwell Lewis is still there? That's crazy. So Jordan Walsh is gone. James Knox is gone. I don't want Jalen Wilson or Chris Livingston, which means we're taking one of those guys. So
let's
Jalen
go.
Wilson, you're
be
a
happy
Portland
with good
Trail
shit. I'll be happy.
If we get who?
No, I won't be happy because Jalen Wilson makes no sense. It's like Chris Murray. He's old and
Exactly. So that's
like
why
a
we're
role
going to take him.
player. Yeah.
It's sad that we, at this point, we have to think along the lines of, okay, so does this make no sense? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. So, is this the type of thing that makes no sense that Kernan would do? Probably. I'm really surprised. Denver took Strother at 29. I like that pick. And I was surprised at their next two picks. But trust them, I guess. At 40, the Lakers select Maxwell Lewis.
That's a good pick for them. Jesus. At 40?
At 40. God, I can't wait to be back.
Yeah, they got Hood Shafino, and now they got a scorer to go with it.
I can't wait to be mad at our pick.
I forgot what it was, but someone asked about Dame when Dame's Maestro asks, is it true Portland can't trade Lillard until July 9th? That is correct. July 9th is the date he can be traded, which is basically 2 days after the moratorium ends anyway. But yeah.
All right. 41 is who? Charlotte again.
Michael Alkire says, I think it's crazy you wanted Scoot to fall, but now we're upset he's here. Blazers have to be prepared to keep who they pick.
I wanted him to fall because it helped us trade the pick.
Yeah.
Would have helped us trade the pick and get back good value, and then we didn't trade the pick. So that explains that. I mean, come on.
Yeah. It was for trade value because that should have been the best possible way to get a star to win a championship. So.
Yep. All right. So 40. This was Maxwell Lewis.
Yeah, Cosmo, I do agree, is a bit of a tweener, but I mean, on the Lakers, I don't think it'll matter that much, and he'll get cleaner looks than he's ever gotten before. So.
Yep.
Which day are you guys live for free agency? We'll be live Friday, June 30th, from like an hour or two before free agency starts. Obviously, if there's a trade for the Blazers, we'll go on earlier. And then we went for like 7 or 8 hours last year, and then we signed off, and then they signed Gary Payton, and we got right back on for another couple hours. And then
speaking of another move that we didn't like,
we streamed a bunch of other we streamed the next day too for several hours when we resigned.
The Charlotte Hornets select Amari Bailey from UCLA.
Amari Bailey.
Dude, I'm so lost on who has what pick now.
I think Charlotte still had 41. I think. Not sure, but I think. Surprised they didn't go repair, though. Instead, they have Nick Smith Jr. and Amari Bailey.
That's why I don't know who's on what pick now.
Yeah.
I know they traded 2 to move up a few minutes ago, but I don't know.
Chat,
Bailey is in the audience, and he's not wearing a shirt under his suit jacket.
What? Huh?
He's got the suit jacket on, but nothing underneath.
Is he showing it off? I didn't see.
He's letting his chest hang out. Yep.
That's like the thing now. Game started that.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not fashionable. It's just funny. Yeah, Amari Bailey is someone who was like super highly thought of before.
So is Nick Smith Jr., year. Who they took.
Yeah.
So.
And he started playing pretty well at the end of the season, but never really flashed like NBA level, but definitely someone who could still develop. He's still young, so
42 is the Wizards. And Portland's after that.
All right,
And
2
at
picks.
this point, I'm just not even invested.
We will have a chance to get Gigi or Sissoko.
Yeah, I guess.
Might as well swing for upside, right?
With the vape god.
Or repair.
Yeah. I mean, City or GG is who I want. Or Keontae.
I mean,
Who just-
Keontae doesn't make a lot of sense either if we're rebuilding.
I mean, I just think he has the upside to be, like, good value at this pick, so I think it's fine, even though he's older. I like his upside as a role guy compared to the other guys on the board. I don't know.
Well, we still need another guard, so we should trade it for DeLon Wright.
We need another guard, huh? We need a guard that can play center. Tristan Vukcevic will be our Jokic. And Scoot will be our Jamal Murray. I wouldn't hate Vukcevic either. Imani Bates.
Stop, Tori. You're gonna.
Who's ready for some Imani Bates, chat? By the way, don't spoil picks. We warn you not to spoil picks, okay? We'll ban you if you spoil picks. Do not spoil picks, okay? Thank you. We want to react naturally, okay? To the Blazers inevitably drafting Imani Bates or Jalen Wilson or who was the other guy I didn't want? I forgot who I didn't want. Dang, that's a first.
I remember him. Oh, it was the guy who was a promise, Chris Livingston.
Oh, yeah, Chris Livingston. Drew Timmy time? At least Timmy would make it fun to go to G League games because I don't know how bad I want to go to Blazer games. Damian Lillard wants to give Blazers more time to build a contender and will take the next week to think about his future. Okay.
In the 2023 NBA draft, the Washington Wizards select Tristan Vukcevic.
Okay, well,
from
Vukcevic
Athens, Greece.
is off the board. Goodbye, Vukcevic.
Tristan Vucevic.
Never knew ya.
It's a good
And
pick
now
for
it's,
them.
now it's Portland time.
Blazers are up! Yay! All right, who do we want, chat?
Excited? Who do we
Can we do a chat poll real quick?
Sure.
No one spoil it. Do not spoil. Do not spoil.
We will.
Do not spoil.
banish
I will
you
ban
forever.
anyone who spoils.
Yep. My computer is finally.
I'm gonna go.
All right, who do you want in the
Oh,
poll?
well, that's one good thing about asking chat, because then we won't know if they're just
True.
answering my question but I'm gonna turn chat off.
Whoops! I accidentally posted the poll too early. I didn't mean to. Who do you want at 43? Okay, give me names. Gigi Jackson, City Sissoko. Who else? else do you want?
You can put your guy Keontae. That's
Repair?
pretty much it, right? Oh, repair. Yeah, repair. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, chat. Feel free to spam whose ever
You want-
name you
you
want.
want
And that way we won't
Keontae?
know what's a spoiler. I will be cool with Gigi, Keontae, or Sissoko.
You wouldn't be cool with
Sissoko,
repair.
Sissoko might be the guy I want most, actually.
Yeah. They're talking about Dame.
Another G League Ignite guy. I just want all the G League Ignite guys. They're talking about Dame, huh?
Well, because it's the Blazers pick.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
With the 43rd pick In the 2023 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Ryan Rupert from Paris, France.
All right. That's fine.
Selected 43rd by the Portland Trailblazers.
Like, I don't hate it, but I don't like it. Like,
That's funny. He's listed as a guard on there. At least he's a little. What did he measure? I need to look up measurements.
yeah, we'll look. Dang, I wish those were updated faster. Chris, you don't have to worry about the player cards. They're not updating fast enough anyway.
I'm gonna look it up real quick. 6'6", barefoot, 8'10", standing reach.
That's pretty damn
7'2"
good.
wingspan.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
so
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. He's raw.
He's
He
small
can play
forward
defense,
size.
though.
Only 32.5-inch max vert. Not super athletic.
He can play D.
Yeah, he's a good defense.
I wouldn't
He's
look at
not-
him as a guard. I'd
He's,
look at him as
he's
a
more a
small
small
forward.
forward.
Batum 2.0.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
That's not a
Well,
bad comparison, actually.
I don't
Batum was
mind it.
like a little lengthier, but
Yeah.
might be a two-way guy, too.
Yeah, a lot of people had a first round grade on him, so trust Smitch, trust the first round grade. I'm okay. I'm fine with this pick. I'm completely fine with this pick.
Yeah.
Um,
I just swing for upside with the 43rd pick. That's fine. There was three guys you could do it with. They chose one of them. That's fine.
yeah. We had him
It's
collectively 30 on our big board.
Swinging for upside, though, instead of winning doesn't make sense with the Chris Murray pick, but
Yeah.
that's what's funny.
Can't believe we just took Scoot, said we never even really answered calls for the pick, and then we take Chris Murray. Like, you can't make it up, bro. All right. How behind are we on donos? By the way,
We're all caught up, I think.
are we? Chat,
Yeah.
are we all caught up? Tori looks so sad. I'm worn out because I've been having to update graphics,
Yeah,
and this team wears me out. So
Liam Best just had an Australian $2 donation a second after you said that. So who is our young project center, Baji? Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're not capable of bringing in young power forwards or centers that are actually good. So I guess we're hoping Baji turns into something. That's certainly possible. They didn't cut him at the end of last season, so. Snacking K says, "What's the percent of a trade happening tonight?" I'd say pretty low.
I'd say like 0.5%.
Yeah. Aeromancer, why are you taking a shower at 9:02?
Why is he announcing it?
Oh yeah, why are you telling us?
So 42 was Vukcevic, 43. Okay, here we go with 44.
With the 44th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select CD Sissoko from Paris, France.
God, he feels like a Spurs player too.
He's French too. So.
He's French too, so Wemby gets a fellow countryman. Yeah, I think that's a steal for them. At 44. I love that pick for them. Love that pick for them.
Also, so one other thing about Chris Murray. So obviously I'm higher on him than you, but I will say, if we are ushering in a new era with Scoot, Sharp, those type of players, don't we want to be fast and athletic and stuff? And Chris is more of a slow it down half court type player, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think it really fits with those guys.
I mean, the pick just The pick just doesn't make sense unless we keep Dame, but, I mean...
we could be trading it, I guess. But I mean, we've talked about this. Like we've needed those young athletic wings and like a more of a rim running big. The people who don't like Nurk, but we don't ever address those needs. We're just trying to do the same thing with slower wings than centers. Still, probably. I mean, it's still lots of time to fix that. But I mean, this organization's proven they can find guards. It's not that hard to find guards. It's the other positions. Can you find those players?
Yeah, I just don't know how... I don't know how this ends any other way other than Dame getting traded for a package that is suboptimal and us rebuilding. And basically, we're just going to have to pray that Scoot becomes a top 10 player and Sharp becomes an all-star, or Anthony Simons becomes an all-star.
And how long is that going to take?
Like, but that's optimistic. Like, the chance... Like, I would bet that Scoot's never going to be as good as Dame was last year. Because Dame was, like, historically great offensively last year. I mean, it's so hard to get to that level, man. Even with prospects like this, it's not easy.
And we just went through 2 years of tanking. How many years is it going to be until we get back to...
Will we ever like win a play? Like, when are we going to win a playoff series for the first time in this channel's history? Is what I'm wondering. You know, like I'll have fun covering games even in a rebuilding year because the community makes it fun. You guys make it fun, chat. But man, it's tough. I just want to win. It's so much fun when we win. Like the start of last season was electric. It was so much fun to cover the team. Gigi Jackson, 45 to Memphis. The Vape God to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah. Why is every
Western Conference team getting the players that we want?
Here's the deal. I actually don't have a problem if you wanted to rebuild. I don't have a problem if this organization, once they got Sharp and Sharp started playing well, if they thought maybe it was time to rebuild. But don't lie to us. Don't sit up there and tell us you're all about transparency. That's all I care about is transparency and being honest with these guys. And then frickin' go out there and don't be transparent and don't ever fulfill that commitment you said you had for 2 years with building a winner for Damian Lillard and wanting to be here. That's a joke. This franchise is an absolute freaking joke. And I freaking hate it. I can't stand that I'm the Blazer fan. It's been nothing but pain my whole entire life. And now I have to deal with this crap, this crappy owner, this crappy GM, this crappy ass franchise. I'm just so freaking sick of it. Dame could win a championship for Portland if you got him some freaking help, and they just sat on their freaking ass and did nothing for him for freaking years. And it's multiple GMs. Olshey too. Olshey can freaking go to hell too. But this organization just freaking sucks, man. It sucks.
Cronin is no different than Olshey other than the fact that he traded CJ and he's nicer. So
we were freaking 2 games out of the playoffs, out of the 4th seed at the trade deadline last year. It's not like we're like the worst team in the NBA and it would have taken a miracle for us to get better or whatever. Like, we were right there if we had gone for it. If we ever took a commitment that they promised us, fans, that bear with us. We will make this worth it. You sitting through this crap, starting fucking Drew Eubanks and Kelvin Blevins for 2 years and all this crap. And now we have to, now we bared with them during that stupid stuff, but now we have to go and freaking
Seth Lundy to the Hawks.
sorry for swearing.
I didn't even notice. I don't. Fuck it.
Just drives me
Do
crazy.
you feel
man.
better now?
This guy wanted to win in Portland. He wanted to win for this city. He wanted to be here. He did not want to be traded. He wanted to finish his whole career in one city and be here. He wants to retire here. And he literally wants to win a championship. That was his main goal, is to win a championship for the city of Portland. And we were just like, nah, no thanks. We just like this shiny new object better. Like, see ya, Dame. Like, dude, that's such BS, man. Screw this team, man.
Yep.
Abibi says, how plausible was it that we didn't make any big moves because Jody mandated going cheap with the rookies? I don't give a crap what she mandated. Don't freaking tell us that you're going for it and want to win with Dame then. It's that simple. It's fine. If like that's what you wanted to do, if you were going to be cheap, don't go on other shows and say, oh, Jody has no problem financially committing to Dame. That's not a deal. We'll go into the tax. We'll do it. And then not do it. But no, you never had any plans. I mean, it's totally obvious that they never really were truly committed to Dame. And the only reason why they made the trade for frickin' Jeremy Grant was because they had a way to get him to like kind of smooth things over with Dame, but also stay under the tax. If it would have put them in the tax when they got him and there was no way to get under the tax, they wouldn't have traded for him.
I mean, I told you guys on trade deadline day, we have the worst combination of like, I mean, the coach doesn't even matter at this point, but I said we have the worst combination of coach, GM, owner in the league. I told you guys that, and people said you're being negative. I mean, do you guys, are you starting to see why I said that? I mean, it's obvious. And I mean, how many times are we going to let Cronin fail and fail and fail? And at this point, he's going to run Dame out of town. That's a failure. If that happens, it's a fail. He failed. He failed at the deadline when he traded Norman Rocco. Last offseason, other than the Grant trade and the Sharp pick, I mean, last offseason was okay. That's the only time he didn't completely fail. This past deadline, he failed. And this offseason, he's going to fail again. So 3 out of 4 years, that's 3 out of 4 major acquisition periods, he's going to fail. And then one of them was okay because Dame convinced Grant to want to come here. Like, but we're just going to make excuse after excuse. Like, oh, that was his only option, was to fail. He couldn't have done anything else other than fail. I mean, I'm tired of having GMs that fail over and over and over again, and then it's just excuse after excuse after excuse. But the thing is, if this was Neil Olshey, people wouldn't excuse him. People would be saying, Neil Olshey's finally driving Dame out of Portland. He lied to Dame. Like, people would be freaking out if a lot more if this was Olshey. But since it's not Olshey, it's not as bad, which just doesn't make any sense to me because it doesn't really matter who's doing it. It's there was a lie. And they're running Dame out of town, and it's you have to sit there and wonder, did they do this on purpose to make Dame look like the bad guy? Which is just ridiculous. Like, I can't believe we're at this point. I freaking hate this ownership group. I hate the trust, everything that runs this team. I hate every ounce of it.
Monopoman says, $5 donation, thank you. Being a Blazer fan is part of pain. It's how it goes, man. Yeah, agreed. Eric Olson, $5 donation. If the front office wants Dame out, why did they not take calls about Dame? Exactly. I mean, they tried to act like this wouldn't be a possibility or they could pull some miracle out, and maybe they still do. Who knows? But the fact that it's even come to this point where we have to make a big move now, or Dame's gone, is just ridiculous. And then, yeah, good luck with Cronin making that freaking trade. That's the other problem. Is the person who's supposed to get the most value for Dame is the worst GM in the freaking league, and we're supposed to be happy that he's the one that gets to make that decision when he's just gonna he let Norman Powell choose where he wanted to go and got crap value for him.
Yeah.
Like, you think he's not going to let Damian Lillard pick the team he wants to go to, even if it's the worst value offer they get back in return? Like, we're screwed. We're absolutely screwed. I mean, it's going to be fun watching Scoot and Sharp and stuff. They're going to be an awesome guard combo, but I mean, this franchise doesn't care. Like, what makes anyone think when those two players are ready to win that this front office will do what it takes or is capable of doing what it takes to put a winning team around those two and win a championship? They're not capable. They're not built for this. They cannot do it. And Jody is not a good enough owner to ever be that way. We're never going to win a championship as long as she's in charge and Cronin's the GM. And I mean, Chauncey's been terrible as coach so far too, like you said. So I mean, this has nothing to do with Scoot, nothing to do with Sharp. Like, those players are super exciting and super talented and could be two of the best players in the NBA someday if they hit their ceilings. But this franchise just will ruin it. They'll mess it up. It's not going to work.
Yeah, at some point you see the same story so many times that you accept it, and you accept that will be the reality constantly. And that's really where we're at right now. Until I see something different, I'm not going to believe or hope for anything else. I'll talk about it. It's fun. I mean, here's the thing. Like, this sports is supposed to be entertainment. Basketball is supposed to be entertainment. This channel is supposed to be entertainment. Obviously, it's more entertaining when you win. But the storylines and stuff are intriguing. That's why I'm able to do this despite being a fan of this freaking organization, right? So the storylines surrounding whatever path is going to be interesting, and I will continue to cover them, and I hope that you guys continue to be invested, if not in the team, hopefully in the channel, because I appreciate every one of you. I appreciate the community we've built. It's just like, this is obviously a huge part of my life running this channel, and it's like, a rebuild is not good. It's not good for what I do, you know what I mean? So it's like, I try not to analyze things from that point of view, but man, I was hoping we would pull off a big trade, because not only would it be great as a fan, not only would it mean keeping Dame, but it'd also be great for the channel. So, that part kind of sucks, and that's where a little bit of the frustration comes from, but in general, it doesn't matter. It's just a messed up situation we're in right now.
Yep. Sean Prive says let Grant walk and free up cap space.
We don't have... Watch Eric's offseason preview.
We would have had to trade both picks to have more than the mid-level exception. So we have about $12 million to spend with the mid-level exception now if we're keeping the picks. So even if we let Grant walk. All right, a couple other donations. M. Alam, $2 donation. How long do you have to trade a draft selection? Sorry, I'm not laughing at you, M. Alam. I've just gotten that question like 800 times. You can trade the rights to draft picks as long as you don't sign them forever. So there's still players that are now in their 40s that were drafted like 30 years ago that still technically you could trade the rights to them. That doesn't matter. But once you sign them to a contract, it's 30 days till they can become tradable. They don't count as any salary before you sign them. They count as a salary after the 30 days. Kyle Wilson, $5 donation. Olshey burned this franchise into the ground, and Joe is pissing on the ashes. I guarantee Jody wanted to force Dame out to reduce payroll. I mean, it doesn't. I don't know, because it doesn't really make sense if you're trying to sell the team to not have Damian Lillard. I mean, the value of the franchise is going to go down significantly when we trade him. So, yeah. it's not quite as much as like a LeBron, but I mean, like what the Cavs franchise value got like 500 million less valuated the year they traded or LeBron went to Miami. So yeah. And MJ Allen 77 with a $20 donation. Thank you so much, MJ. I've enjoyed the channel, San Antonio fan, with Dame's age and not enough capital to get him another All-Star. It sucks, hard to say, but it's time to rebuild. I understand your frustration. Good luck to your Blazers. Beers on me.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah. How is the third pick not enough capital to get an All-Star? I don't understand.
Well, there's Imani Bates for you.
Cavs went to interesting. But the main thing is it's rebuild's fine. It's just like I said, we were told they weren't rebuilding, that they were committed to winning with Dame, not rebuilding. So the frustration is with what their messaging has been the last 2 years while we suffered through them missing games on purpose. And so, I mean, it's fine if you wanted to tank games to rebuild, just say that, and then you're upfront with the fans. But then don't lie and say you're about transparency when you've never been about transparency. That just won't ever sit right to me. And I'm sorry if you feel like that's okay. I don't know what that means about you, but not you particularly, MJ Allen. But like if you're fine with that and excuse that, that to me says a lot about you. Donna J. Tor with a 1,000 Ruby donation. Let's go, Scoot Henderson, baby. Pick your poison, Zion or Ingram. We're obviously getting neither, so.
Thank you, Donna J, but I don't understand.
Yeah. Snack and Inks, $2 donation. Would OG Precious for Ant keep Dame happy? I don't think that's enough at this point. And I don't know if Toronto's doing that either.
Yep.
I mean,
guys, it's we're not pulling off a win now trade to save this. We're not. Like, you can laugh and mock me if I'm wrong and Dame's in a Blazer uniform next year, okay? You can, because I will happily be wrong, okay? But in my opinion, Dame's time as a Blazer has come to an end. Okay? I would love to be wrong.
Not by his decision.
And not by his decision. It's this front office. And for all the reasons Eric stated, here's the pick at 50. Keontae Johnson to OKC. I love that. For them. I mean, it's just, it's done. Like, you guys seriously think that Cronin, right, who's having excuses made for him about how he could not get good enough deals for Scoot Henderson, who's supposedly a generational prospect, is somehow, with lesser assets, going to pull off a star? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. A guy who's never truly negotiated a trade where he gets the best player in a trade because Jeremy Grant came here on a handshake deal with Detroit because Dame recruited him. That guy, he's never negotiated a trade like that. Why would we have faith that he can do that? And why would we have faith that he will? When the ownership showed that they're cheap, like, everything adds up to Dame's going to be playing elsewhere next year. And you guys know I've always been in support of Dame and saying, like, he's, here to stay. He's here to stay. Well, I thought he was going to spend his whole career here because I didn't foresee a front office and ownership situation that would be quite this bad. At this point, this is something I did not foresee. And at this point, I foresee Dame playing elsewhere next year. Okay? I would love to be wrong. Please tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me I have all of you mocking me when I'm wrong. I would love for Cronin to finally prove me wrong. But until that happens, I'm just going to assume that I'm right. And at this point, I am going to assume that Dame doesn't have faith in either, not only in his ability to execute as a GM, but also in his word. And you cannot have that as a front office and expect to keep a player that's already put up with all the BS that Damian Lillard has put up with in his career in Portland. So hopefully we get a good enough package back for him. And hopefully Scoot is a top 75 player of all time. And hopefully he stays here.
Yeah, wants to be here and win a championship here, not somewhere else. Not go team up with Wemby in 5 years. Ethan Colburn with a $5 donation says, "Mother forkers, bye Dame."
Now you guys know why I was sad when we didn't get Wemby. And people were saying, "Oh, we still moved up to 3." And I was sad. I'm like, why are you sad? This is so good.
Okay, so shout out to 503 who posted this on Twitter a little bit ago. This is what Cronin said in his exit interview. Joe Cronin, "We want to be a championship level as soon as possible. We're borderline anxious to push all our chips in. We can't wait for that to happen. It just hasn't come up yet. It's my job to not make a big mistake, get the wrong guy." So he basically just chickened out because he didn't want to make a mistake.
Guys, he's a fraud. I don't know what else you need to believe that he is a fraud who you should not take seriously when he says these things. Because every report is they weren't really looking to trade the pick. So they weren't looking to trade the pick. They were not actively shopping the pick, but they're borderline anxious to push all their chips in and the right deal just didn't come along. That is obviously bullshit.
Yep, that's a lie.
People thought Neil Olshey was the snake salesman, whatever. Guess what? They got his protege. Because Cronin worked under Olshey every single year of Olshey's career. And what has he done? He's just gotten guards and he's lied. He's literally Neil Olshey. If not worse. Because I don't think Neil Olshey would have messed things up this bad. Okay? He is lying because he's saying things that he thinks the fans want to hear. He's saying things to try and people please. That's why he lied to Dame. Because he's a people pleaser. He's a yes man. That's how he's gotten to his role, bro. That's how he's gotten there. And you're not going to have people that are close to him, that rely on him for like information or a source or whatever, this or that are going to call him out because that's their guy. You know, they have a personal relationship with him and they're not going to give up access and they're credentialed and this and that. So I'm not expecting other people to really call it out. That's what we're here for. Because I see right through it. Borderline anxious to push all our chips in. The right deal just didn't come along, despite the fact that we were not aggressive in pursuing it and weren't out there truly shopping it. Bro, you gotta make things happen. Other GMs make things happen. Porzingis went for almost nothing. Now, maybe Dame didn't want him. Regardless, other organizations have made things happen, and we constantly have sat here for freaking years saying, why can't we be the organization that can ever make anything happen? And it's always the same excuse. Well, it just didn't present itself. It just didn't. We've been saying that for like 7-8 years. At what point are we just going to say, well, we have not had the right leadership, the right guys making moves, the right GM? It's obvious.
Don't forget that when Cronin was hired, they chose not to even have a search or interview candidates for the job. They just handed it to him without even interviewing a single GM candidate that could have possibly come in and had a plan and been able to execute it.
That's how unserious they are. They didn't care about getting a GM who could execute. They cared about getting a yes man who would put on a good image. And guess what? The yes man is trying his hardest to put on a good image. And this is what you get. And guess what? Dame's tired of it. Dame's sick of it. So Dame's, in my opinion, going to ask out. Okay? Even if he doesn't, I'm still pissed off about how they've handled everything and pushed everything to this point. If they wanted to rebuild and they were upfront and honest, I would not have been happy about it, but I wouldn't have been this mad. Okay? Because at least they were upfront and transparent. You can't preach transparency while lying. It doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. Why the hell did they give up 2 second-round picks for Matisse Thybulle if we're going to push Dame out and rebuild? Why the hell did they value 5 second-round picks for Gary Payton II if we're not going to use the second-round picks to try and get our future first back from Chicago to make something happen? Why the hell did they draft Chris Murray at 23, who's more of a ready-now player without the upside of other guys who are available at the pick? It doesn't make sense. Nothing Joe Cronin has ever done has ever made sense. It hasn't increased the flexibility to win around Dame like people preach for 2 years. It hasn't set us up for a move to win around Dame like they've preached for years. Well, maybe it did set us up for a move to improve around Dame, but he just didn't want to do it. I don't know if he was scared that Scoot would become so good that it made him look bad and was just scared, which is just ridiculous, but possible. It's just, I mean, I've said everything I need to say. You guys know the situation. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one ends, because I don't think it's going to end pretty. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Dro with a $2 Drono. Majority of fans aren't going to games. Watch. Portland still will go to games, but that'd be cool if they just boycotted. But it's not the players' fault. I mean, I'm still hopeful that Scoot and Ant and Sharp will be amazing. Andrew Rakestraw said $5 donation. The future of this franchise is pain, and if Dame's forced out, then I'm out as a fan, but we'll always support the channel because you guys speak the truth. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Adam versus Eve, $10 donation. I'm disappointed again as a Blazer fan, but I got to give you props on the graphics. Good job, Tori.
Thanks, man. At least I have something.
Hit that like so at Blazers Uprise can get some support, not like Dame. Thanks, man. Thank you to everyone who's donated today. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Ashley Lamont says he'll stop being a Blazer fan if Dame is traded. Yeah. Timani Kamara went to the Phoenix Suns. Mm-hmm. It's a good pick for them. Good defender. They have plenty of scoring, right? They needed glue guys.
Yep.
Kind of reminds me of maybe like a bigger, stronger Torrey Craig.
Yeah, good pick for them. Happy for them.
Shams is reporting that the Pelicans called again after we picked Scoot and that Portland told them Scoot's not available.
But yeah, we're anxious to push the chips in, but we're just gonna not even listen to what we could potentially push the chips in for. Cronin is tricking everyone who supports him. He is full of it. He's a liar. But he can get away with it because he's nice. He is not transparent. God, I hate him. I hate him.
All right, ads with the $5 donation. The Blazers pinwheel is actually a great logo for this franchise because they can only move in circles. Spin the wheel with our 20 wins next season with Scoot and
yeah, in a draft that's not going to be that good.
Cole Ray with the $10 donation. Cronin didn't make a good pick. He got lucky in the lottery and took the best available player. I thought this whole time it's about acquiring talent and assets to make a big splash. We were all lied to.
Yep. That's what he said. I don't blame you. I don't blame people for believing it. But you gotta be willing to call it out when it's obvious. And at this point, it's obvious. It's freaking obvious. So
they already had a generational point guard, Kyle.
They had a point guard that was for sure generational, not somebody that we're hoping can be generational. There's a difference, but people don't seem to really understand that Scoot is not guaranteed to be as good as Dame, because... But guess what? Guess what? After we lose the next 2 seasons, Kyle won't be here. Kyle won't be here. Because it will get boring losing and losing and losing and losing. And then falling from like 2 to 5 in the lottery, and then we draft a role player. And we're still not. Maybe we can get good enough to make a play in. Maybe we can get good enough to get a 5 seed, Eric. But guess what? We'll probably get good enough in the most optimistic scenario. It'll probably something like, we'll be good enough, but we'll be 1 piece away.
No, next year is when we'll trade for like Chris Middleton. It'll make no sense after Dame's gone. You know what I mean? We'll trade the 5th pick for like someone. We'll trade it for Drew Holiday, who's going to retire in a year or something.
I love it.
Anthony Simmons with a $10 donation. Thank you. I can't even begin to describe how disappointed I am in Cronin and this organization. Really got a feel for Dame. The fan base needs to pull Oakland A's and chant "sell the team" at the first home game.
I mean, here I saw people saying, "Why don't you guys organize a protest, bro?" If they don't care about what Dame thinks and feels, then why are they going to care what the rest of the fan base? They obviously do not care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's just because they are only money motivated or what the deal is, or if Cronin's just that bad of a GM. But hopefully, Scoot's the best point guard of all time.
Jalen Slauson, pick 54. Scoot's on it. Khalid Muhammad, $5 donation, his first ever super chat. Thank you, Khalid. Maybe Cronin wants to be the GM who takes credit for drafting Scoot for his ego. I actually think that was like...
I don't think you're off at all. Unfortunately.
Yep. I mean, I heard that before today that they were absolutely scared of trading that pick away and him becoming a Hall of Famer or a good player, and that's why they didn't really pursue trades.
You know what's funny? Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna vent it all out because I just thought of this, Eric. You remember Reddit? You remember Reddit? There was that Reddit comment that said, and this was like 9 days ago. And at the time, we were saying that it's going to take probably up to the clock just to make sure Scoot's there. But there's this Reddit comment that I tweeted about, and it said, "Need to see what Charlotte does first? On the clock deal, you say? But Blazers Uprise told me that because we haven't traded the pick yet, that means the front office was lying to Dame because they hate him. We've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived." Basically mocking us, right? Got a bunch of upvotes. I mean, we never even said for sure that they were lying to him, but we did have a stream a couple weeks ago where we're like, if that happens, we're going to be pissed. And that's a possibility. We don't know, but if that happens, this is going to be the reaction. And basically, of course, Reddit, because it's freaking ridiculous, took that and said that basically we for sure said that and invented the idea that they hate Dame and that if they wait till they're on the clock, then that means blah, blah, blah. Like, basically, that comment was just bullshit, okay? Well, guess what? Guess what? Unfortunately, that was true. But, you know, we're the idiots. We're the idiots, according to a lot of people on freaking Reddit, dude. God, I hate Rip City Reddit.
Oh, well.
Some people there are cool. Shout out to you if you're one of the cool ones, but...
The Pacers took Isaiah Wong.
Isaiah Wong. Nice. I think I have a card from there.
Wilnick says, what do we do now? We just
we hope
somehow
we get enough back for Dame.
Somehow pray that Dame return is some sort of young front court player that can help us. I mean, we can't even get, like, if we trade him to the Nets, we're not even gonna get like a young center like Claxton back because they won't want to trade him. So, yeah.
Three picks left. Got Memphis, Washington, Milwaukee.
Are you talking to us, Hailblazers, or someone in chat? Tyler Hibble says, "Glad we got Scoot, guys." So yeah, that's fine. If you're happy, for Scoot, that's totally fine. Mitch isn't even the GM; he's the assistant GM.
Bro, what is Hailblazers talking about, bro? What is he on about, man? What do we do now? I'm not going to read that comment off, but that last. Shout out Taylor Hibble, $2 donor, says, glad we got Scoot, guys. I mean, hopefully Scoot's the best player in league history. I mean, I like him as a player and as a guy. And I like his competitiveness. It's nothing against Scoot, man.
We can't stream the Cronin press conference, but we'll definitely either have a video or a stream, depending on what day it is, about it.
Yep.
Mount says, I wonder what Dame and Jeremy are talking about in Paris.
Callum, we can trade Scoot, but they're pretty obviously not going to if a team called in Portland says he's not available.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're not even listening to offers on him, which shows you everything you need to know. So I mean, that's the thing. They promised Dame, and Hailblazers were giving us crap, I think, saying Dame's in on it. They tell Dame that they're going to trade the pick unless it's number one, and then they don't even take calls.
Yeah, but then we're going to hear, oh, there was just nothing they could do. There was no good offers. They didn't even listen to offers.
Like, I'm sure they responded, but they weren't actively going after things. And then after the draft, they just told New Orleans he's not available? Really? How does that add up? And how do you think that adds up to Dame?
It's not BS. This is exactly what happened, dude. Why is Dame mad then?
Yeah. Why is Dame mad then? What, like, I mean, listen. I'd love to be completely wrong, okay? So I hope that you're right. But when it happens,
Andrew, Dame has literally said they were going to trade the pick and he didn't want to be here if they did. He literally said that.
I mean, I just don't understand. Like, did we have our head under a rock the last 2 months? Like, come on.
The Warriors are trading Patrick Baldwin Jr. to the Wizards as part of the Chris Paul trade.
Interesting. Memphis is selecting. Who the hell is that?
Tariq Biberovic from Turkey.
I don't know who that is.
I didn't do any research on him.
I've never even.
There was hardly any international guys this year.
I know. That's so random. Chances he plays in the NBA, probably 5%.
Two more picks left.
How'd you spell? I need to spell his name.
Pros trade to Phoenix. What? How is Phoenix? They have nothing to trade.
Well, it would be part of the Chris Paul trade.
No, it says Washington's going to. This pick's going from Washington to Phoenix.
Yeah, as part of the Chris Paul, Bradley Beal trade.
Washington is trading it to Phoenix,
Yeah,
is
I
what
know.
the TV says.
Yes, that's what it would be a part of. Assuming it's right, that's what it would be a part of.
I don't understand if Washington got 6 second-round picks from Phoenix, why they'd be trading a pick back to them.
Because they have 4 picks in this draft, and Phoenix needs all the guys they can get on roster spots they can get.
Second-round swap. But they said they were keeping the 52nd.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought they only got one.
The Warriors are... It's the Warriors that are getting this pick.
Kyle, stop thinking you speak for everyone. If you misinform people by acting like you speak for everyone, then I'm going to ban you because we have a no misinformation rule, and you just misinform people by saying crap like that. I really ran a poll on this channel, and only 13% of people...
We're sick of you every stream arguing with people.
Freaking annoying. I don't know how to spell this dude's name. Let me look it up. Oh, I spelled it right. Let's go. Look at me. So who's left on the board? Trace Jackson Davis just got drafted 57 to the...
To the Warriors.
To the
Warriors.
Solid value.
That's a great pick for them at 57. Surprised he fell that far.
Yeah, who else is left that's a surprising... Because I feel like... I haven't looked, but I feel like there's a couple. Turkavion Smith hasn't been drafted. Colin Castleton hasn't been drafted.
So you answered your own question, Andrew? You could be solid. I mean, he's got to figure out how to shoot a little bit, but...
Shout Michael's $2 dono says, props on streaming for 5+ hours now. Yeah, we stream every pick. And then we vent a lot of times because, that's how it goes.
Jason Lee with the $2 donation. I'm ready to catch a case and go for Joe Cronin. Yeah, I mean, it's not death threat worthy or going to jail worthy. Yeah. No, I know, but it's not that serious.
Yeah.
I love this new tab they have. So nice.
Yeah, it is. I like it.
I don't have to miss anything.
Final pick is Milwaukee.
Is there any I think Milwaukee might have traded this pick. Is there any undrafted guys you want to go for at this point?
Oh boy.
Turquavion Smith hasn't gotten drafted.
I wouldn't mind Castleton on a 2-way.
Sonogo hasn't gotten drafted.
Yeah. Valerio Bodon. If you can get him.
Oscar Shibwe would be a cool 2-way.
Yeah.
Chris Livingston, is he going to the... Or is that BS? He's either the pick here or
You said that Shams, right?
I think so. Or no, it might have been Chris Hayes for that one. I don't remember.
Marquise Noel signed a 2-way.
Drew Timmy.
Raptors. That'd be cool to see Timmy drafted. But on a 2-way, Timmy... that'd be kind of cool.
Okay, last 2 picks. So that was a trade.
Tosan from Princeton, however you say his last name, could be interesting.
Before I announce tonight's final pick, I want to congratulate all these young men and their families. Thank you to ABC, ESPN, and our partners around the world for your continued support, and thank you to all the NBA fans who joined us forward to the start of next season on October 24th. With the 58th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Chris Livingston from the University of Kentucky.
Do call teams in the second round for the last pick in the draft.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's hilarious.
Oh man! All right, well the draft is over, guys. Time to pay attention to two-way
Serge
contracts.
Jabari Rice signs with New Mexico or with Spurs.
Turn notifications.
Mike Miles has agreed to a two-way with Dallas Mavericks.
Okay. Castleton. Give me Castleton.
RJ James, that's fine if that was the truth, but then don't say that wasn't the case. I was told by multiple people over the last few days that the Blazers avoided the tax the last 2 years because they knew they were going deep in the tax this year, and they did not want to start the repeater tax. So this year they would be clear of the repeater tax and could go in and do it, and they didn't. So, yeah.
At what point are we going to stop believing everything?
Don't listen to a word they frickin' say. They're all liars.
How many times do you have to be lied to in order
Lakers. Lakers got Colin Castleton.
Of course.
Ian Leslie, shut up, man. Like, maybe we got lied to by our sources. It's literally Joe's own words. His own words out of his mouth were lies. It's not anything to do with our sources.
I mean, do the people that say that, do you guys just not pay attention? And then, like, draft day comes around, so you, like, kind of tune into something, and then it's... I don't understand. Umar, I don't... because they don't want it to be true?
Yeah, because they think they're nice, so they don't... There's no way they could have lied.
They don't want it to be true, man. I mean, I don't want it to be true either, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Like,
and there was all these people who were like, oh, they set up at two trade deadlines ago. They have all this cap space, flexibility. They're setting up for a big move this summer. And then when that didn't happen, oh, they're setting it up for a big move at the trade deadline, and that one didn't happen. Oh, they're getting another asset, and look, they got all these second round picks and all these assets to go all in. Like right this summer is the year they finally do it, and then it's like, oh well, there was nothing out there. What are they supposed to do? BS, dude. Like they didn't even care. They didn't want to. They're not even talking to teams really about Scoot, so they had no intention of trading it. Maybe if Scoot went too, things change, but that's another excuse, RG James, that other teams have been holding them hostage to the point. Yeah, the Blazers are the only team in the league that every other team just doesn't want to trade with. We don't want to give Portland a good deal, but every other team can frickin' make deals. But no, with Portland, we just buy this stupid BS that this is hard to make trades and Portland just doesn't have it, and other teams don't want to help Portland, but every other frickin' team can get help. But no, Portland gets the freaking excuse. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude or whatever, but it's like ridiculous to come up with excuses right now. There's no excuses. They failed Dame. They have made someone that was extremely loyal and wanted to win here not loyal and want to leave because they lied to him, and It's just ridiculous. I'm sorry. You're free to feel however you want, but like I don't want people to come on here and try to give us freaking excuses.
Yep.
Joe is about to get interviewed.
We will.
It's not about the number 3 pick, James. It's that they put themselves in a position where they had to trade the 3rd pick or lose Dame. And they, you can believe it if you want, but Dame is mad. He's the only reason why he's not going to stay if they don't get something done in free agency is because they promised him if it was not Wemby that they would trade the pick and use it as an asset. Dame would not have sat out. You think Damian Lillard would have sat out when they had a chance to make the playoffs this year and been fine with that had they not made that promise? So
Just
you can
so they
say
can draft somebody at his position?
Yeah. So you can try to say my sources are crap, or how do you know your sources are right? I know they're right because Damian Lillard would not have sat out. He was pissed that they even asked him to sit out, but they promised him. They lied to all of us and said they were dedicated to Damian Lillard. They sat up there and said they were dedicated to his timeline. So you can be fine with them rebuilding and pissing off Dame and Dame being traded. That's totally cool. But don't try to tell us that we should be like okay with them doing that today. And I don't give a crap how much James get paid. He's worth every cent of that. And it's the amount that the CBA allows.
So because Dame gets paid a max contract,
he's being
we should lie
compensated
to him.
fairly.
It's okay to lie to him. Like what are we saying? Stop trying to excuse it. Stop. Live in reality, man. Like, it's the reality of the situation. Ads, no, there's no shot.
No, he's not retiring. He just said that he's playing at least through the end of his contract and probably longer. I think it said like at least 38, 39 years old.
What about when Scoot becomes a max player at Blazers Uprise? Will people say he's not worthy? I mean, crap, he has to be better than the best player in franchise history to be worth a max to these freaking people.
Dude, I don't want to hear it, Randall Wellman. Oh, they would have had to overpay to get a trade. No, they wouldn't have. They don't care. They didn't want to trade it.
We got to stop thinking of things like, oh, well, in order to make a deal happen, we have to get screwed. Why do you guys think like that? It's baffling to me. Why do you think the Blazers have to overpay to make a single trade happen? Here's the thing. If that's the case, then that means our GM doesn't know how to negotiate a fair trade. The GM's the problem. If he can't figure out a fair trade where we get what we want and the other team gets what they want, why do we have to... The other teams get players for really good deals, and we've given away players on really good deals, but when it comes to trying to get players, we can only do it in overpay. Why can't we ever be the team that gets the better end of those deals? We never are. Never. If we're getting Robert Covington, we're giving up 2 first-round picks for him. You know what I mean? Like, we're never the team that gets the better end of those deals. What's the difference? It's who's making those deals.
Apparently Cronin's going to have a presser or something.
I can't wait for the cookie cutter. He's just gonna, here's the thing. You know, you said you didn't want more youth and you need more size and blah, blah, blah. We still believe, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's still avenues we can get things done, but Scoot's a special talent and we didn't want to give up on such a special player because of blah, 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 blah. Like, he's just gonna weasel his way around every question.
Well, no, he's going to say, though, the upside of Scoot was better than any trade we could have made. And hey, Allison, can you send me the link on Twitter for the They're not going to ask him hard questions anyway.
Steve J, we don't want a media pass because then I just want to be honest. I want to honestly analyze his job as a GM, and I don't want to worry about my media pass getting taken away if I feel like he's honestly doing a really bad job. So I don't want media pass. I don't want a media pass. I want to be able to tell the truth as I see it without being scared of what the consequences are.
Thank you, Jackson.
Like, it's never been personal with Cronin, but at this point, like, with the fact that he's lying, that's kind of a personal indictment. Thank you, Rich. Randall, you just want to plug your ears and scream la 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 at the top of your lungs and ignore everything that Dame and he have said, then fine. Then fine. That's a you problem, I guess. Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate you, bro.
Not true, Todd Keith. Not true.
He just couldn't get it done. It's as simple as that. Can't argue it. He just can't get it done. That's not his fault, though. He just can't get it done. He couldn't get it done before, and he couldn't get it done now, and he can't get it done in the future, but that's okay. He should be the GM. Despite never being able to get the right things done. Like, they definitely discussed calls, but in the lead up to this, they were not actively trying to make a deal. They were keeping the pick. They would listen when a team called them, but other than that, and then after they draft Scoot, they tell New Orleans he's just not available. It's obvious they weren't serious about trading this pick. And it's obvious that... I mean, you guys should see it for what it is. There's no point for me to explain it anymore. I mean, if you don't agree, you don't agree. It's not going to change anything.
There is plenty of people out there who will just continue to make excuses for him if you prefer that.
Shams, as of right now, all signs point to Scoot Henderson being there. I'm told several teams, including the New Orleans Pelicans, reached out and Portland showed no interest in moving him. No interest.
Chris Haynes tweeted. I'll try to find that real quick.
Damian Lillard has not had any recent communication with the Portland Trailblazers involving the draft, free agency, or his future, league sources tell NBA on TNT, whatever that means. That's probably not a good thing, huh?
I mean, he didn't really need to. He knows what they were supposed to do. Yeah. And for those that say that that's not true, or how do we know it's true, Nurk confirmed that with his tweet that said that they were promised, and if not, they're all but gone. So all right, Joe's stepping up to the mic right now.
Do we want to listen to it, or?
I don't know. Do you want to?
Give me the link. I'll watch it on my phone.
Press conference is on right now.
Give me the... Where's the link? Great, I got a whole Twitter thread from some loser that is nitpicking our performance on the stream. This is God, I hate. All right, where's the link? Did you send it? Okay, cool.
excited to see Chris get that far to us, to fall to 23. He does what we're trying to do. What we need more of: defense, IQ, ranginess, the ability to be disruptive on defense, and cover all kinds of different guys and be switchable and be able to drop and rotate and protect the rim a little bit, and then offensively very, very functional. So for us, Chris, that's somebody that we really liked coming into this draft. And Rupert, from France, played in New Zealand this year, had a great season, ton of potential, really rangy, long, very defensive minded, terrific worker, terrific guy, very, very high ceiling. So with those three, we feel like we got a lot accomplished, in this new environment, this new CBA and this new basketball rule system that we play under. Value contracts are extremely beneficial for a roster. They allow you a lot more flexibility to, make the moves that you're hoping to do. So I'm sure I'll get some questions about why 3 guys, why maybe some young guys, and the answer is in order to get high-end talent on rookie scale contracts is extremely appealing to us to be able to do our other business and keep adding to this team. So all in all, I think it was an incredible day for us, and I'm ready for some questions.
The trade deadline you talked about very soon going all in, maybe overpaying the previous star to help Damian. How close were you, if at all, to moving this pick for such a player? And if you didn't, so do you feel like you still can this summer? And lastly, how has Dame reacted, if he has reacted at all, to you guys making this pick?
The goal, post lottery was to see what the value of this pick is, both as far as evaluating the draft and evaluating the trade market. So very early on, after we moved up to 3, had a ton of different meetings with, myself and my staff, myself and Jody and Bert, myself and Chauncey and Dame, going through, who's our targets, who are guys that make sense for us, so you go through that board, and as you're evaluating this draft and evaluating Scoot Henderson and Brandon Miller, the list gets pretty small pretty quickly as far as which guys are available, plus a terrific fit on a great contract and can really take us to another level. So, we kept working those and trying to see if any of those players made sense. But end of the day, as we got through this, into today, we just opted to go with the pick instead with Scoot because we deem him like he's just for us the better player. What was the second question?
What?
Dame and I talked, when did we last talk? Tuesday morning. Dame's not in Portland right now. Had a long talk Tuesday morning. That was 2 days before the draft, so there's still a lot of things can happen. Often teams don't show their hand until Wednesday or even today or sometimes even during the draft. But we had a long talk about some trade possibilities. We had a good discussion about, hey, there's a strong likelihood that we're going to draft here at 3. We didn't know exactly which player would be there. Between, we didn't know who was going to go 2 at the time. So plenty of discussions about that. Haven't talked to him since Tuesday. I've been in contact with his agent, Aaron Goodwin, Wednesday, today, multiple times going into the draft, just keeping him apprised of what our plans are and, hey, we're going to draft here. So just trying to communicate and be upfront and make sure we're all on the same page.
Joe, is the intention still to build this roster around Damian Lillard and build towards contending on his timeline?
It is. I mean,
he's not going to say no.
Thing we want more than to, number 1, for Dame to retire a Trailblazer, and 2, to put a winner around him, a high-end winner. And I think that's what gets misconstrued about Dame sometimes. like for us, it's an incredible problem to have. We have the best player in Trailblazers history that wants to be here and wants to have a winner put around him. And that's our challenge, and that's where we've got to keep doing our thing and find ways to make this team as competitive as possible, as quickly as possible.
Keep doing our thing, guys.
He literally said he didn't want to do this route, and he did.
More veteran-laden team, and you had various assets. You've expended a large portion of those assets. If you're going to build around Damian Lillard, how can you do that at this point without either first-round pick or your second-round pick with only so many salaries left?
I think there's still a lot of movement to be had. We've got to, obviously do a good job in free agency and in the trade market in the next, especially in this activity window, the next 2-3 weeks.
That doesn't answer the question.
We've planted a lot of seeds on some deals. A lot of these deals we talked about outside of 3, they weren't necessarily draft related. So sometimes these deals will carry through to, could be tomorrow, could be next week, could be going into free agency or outside of the moratorium. So the goal now is to, we've added some young players. The goal now is to add some veteran players that can continue to, ramp up this team.
Joe, Damian was pretty unequivocal at the end of the year when he said that he didn't have an appetite for more 19-year-olds and guys who were a couple of years away, and I think at one point said if the path was to go young, that wasn't his path. How do you square those comments with what you guys have done up to this point in the offseason? And in drafting Scoot, do you have to make that pick with do you have to accept that a condition of making that pick may be that Dame may not be interested in where you guys are going now?
I think I would say, in regards especially to Scoot as a 19-year-old, he's not your normal 19-year-old.
There's gotta be freaking kidding me, dude.
Player that is, of course, going to need some time to adjust to the NBA. He's already been playing professionally for 2 years. He's uber talented. He's not going to take too long to find his stride. So he's a little unique in that regard.
But he plays the same position.
What they meant by the average 19-year-old, I would argue Scoot is anything but average.
He didn't say average. He said 19.
He said any 19-year-old. You freaking bozo.
He didn't even answer the question though.
They can play together in the backcourt, and are you kind of telling us that the chances of either Dame or Scoot being traded now are 0?
Well, in this league, there's no such thing as. My goal is to keep both of them. I already said that, I would love to see Dame retire a Trailblazer. I have zero desire to trade him. I really hope this works out here. And I think you can tell how excited I am about Scoot Henderson. And he has a chance to be, a special player in this league. So as far as them playing together, I definitely think it's a possibility that, those two would blend well together just from a talent standpoint. It's really, really high end. And I think they can complement each other as well. We'll see how Chauncey decides to use Scoot in year 1.
What about the defense?
God. I see it being, I don't know how he's going to do it, whether he's going to use him as a backup or he's going to use him as a starter or, swing him. I don't know how he's going to do it, but, basketball's about talent.
We're swingers now.
I think sometimes we get caught up too much in position and size. Like for me, I'd rather have the Scoot who's only 6'4", we measured him, he's 6'2.5" barefoot, so we call it 6'3", 6'3.5". I'd rather have the shorter guy who's a better player than the 6'5" guy.
This is the exact opposite of what you said last. Oh my god. I can't with this dude. I can't.
So it's a very fair question.
Joe, you talked to Dame.
Now size doesn't matter.
After those conversations, do you feel like you're in danger of losing him?
No, I don't. I think that as he's passionate about this. It matters deeply to him, and it matters deeply to us. And I think the reason you haven't seen major issues from us, or the reason you still see Dame in our gym every day, or still meeting with Chauncey and I constantly.
You took that for granted and took
wants us to
advantage
work.
of it.
He's bought in. He wants it to work here, and he's challenging us to get it done. Which
And
I
you
think
just
is
said,
much
F you,
better. He's
Dame.
earned that.
Bear with me a little bit. So last year with Shaden, he was spectacular, but he clearly made a lot of mistakes, and therefore he wasn't really ready to help the team win. Do you feel like Scoot is a young player who can help a team win at 19, which is extremely unusual? And if he can't, and Dame looks around and doesn't see other veterans that he can win with, and sees that you actually got younger when you, Billups and Dame, ended the season saying you guys were way too young, you blamed yourself for some of that, and you didn't have enough size, and you just had a 6'2".
Go Fentress! What the heck?
Coming close to being remotely okay with any of this.
Thank you, Fentress.
He does.
The best question you've ever had.
Scoot's gonna have his
Oh!
moments,
Oh my God.
Not just adjusting to the amount of talent up here, but also figuring out how to guard all these different players and run all these different plays and learn your teammates and get through 82 games, which is way more than any of these young guys have ever played. So there's a lot of obstacles to a season. So I'm not at all saying the Scoot season is going to be effortless or not have some negative moments to it, but every player's different in their preparation and how they got here. The paths between Scoot and Shaden couldn't be more different, and just in the amount that they have played against high quality competition, and just the reps that they had gotten at that point. And I think you saw it with Shaden, where you look at that growth curve from that first game in Sacramento to the last game here in Portland, against Golden State. I mean, tremendous growth in a very short period of time, and these uber talented guys are able to pull that off. A lot of it is, are you physically ready? And, often when you see these long runways or guys take multiple years, often they're just not physically there yet. They got to get stronger. They got to grow into their bodies. They've got to put on weight, With Scoot and Shaden, they're a little unique that way because they're so strong and ready to go already. Now it's just the mental part. How fast can that catch up?
He didn't answer anything except for the very first part of that question.
Yep.
Joe, beyond whether Dame and Scoot can play together in the long term, you've now got four guys in Dame and Scoot and Shaden who are essentially ones and twos, even if Shaden can swing up. There's 96 minutes between the two. How can you have those four guys when Dame and Ant are taking up 70 minutes a night in those two spots? Shaden's likely taking up 20. You're looking at 6 minutes a night in development for a number 3 pick. How does the value scale for that work for you if you go into the season with all four?
Good job, Danny.
The first thing you said is, yeah, Shaden could swing a little, which helps, but there's naturally 12 minutes right behind Dame, where if Ant doesn't swing to the 1 as often, so you get that. It's still figuring it out, a really important
They have no
thing
plan.
in a
They
draft.
have no idea what they're doing.
We
No
hear it all
idea.
the time, and probably here in Portland more than anywhere. Draft for talent, not need. It's critical, and I just wasn't going to be moved at all by need, especially drafting that high. I was drafting the best player possible, and then we're going to figure it out.
I love it.
So you didn't want to win. You just wanted to draft the player.
I asked you about, this fan base has been waiting and waiting for some sort of big move, and once again tonight, yes, you draft number 3, but a lot of people were hoping for a trade. What do you have to say to this fan base again that is once again probably being preached patience?
I would say we made the biggest move possible by drafting Scoot Henderson.
Yep.
He's going to be better than any player that
yep.
maybe be perceived as that big move. And then you
What?
start factoring in the other things that matter in this league, the salary cap, him on a rookie scale. That allows us to build a lot
Cheap
more
and-
I thought Jody was willing to pay.
said about draft picks and rookie scale contracts being so valuable with the new CBA, but then you also saying that you want to put more impact veterans around Dame. Are you more motivated, or feel any kind of sense of urgency now to use future draft capital in order to make some moves to kind of bring some of those guys in if the goal is still to pull around Dame?
Yes, I do. Good question. And that's
So you don't want cheap contracts in the future? You want to trade your draft picks?
I feel like we've done a good job of putting ourselves in a good position to, make these moves and start to get aggressive and pushing. I say this quite a bit. Push our chips in.
That's what you said.
We've got good picks. We've got good players. We've got a lot of talent in this building, and now we've just got to, fine tune it and get it balanced and get it ready to go.
The only balance
Thanks,
is
everyone.
trading Dame. Thanks, Joe.
Guys, well, so if you weren't worried before, if you weren't listening to us before, if you were arguing with us before, do you believe us now? Please, do you believe us now? That was such a horrible interview for Joe Cronin. He did not know what to. Oh my God! Go ahead.
What is with us in press conferences, man? Between all day.
Because we got dudes who aren't honest, so they don't know how to answer questions because they have to think about how it comes across. Instead of just being honest and transparent like he said he was gonna be. That's why he's sitting there thinking about his answer and awkwardly going into the start of his answer and then only answering little bits and pieces of questions, and that's why all of it just contradicts, and that whole interview made zero sense! It made zero freaking sense!
Nothing, yeah.
What? I can't believe this, dude. I mean, I can, but also, what the hell?
Tom Payne says, so are we going younger or going all in with vets? Yes.
This is... I don't even know. I've lost words, bro. Go on. Say stuff. Okay. Say words now, please.
Once again, okay, if you are going the cheap route, if you need rookie contracts and young contracts and all that stuff. So, okay, he says they have to do that, right? They have to get young contracts. Their assets, they have to have cheap salaries with the new CBA, right? He literally said that, right? I'm not crazy?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, he's basically saying you can't push those chips in the middle to get high price players, right? You have to have the cheap players. But then he's also saying you have to get these cheap salaries to push them in for that, but you can't build a team without the cheap salaries either. He completely contradicted himself. And then trading all your future picks, like Phoenix right now, right? They've traded all their future picks. They don't have a way to add those cheap salaries with draft picks and things to make it work in the CBA. So you just freaking lied when you said that you were willing to trade future picks to make that happen, because you need those cheap picks to do that. So yeah. What? Huh?
That was one, that was such a bad.
Dave said he didn't want 19-year-olds, but he didn't say he didn't want 3 more 19-year-olds. And Chris Murray's 23.
Bro, you gotta ask about. Okay, so Dave said he didn't want 19-year-olds. He said specifically that he doesn't want more 19-year-olds. Oh well, Scoot's not like a normal 19-year-old though. Yeah. Okay, well, you got Dame, Ant, Sharp, and Scoot, so that's 96 minutes of the backup guard spots. How do you find it? Well, you can play them 12 minutes a game at the backup point, and then, we're gonna figure it out, because we wanted to draft Scoot, so now we're gonna figure it out.
Hey, that was my favorite part, Kyle Wilson. After we need to get length and size in the front court, and we need to be taller and more athletic and all that stuff. Now he's saying these words actually came out of his mouth that shorter is now better and that shorter players can now make things happen and that you don't need length and we just need talented short players that do things. So just get all the guards, like we said. Just get all the freaking guards. Dude, this guy said we needed short players? Are you freaking kidding
He
me?
literally just contradicted everything he said after the season. He's... Dame, bro, I love you, dude. I can't blame you for wanting to run away from this absolute mess, man. I can't blame you one bit. It freaking sucks, but at this point, it's actually comical as to how much of a joke we are. So, we are a joke. We're a joke. We're freaking hilarious.
KGD had his first super chat.
Thank you, KGD.
Donation. Scoot can become a top 10 player in the league, and it won't matter because this front office won't make the moves to build a contender around him. Deja vu. Yep, exactly. And then Colonel Pancakes, $5 donation. If or when the Blazers force Dame out, it'll be the first time I openly cheer on an opposing team when we face him. I hate Cronin. I hate Jody. Bob and Wee, $5 donation. Loser front office creates loser fans who default to overpay at any trade. CJ knew this is a loser front office. That's why he called Dame leaving on national TV. Yeah, CJ said he wasn't a betting man, but maybe it would have been smart of him to put money on that. Jack M with another $5 donation. Did he just say having the best player in franchise history who wants to be here is a problem? He said it doesn't have problems, but he made it sound like he once again took that for granted and that it's his loyalty is just something that's set in stone when it clearly is not at this point. Clearly bought $5 donation. Glad to see you guys at least laugh for a second. It seems like media poked more than normal. Yeah, that I think they did. Yeah.
Yep. You guys just want the sound of a keyboard?
Garben asked, can you stay a fan if they continue this? Like let's say Scoot becomes one of the top players, like a top 10 player in this franchise history, and we traded Dame, and then we do the same crap to him. I mean, it's gonna be hard to take. Yeah, shout out to the media. They actually said some questions, even though Cronin refused to answer any of them. But yeah. Shady Kiwi says Fentress going for the jugular was not something I expected. Yeah. Scoot and Sharp will be fun. It will be fun. It's tough not to think that's gonna be fun.
But here's the problem, okay? If we have Scoot and Sharp, okay, right, and Dame gets traded, right? Guess who's still our freaking GM? It's still the same dude! What's the... We can't trust this guy to be our GM, no matter if it's 10 years from now, or no matter if we got Scoot or Dame or freaking you at the point guard spot. He's the GM. How can you have confidence in any direction when he doesn't even have confidence in any direction, and it's obvious, and he doesn't even know what direction he's going, and he's going in circles and contradicting himself. He's still going to be the GM. Jody's, until they sell the team, he's going to be the GM, and we're screwed because of it. Because of him.
Yeah, I mean, at least if they would have sold the team between when they promised Dame or whatever, and now, and it was a different owner, then you could at least justify it by saying, hey, I know the other owner promised you this, but that's kind of what happened to Porzingis, right? The previous GM was all set for him to opt out, and he was going to sign a long-term contract for a crap load of money there. Probably wasn't the smartest decision by the Wizards, which is probably why that GM was let go. But that was the plan for them. And then all of a sudden he has to opt into his contract and gets traded instead when he was probably planning on being there long-term when they get a new front office. So if we had a new GM or a new owner or something that wanted to do things differently, then that's different, because then they're not lying to them, or they're not the ones being, deceitful there. But the fact that it's all still the same people in place that have been telling us this patience crap and this every now it's just like different what this guy. That's my other problem is if he had a plan or had like any clue of how to build a team, his messaging and what he thinks a roster should be built based off of would not change every time he's interviewed. So the fact that he keeps changing what a roster construction looks like and how to balance the roster and stuff, it just doesn't make sense. And I know, like, the question about the 4 guards, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm trading Anthony" or "I'm trading Dame" or whatever. But like, it's just, "Oh, well, we can find minutes anywhere." It's like, well, how? There's only this many minutes left. Well, there's already this many minutes, and like, no, just stop trying to justify it, man.
I mean, if you're gonna say we're gonna we need to figure it out, say it with confidence. Say we'll figure it out. We got some things in mind. I understand how this looks, but we have a plan. That's what you say if you have a plan. He spoke so unconfidently that entire press conference. Like, he does not have confidence in Dame staying. He does not have confidence in what he's doing. It's obvious. I've heard him talk when he has confidence, and speaks much better than that. He did not have confidence.
To Dame since Tuesday is weird.
Yep. Talking to his agent instead? Guys. It's done. It's done. It's done. I hope I'm wrong, but it's done. Like,
well, like,
hopefully we get something good back for Dame.
What if he makes some stupid trade and it's like now he gets screwed in a trade and then it's not good enough to keep Dame anyway, and then we gave up like future picks or unprotected a pick or something.
I mean, I'm sure he would be smart enough to hopefully sit there and be like, Dame, if we make this trade, are you willing to stay?
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not.
Liam Best, Australian $2 donation. Best we can be is an inexperienced 2020 Rockets. Mills Woj, $5 donation. There was no message. Mills Woj, tag me if you had a message that got held back. And Jerison Poe with a $2 donation. Cronin needs to stop being indecisive. Trade someone. But we've got to accumulate more talent. We're not getting Caleb Martin from the Heat. They're not going to trade Caleb Martin.
Yeah. Well,
if we get
someone just said it's my opinion to think that Scoot playing 14 minutes a game is going to win us a championship. Yep, that's what we needed. We need more playmaking with the bench, right? So,
I'm just going to say this right now. If Tyler Hero is on this roster, I'm also going to have a problem because I guess if you're trading him to Miami and he has to match contracts somehow, but you better find a way to flip him to another team and get some sort of forward, because he's a guard and we don't want to trade Dame for another guard as the main piece of a trade. So that'd be terrible. So please flip him to another team and get someone useful.
Yeah, so what, they could trade 2 picks because, like, I want Jaime Hawkins. So basically Dame, CJ, Norm, Rocco, and Nance, and all we get back is Chris Murray, maybe like a Finney, or I don't know, whatever we get for Hero, and a couple firsts that are like 6 years down the line from all those assets, and people are seriously still going to defend this dude? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Andrew Bohm, you should definitely go back and listen to before the draft when we first started the stream, when I explained why Dame would have been fine if they traded the 3rd pick, because that's what was promised to him. So, yeah.
Maybe Cronin was the guy who convinced Olshey to always go after guards. Jamison Colley, we just did, bruh. We literally just did, on air. Why are you yelling at us in all caps to watch the interview we literally just watched? We are talking about it right now. That's literally what we're talking about. I don't understand. Like, people just tune in and somehow, I mean, they have us muted, I guess. I don't know. But how would they know we're not listening to it then? I don't get it.
But yeah, well, I mean, we've been talking about it since it happened. But
bro, if you if you just arrived to a stream, like, don't
one that's
start
been going on for 6
making
hours,
demands for what we should talk about in all caps, bro. Like rewind a little bit and see if we've listened to it. Or ask, or sit, or if you come into stream and say, just got here, did you guys watch the interview? And we'll say, yeah, we did. We just watched it like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, just ask us if we've watched it. We'll let you know, or somebody in chat will let you know. Don't come in here in all caps like, you need to watch the interview.
We're just teasing you, James. But anyways, yeah, we're not trading Dame for Anthony Davis. That's not happening. Yeah. Taylor Packer, yeah. Talk about the Blazers drafting Scoot if you haven't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Because that happens so much. It happens so much, man. Like, just if you ask us.
Joshua Logo said, you think they'll even post the interview on YouTube later? Cronin got eaten alive.
Well, let me say this. Hail Blazers, who hates Scoot? Stop saying stuff that's not true.
God,
I've already explained this to you. You're being really annoying today. Nobody hates Scoot. If that's what you got out of this, I don't know what to tell you. Come on, bro. I forgot what I was going to say. What were we talking about? I remember. Believe it or not, props to basically every media member. Because they did what they were supposed to do. They asked the right questions, and they grilled his ass. So props to Fentress, props to Hyken, even props to Meringue, props to all of them. Good job.
I do wish that someone would say when Cronin's done with his BS, say, can you answer my question now? Because a lot of times he just went off on a tangent and never answered the question.
Yeah. But he was only trying to answer little parts, and he was trying to make it sound like he answered the whole thing, so he'd just get fixated on little parts and trying to talk about, can Scoot be good as a rookie compared to Sharp, blah, blah, blah. He, extrapolated that on for so long. Because there is more to that question. I mean, that's the one thing, is Fentress shouldn't have given him the out that he did in terms of bringing that up. Just needed to be more straightforward. But, I mean, props to the media. He was being evasive, yes. Very evasive. Hail Blazers, the point is not about if he's a normal 19-year-old or if he's a 19-year-old freaking alien. Dame said he doesn't want a 19-year-old point blank, period. Okay?
He didn't say average.
He didn't say he didn't want an average 19-year-old. He didn't say he... And here's the thing, it's a 19-year-old that plays his position.
And then, yeah, Joey Pushki has a good comment. He said... Cronin said he was 6'4", and then he immediately was like, I mean, he measured at 6'2" and a half. We call him 6'3", 6'3" and a half.
That was one of the worst interviews I've heard in the history of sports. Like knowing all the context and everything he said, that was so comical.
I don't know if it was worse than a couple of the Olshey ones, but it's in terms of not because of this. A serious subject matter, that definitely was not good answers.
Hail Blazers, he said that before the lottery. Bro, Dame, what are you arguing? He wants to win. He said, going the young route is not for me. I don't want to play with more 19-year-olds. I want to compete.
If they go that route, it's not my route.
It's not his route. But now you're sitting here like, oh, well, they drafted a 19-year-old point guard, and he'll be okay with it. Based on what? That's not based on what he says. Top 3 changes everything, bro. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He wasn't sitting there thinking like, oh, well, if it's top 3, it's fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go the young route. He doesn't want guys that he has to wait to help him. He doesn't want... It's a point guard. It's not a guy who's going to help him. It doesn't help the defense. It doesn't do anything to help him win. You got 4 guards now. Is your core
puts more
4?
talent in the building. Puts more talent in the building, Tori.
And he was saying it after the lottery, too. He had IG Lives where he expanded on it. He had interviews where he expanded on it.
Yep.
I don't know, like, why you are...
That HBO interview he did, like, a week and a half ago, he specifically said that they need to build a winner and they have the assets to go out and move them to get it done. He didn't say by keeping the asset they have. Yeah.
That's my problem. Basically, no offense, but you have not paid enough attention the past couple of weeks, and because you haven't paid enough attention, you're in here saying we hate Scoot multiple times, even after I told you that's not true. Mike, that's frustrating, bro. That's frustrating as hell. Shout out to Bradley Hayes. $8 Australian dono. First dono. Thank you, Bradley. What's up, man? Hopefully you're having a good night, Bradley. Says, hey guys, thanks for the content. I appreciate seeing someone else going through the struggle. Yes, we are struggling mightily. But you guys make it better. What do you think Dame's reaction is right now? I think Dame knew what it was going to be a couple days ago, and that's why they haven't talked.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it on this show that for weeks now, that this was a decision, Dame or the pick, and it seemed like by all indications they were leaning towards the pick, and it sounds like they have their mind made up and weren't even willing to even discuss the other side very, very thoroughly. So, but now I'm mad too that they haven't explored out what that could have possibly meant either. Yes,
Scoot, I think is a pretty good defender, but I understand your point. He's not. He wasn't. He was bad in pick and roll D, which is one of our biggest weaknesses. He was not good defending bigger guards. They ate him up down low. Despite his strength and length, he did not hold ground well, and he looked mightily undersized against bigger 2 guards. If Cronin actually paid attention and knew what he was talking about, maybe he would have realized that and not acted like he could hold his ground against bigger 2 guards in the NBA, because he couldn't do it in the G League. Scoot, like, here's the thing. Scoot's me one of those guys who's like, because he's strong and has a long wingspan and is a really good athlete, people are just going to assume he's a great defender. Just like they did with Sharp. Even though Sharp was a bad defender last year. Just flat out bad.
I mean, he is okay at times, especially at the end of the year. It seemed like he was improving a little bit. But, I mean, Chauncey flat out said he wasn't playing at times because of his poor defense and his missed assignments.
Yep. Have we signed a 2-way?
I have not seen any signings. I mean, Cronin was there. I'm assuming they're just going to re-sign Boshi and Butler. No one said Scoot does not have more potential than Dame defensively. No one said
people
that.
just love inventing things to argue. That's never said. What? I never said he doesn't. Oh my god.
No, we cannot pull off a Nick Claxton trade.
We have a free agency live stream next Friday on the first day of free agency, so hopefully you guys can join us again for that, because that'll be fun. Maybe we can be talking about what we traded Dame for.
Well, we can't till July 9th, so...
Yeah, but we can agree to something.
They can agree to a trade,
Yeah, so we could be talking about what we traded Dame for to be completed later. Derp Jones, $2 dono. At least he asked a dono with this question, because we've been asked this question more than any question. Can Scoot be traded still or no? Absolutely can. Yeah, absolutely.
They're not going to.
They're not going to, though. Yeah. Daniel Christurian $10 Dono says, enjoy some beers. Sell the team Jody. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, Daniel.
I mean, I
Thanks, Derp.
you guys are motivating me to drink, and I don't drink. But also, the team is motivating me to drink, so I'm probably going to get drunk. Because I don't know what to do at this point.
Nathaniel Hibbs, it is not about what was available right now. It was about every time telling Dame that next time they'll do it, next time they'll do it. They had no intention of doing it. They didn't even inquire about some of those people you listed. So it's just a case where they just did not want to trade the pick after they told Dame they would. And it's just years of incompetence. So by two different GMs and 2 coaches in a row too. It's not about one move. It's about this all came to a head where they had to make a move to please Dame, and they failed to do so. And they drafted 3 people. They didn't even trade the 23rd or the 43rd pick. They drafted young guys with those 2.
What's so great about Scoot? His shot doesn't suck. He has a good mid-range pull-up, and his three-point shot is developing. He's extremely quick. Great first step. Athletic out of suboptimal positions. Gets through traffic well. Just really functional athlete, too. And can pass the hell out of the ball. People don't realize how good of a passer he is. Defensively, he does have a lot of potential, I think. Despite the guy who assumed I said that he didn't. Never said that. He does have potential defensively, but it's mostly at a point guard position that can maybe slide up to 2s. You don't want him primarily guarding 2s, and you definitely don't want him guarding bigger 2s, at least right now. The hope is that he could grow 6 inches. Hopefully all the trolling on NBA Twitter about how players grew is actually going to be real down the line for Scoot Henderson.
Junior asks, what's the best case scenario now for us? Scoot and Sharp turn out to be top 10 players
next year.
Next year we trade Dame for something really good, and we get like a stockpile of picks. But that's
is there no best case scenario where we keep Dame?
Well, in my mind, this is where I'm at. I think we're at the point of no return. So we can try to make this 2 timeline thing keep working, but it's clearly not going to. They clearly have no intention of actually making it work. You heard straight from Joe Cronin, they value cheap contracts and stuff. So they don't value trading those assets, really. They value the assets because they're cheap. So in my mind, even if we use some of these assets, like we traded Anthony Simons for, like, let's say we traded him for like Dorian Finney-Smith and Royce O'Neal or something, like that makes us worse when we eventually get to the point where Dame realizes that they're never going to go all in for him. So like I don't see how that's possible. I think our best, and this is super unfortunate because this is not the route that any of us wanted or we were told we were going to take this summer. But I think the best route is just to freaking blow it up now. That sucks. I don't know if you're muted or just not talking.
Nope, I just can't believe Joe Cronin still has people that defend him. Like like he's their father. Anyway. Do we bring back Grant now? I mean, if Dame's gone, I think Grant's gone. I think Grant will go back to Detroit. So basically, you gave up CJ for Chris Murray. Gave up CJ for Chris Murray, Eric. and Didi Lozada's dead money. Don't forget that. That was huge.
Yep. We also gave up a bunch of second rounders. Unless it says literally lottery team 2 years in a row. Best way to get better is through the draft, a la Nuggets, Warriors, etc. We are on the right path. Yeah, okay, it's cool. But then why did Cronin just say he's still looking to push the chips all in? It's like, why? How can you even defend that? Like, you're defending Cronin, but you're also not even listening to him like you don't listen to us, because he literally said he was still trying to not rebuild fully. So, like, which way is it? So either he's a liar or he's literally still trying to do the opposite
he knows that
of
this
what
is
you're
the
saying.
solution, and he's just trying to, like, I think this is what he wants. I think I think he's cool with keeping Dame around, but he doesn't really care. He doesn't value him. Like, it's freaking ridiculous, but I think that's what it is. I think he's just trying to smooth it over as best as he possibly can. Is there any scenario that we can contend with? Scoot's still on the roster. Maybe a free agent move, then trade Simons. I mean, I guess, somehow get Draymond, I guess. And I don't know how we do that. And then we get trade Ant for something. Anything is just going to be far-fetched and completely insane. Miami's package is going to suck for us if he gets traded to Miami. It is not going to be good enough.
But it might happen. Hero, Nikola Jovic, and maybe some other, like Duncan Robinson or something to match salaries, and it's going to be contract. They can give us 2 future picks, so maybe 2 future firsts, like 28 and 2030, and then maybe pick swaps in 27 and 29.
That's not all Dame cares about. Stop spreading misinformation. You know what? You're banned for spreading misinformation because you literally can't stop. Thank you for finally giving me, like, enough of a reason to ban you.
All right, so Jonathan Givony on ESPN said that the Blazers had the best draft, which, I mean, if you're just looking at the draft, it's hard to really argue with that outside the Chris Murray pick not making a ton of sense, but getting Scoot at 3, obviously, and if you're just looking at it from the draft only, is good value. And then he called Ryan Rupert the biggest steal of the draft. And he also mentioned that Rupert's agent told other teams not to draft him because Portland wanted him, was sold on him, and was going to offer him a multi-year contract.
I mean, like,
Andrew,
for the pick, I don't mind 40. Like,
Andrew,
is good, but...
Andrew, you are my guy, but you are really pissing me off right now. We do not. I do hate Chris Murray. I hate picking Chris Murray if we're rebuilding. A 23-year-old if we're rebuilding. Like, you do not listen, man. You haven't listened most of the show. I told you to go back and listen. Like, I talk to you almost every day, but, like, you're being so freaking ridiculous right now. It's like, stop. Gosh.
Like, I feel like we're very clear in how we say things, and it just completely gets taken wildly out of context.
It's because these people, it's exactly what happened with Cronin in the press conference. He has to lie and he has to make up excuses, so it doesn't register right, and it doesn't make sense. We have to hate them because there's no other possible way that this makes sense, because they're convinced that Cronin is perfect or something.
Yep. I mean, I'm not high on him as a prospect. Doesn't mean I hate him. Infinity 16, who are you talking about, bro? Do you feel teams didn't trade with Portland on purpose so Dame leaves? I am tired of that narrative, because if they want Scoot, they want Scoot. Portland didn't. Go ahead.
Portland didn't even entertain. They wanted to pick it. It was obvious. Cronin pretty much just admitted that as of Tuesday, he had told Dame that they were keeping the pick. So they didn't even try to get something.
Jerson Poe, $5 donut. Do you see Kupchak's presser on Miller? Somehow I laughed more than Cronin.
No, obviously we're streaming.
But yeah. It's going to be hard to laugh more than that. I was cracking up. Alright, okay, Infinity. I thought you were talking about us. No, I thought you said we were casuals. That's why we hate Chris Murray. I don't know. That's why I asked.
It's weird when Bob and Weave is like lockstep with us.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It is weird. Wendell Green Jr., Summer League, Cavs. Damn, he was in the draft. He wasn't a 4-year player. Wasn't he only a sophomore? I'm surprised he didn't go back to college.
Yeah. Well, some people make stupid decisions. But Eric also has a $2 donation. I agree, we had a good draft in a vacuum.
Yep. If this was 2K, we had a great draft.
No, because if you play players at up positions, they suck. If you play them down positions, they become.
No, I feel like Scoot would be the type of player that if we change his position to shooting guard on 2K, his overall would go up, and that's all that matters. Is just having as much overall, aka just talent, as possible. It doesn't matter how it fits together.
No, we can't, Ian. We're bummed.
Well, this is what it will be. I guess. Time to accept reality.
Devin Ford asked, do you think they made the wrong call drafting Scoot if there actually wasn't any good trades available? It doesn't sound like he tried.
They made the wrong call when they promised Dame that they would trade the pick.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's when they made the wrong call.
And I have a question for some of you. Like, let's just say Charlotte wasn't completely dumb and took Scoot, or a different team got 2 that took Scoot, like pretty much any other team would have. Are we saying the same stuff about Brandon Miller right now, or because he mentioned it, he didn't say amen. He said it. He kind of slipped and said something about Scooter Miller. Yeah, I don't know. Like, are we?
I mean, things don't look as bad if we got Brandon Miller, because at least he doesn't play the same position, but it still looks bad. Point Sports Radio is going to shred Joe Cronin. I hope so, man. I hope so.
Heat Lifer is so he's so level-headed, and now he's Heat Lifer. You might be rewarded with our misery. I actually hope you do, man. said you guys might lose your best franchise player of all time. I think we have the right to be bummed.
I know, yeah. It's crazy.
Some of these people act like Dame's like a piece of garbage that doesn't deserve to be mourned or whatever.
Bro, we got Dame when I was in high school, guys. I was just turned 16 when we got him. I was begging for them to draft him. I loved him going into that draft. Then we drafted him. I was so excited.
Guys, we just got through a season talking about how the Blazers had no size and length and didn't have good centers and didn't have good forwards and didn't have good defenders. And now we literally just heard the person who had been saying that they needed that and that these things take time. Give me some time. We just heard him backtrack on all of that and say now that shorter players are fine and that it's actually like a 6'2" player can play bigger than his size. We literally just heard him say that. How do you have any faith in this gentleman, Joe Cronin, doing anything with this team and this franchise? Like, he doesn't know what he's doing. He has no plan. It's all just fly by the seat of his pants. But he actually said all we needed to hear in this press conference, and that is that we need cheap contracts and we need rookie contracts. You know what that means? We don't need Damian Lillard's contract. Yeah. We need to get rid of it. And we need to get rid of it for young players and assets that will allow us to keep being cheap for the next 4 years while we have Scoot for cheap. And that's fine if they want to go that route. But don't then tell us 4 months, 4 years, that you actually care about winning with Damian Lillard and using him as anything but a pawn to make money for your franchise. It's a joke. This franchise is a joke, and they're all liars.
Shout out Graves Investigates, $5 dono. Says, hey, Tori, make a video showing Cronin what he said before and what he said tonight side by side. I need to. If you guys want to help me gather quotes for that video, let me know, because I probably won't have the mental energy to go through and dig through his press conferences, but I would love to just have written out quotes and then show the contradictions. I will absolutely, if there's a couple people that want to help me gather quotes, I will absolutely make a video showcasing how he has contradicted himself throughout his entire tenure as Portland Trail Blazers GM. I will absolutely do that. I am more than happy to. Mm-hmm. I will happily expose him.
Some people weren't around for this, obviously, if you're younger, but mute that. Bozo had a good point, and this is kind of like how I felt as a fan. Is same with him, that during the Jailblazers era, it's like you still want to be a fan of the team, you still care, but you just don't like the organization itself. Like it's hard as a fan, and I'm not going to turn on any of the players, because unlike that era, it seems like they're all good people, so I'm not going to do that. But the best player, the best character person we've had in this organization's history is also Damian Lillard, and we just screwed him over. So that just won't sit right.
God, I can't believe this is real. This feels like a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like a nightmare, man. Shout out Oscar member for 17 months. Maybe Cronin was playing Pokemon Go on his phone. But that would involve him catching something, and he can't.
We didn't make
catch anything.
Gotta catch them all. We didn't make a single trade. We literally kept 3 draft picks tonight, right? So he wasn't discussing any trades.
Shout out to Suns Valley Pod. $5 dono. What's up, Gabe? He says, I know it was a disappointing draft, but congrats on a super successful stream. Anything y'all can tell me about Tamani Kamara? Eric watched a lot of Dayton because he's a Deron Holmes fan, so I feel like he's more equipped to give the breakdown on Tamani Kamara.
Love you, Gabe. I love Tamani Kamara. I think that's a perfect fit for him. I think he's like a better or bigger, more defensive-minded Torrey Craig. Not the greatest shooter, but, can finish around the rim, hustles his butt off, is always in every play, rebounds, does all the dirty work. And with Beal, KD, and Booker, I think you needed as many guys like that as possible. But I think that's a great pick, about as good of a pick as you could have gotten. Maybe, Trace Jackson Davis or someone like that might have fit in as a connector for your offense a little better. But I never have a problem with good glue guys like Tamani going to a team that needs those kind of players and desperately needs to fill out a roster.
You know what I'm going to do next year? Assuming Dame's gone. I am putting some money down on the Suns so I can be a Suns fan with Gabe. And Sundo. That's what I'm doing. Gotta have fun somehow. Shout out to Michael Orm. $5 donut says, welcome to Blazers country where the derp is a way of life. Yeah, oh God. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. Oh, you see Kyle's burner? Oh yeah, he came back under a different name, huh? Which burner is he? Which one? I will happily ban it. Just let me know.
Enjoying AJ Poseidon and me on Pacers Uprise. As we have fun watching Jarris Walker.
Yeah. Y'all go into Summer League? No.
Not this year. No, I'm not going to root for another team, Alex.
We are so screwed. Anyway.
Chase is starting Tennis Uprise. Get all your hot tennis takes from Chase on that channel.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want us to talk about? Anything else that you want to talk about, Eric, before we end this stream?
I appreciate everyone for sticking with us, especially shout out to you if you stayed the whole time. Also, shout out to everyone who donated or left member messages. And thank you to all the mods for helping with chat. The chat was going crazy. But yeah, even the people that disagree with us, appreciate you for watching. Just try not to misconstrue our words. But yeah, appreciate everyone. I hope you all have a good rest of your night. Hope to see you on the streams next week. We'll have ones on Monday and Thursday night at our normal time on our second channel, Blazers Uprise Live. And then next Friday, June 30th, we'll have a stream streaming as much of the day as we need to for free agency. And then the next day, if there's more signings as well. And then, of course, any trades or, of course, if Dame demands a trade or some big news happens, we'll be coming on here for emergency streams right here on this channel. So if you haven't yet subscribed, we would appreciate it if you did so. And then also leave a like if you're not able to do anything else that at least helps the channel if you appreciated our time today. But thank you, everyone, for watching.
Yep. Well said. If this team is going to make you lose sleep over the rest of the summer, get yourself a Manta sleep mask. Promo code Uprise, 10% off. Link in the description box below. Helps you sleep better, and it's going to be tough to sleep over the next couple of weeks. So get yourself a Manta sleep mask or a sound mask. You can play some waves on the beach, and maybe that can take you out of the reality of this team and take you somewhere nicer. Appreciate them for sponsoring us. They love that company, love their product, and I truly believe in it. It can help you guys out. It can help you guys get better sleep, and that is important. So shout out to them. Shout out to BetOnline. Promo code BELIEVE, BOEAV, for a 50% reward bonus at BetOnline. With that being said, that's a wrap for this NBA draft stream. Thank you to all of you who donated. Your guys' support was huge and meant a ton to us, and you guys being a part of this community is what will get us through whatever the hell happens this summer, because I truly have a great appreciation for what this channel has become and what this community has become, and all of you guys that come and chat and are cool and, you know, are civil and, you know, don't make up things we say, and, you know, just there's a lot of you that contribute to this experience and make it a lot of fun. And I don't really talk about how much I appreciate it, but it does make it easier to go through things like this, and it is very important to me. So I just want to thank all of you who are a member of this community. You guys mean a lot to me. With that being said, that's a wrap. We will be live again, maybe in the next couple of days, if anything happens. At the latest, next Monday, we might have like a rumor stream if there's a bunch of stuff popping off, like Saturday. Maybe we'll randomly go live on our second channel, Blazers Uprise Live. There's a link to that in the description box below. Shout out to Krish for trying to help me with graphics. Unfortunately, his computer completely went kaput, but next year, plan on using these same graphics, and we'll try and figure out what went wrong.
Chase as well.
Yeah, and shout out to Chase. Unfortunately, a thunderstorm hit, so I still got a couple of, you know, the other slides that I'll be able to unveil again next year, you know. The trade alert. No Chase, though, because everything fell apart for him, so definitely just going to repackage these next year, so I'm not spending, you know, 70, 80 hours on a draft stream, because that's how much time I put into this, so... anyway, thank you all for tuning in. We're out of here. We'll see what's next for this team. We'll see where this team goes from here. It's a roller coaster that is going off the rails as of now. So, that's all I got. We'll catch you. We'll catch you maybe this weekend. Anyway. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. That outro found... What are you eating?
Thank you, everyone.
What are you eating?
I'm not. My son came in the door.
Okay,
and
I'm
he's
hungry.
eating stuff.
We'll see where we go, guys. We're along for the ride together. Anyway, that's a wrap. We're out of here. Until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.